Yo, Nicker out here. What's up, bro? Long time no see. It's been years. Yes, sir. How you been? Nicola and hi, what's up? How you doing too? Give me a sec. Sorry, guys. I was trying to get shit set up real quick so I could see comments and stream and stuff like that. Damn, it's taking forever to load. How you been though, Nick, recently? That was stupid. That's how you get yourself killed, Ron. Alright guys, I'm going to turn on some IBX Toy Cat real quick because this is kind of some facts for Bedrock.
I'm IBX Toy Cat. Hello, I'm IBX Toy Cat, and when people complain about Minecraft Bedrock, they inevitably bring up two things, the death bugs and the microtransactions. And these are both very valid complaints, but it is quite rare that the game will actually kill you. It often results on low-power devices having a desync between the player client and the server. It just doesn't happen all that often, and the microtransactions are a very valid complaint. It is Minecraft Marketplace Edition after all, but just like how when you live in the bad part of town, gamers have adjusted to the idea that now you just get asked for money all of the time, and their eyes glaze over it as if it isn't happening. Yes, Minecraft is a big business on the Bedrock Edition, and yes, sometimes that means that there are these rare niche bugs, but these aren't the complaints that you should have about a video game. Instead, I think that the reason Bedrock is bad is not the philosophy, it's not the corporate nature of it. Instead, it's the very fundamentals of the game. It is just not put together in a decent way, and so as we approach 8 years of Bedrock, I figured we should talk about the game that I play every day and how it just isn't very well put together in any way. I don't want to mince any words here, and so let me be perfectly clear, Minecraft's menu is not well designed. I don't mean this on a philosophical level, I'm sure that's true too, but on a practical level, it just doesn't work very well, and here's a great example. When you first load up the game, everything will freeze for 2 seconds every single time, and what will happen is the game will connect to an online server to see what your skin is. This makes a lot of sense, you might say, but one of the fun problems with this is the fact that if you've uploaded your own skin, you still can do this on Bedrock, it will still check that online server every single time to see if your skin that you've uploaded to the game personally is there, and if it can't find that skin, it will erase it, replacing it with one of the defaults. This is terrible, and for something that is meant to be on the home screen all the time, it's an example of how the first thing you interact with just doesn't work, and it's an example of what I would call Minecraft menu bloat. The one thing a menu in a video game should do is to get you into the game as quickly as possible. The only reason I'm here is because I loaded up Minecraft and probably want to play it, but the Minecraft menu does a terrible job at this, and let me show you some examples. So this menu, which does take some time to load up by the way, even on a high-end PC, will always have what I will call micro lags. So if you want to press the play button to actually play, instead of taking you straight there, the game will temporarily have this little spinning thing, and there's actually a little bit of lag that happens even when we do this on a second load up. This is really insane because it's only loading up 12 worlds. No matter how you look at these, it will only show you 12 on a screen. If you want to see the rest of your worlds, you have to manually filter through them and it loads into them. So why is it to show me 12 of my worlds that we should have loaded up on startup so we can instantly get there? Does it need to have this little micro lag? Well, the answer is because, again, online services, it's checking if there are any friends worlds that are joinable, and rather than just showing me my worlds that I'm here to play, it would rather make sure that I know that that friends world exists. Kinda crazy, right? But even crazier is the fact that even the things Minecraft wants you to do, like the marketplace, these micro lags are in effect too, and even if you just sit on this main menu, it will also do the same, randomly freezing for a few seconds. I'm not a UI designer, I'll concede, but I would have to say that any UI should just simply work all the time, and if it's causing massive lag multiple times for most people, then it's a badly designed menu. But the second thing, besides just saying like, okay, well, it's bloated and it doesn't work a lot, it's also poorly designed. I'm going to try to leave aside the fact that there are two big buttons here with massive red flags to say, hey, check these out. These are the ones that make us money. Why aren't you doing them already? I think giving these buttons is already a bit offensive. I think drawing attention to those buttons with animations and with a big red banner is extra offensive, but I think that it's also poorly designed outside of that. If we're going to have 8 buttons, 7 right now, because as soon as I logged in, it removed one of those buttons. If we're going to have 7 buttons that we can click, why is it that they're all variably different size like this? And why is it that the one that's arguably most important, notifications and new things, why is that all the way on the side? And why does it have a micro lag to load up? Why can't this all load in the background so that the menu can be responsive and snappy? But I also think that the worst offender of this is the settings. I always talk about the fact that every single Minecraft menu can take you to a microtransaction besides settings, but that's not true. If we look through here, not only is it really roughly designed, and by the way, it's different in some places, so you can actually see that depending on where you click, you'll get a different design. Although, no, it looks like it's just language in this case, but you can see that, interestingly, the settings are really, really ugly to look at. But also, if I can go a step further, why is it that you can go to your settings and end up being advertised to buy more things in the marketplace? This should be the place where that is immune, but of course, it's not. Kind of crazy. Speaking of things that are kind of crazy, I have one last big point to make, and it's kind of bloat on a level of, literally the decision-making tree shouldn't be this complicated. If you were designing a Minecraft menu from scratch, I'm sure you would say, okay, pressing play, it can't load up a brand new world, so it needs to bring you to your load screen, but then create new world should bring me straight to my world settings. But no, how many clicks do we need to make a brand new Minecraft world? The number one thing you might do when you load up Minecraft? Well, once you're here, you have to press play, wait for it to load, press create new world, wait for that to load. All of these options are irrelevant to actually creating a new world. This is buying things on the marketplace, or in this case, buying a subscription or buying individual templates. Then the things you own are all the way at the bottom here, just in case you did want those. But so you have to get past this and go to this tiny button in the top left, then wait for that to load. Wait, there's nothing in this that's online. Why would this possibly need to load? What was the point of the loading screen if it just brought me into a bunch of buttons that didn't even load this in the background? But even once we do all of this, you're still gonna pick all your settings and then get past the little Create on Realms button, because you've gotten this far and you want to play single player, but you could still buy a subscription fee at the same time. Minecraft have messed up the simplest tree of decisions, and the only reason that I can think of is that the more clicks you have to go through to get to what you want to do, just like when you're trying to buy a budget flight online, the more things you go through, the more you might buy, and it's just a terrible way to make everything a little bit worse. Yep. And the only benefit is the $1 trillion company that you already paid to play this game might make a little bit more money from
Yep.
you. That is absolutely rough.
It's fucking retarded.
Again, I'm not here to talk solely about
Minecraft needs to pull the dick out of their ass.
Get in the way of the design. But if you think that that's fine, well, maybe you'll see later. But for now, let's actually load up a brand new world. I think that it's I think for part 2 of this video, let's load up a brand new world and see how everything's going to be fine when we do that. So one of my favourite features that distinguishes the Bedrock version from the Java is the fact that you can choose to spawn with an empty locator map. This is a really cool holdover from the console edition, which the Bedrock edition of course replaced, where you used to have a map that would cover your entire world back on the Xbox 360 and Wii U gen. But what's interesting is the fact that now if you decide to open up this map, instead of spawning in the centre, it often will spawn, in fact most of the time, will spawn you in the top left corner. This is a problem if, hypothetically, you want to head in either of the two directions that isn't covered by the map, because this is the far better way out there, because all of a sudden you'll find that instead of being able to use the map, you're actually just at the very edge, and even worse, instead of having this character icon, which is good, and which tells you which direction you're heading, this is north, this is east, this is south, and this is west. The moment you go outside the bounds of the map, it loses that extra definition and will instead just give you a circle. This is a complaint, not just because I want Bedrock to be better, but it's a complaint because Bedrock used to literally have the feature of continuing to have your arrow, and every player likes it, and it's conceded to be a bug by Minecraft that they changed it, but yet they have not fixed this despite a year having passed.
Because Minecraft is full of fucking retards who are lazy pieces of shit. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, don't pick on the developers. They're not lazy. Look at all the stuff they're adding. No. Fuck those developers. They are lazy pieces of fucking shit. If they weren't, they wouldn't take away all the fucking features that are, Bedrock exclusive features, and then be like, oh, look, horses are being able to be put in boats. Fuck you. Oh, look, horses, not taking fall damage, or you're not taking fall damage when you jump off a high cliff with the horse. The horse, doesn't take fall damage either. Oh, fuck you. Now the horse takes fall damage. There's all these stupid things or whatever. Can't put buttons on a fence or whatever. Well, fuck you. They put all their time and effort into removing the Bedrock exclusives that are fucking amazing. Because fuck you, Bedrock players. That's why you don't complain enough. Well, guess what? I'm complaining right now, motherfuckers. Fuck your moms, you pieces of fucking shit. I will complain if that's what you want. I will fucking squeal and bitch at you. Trust me, if you want me to do this, I will fucking bitch fucking Mojang. So guess what? Pull the dick out of your fucking ass and fix your fucking shit. Actually do shit that we want. Don't fucking take away Bedrock exclusives, you fucking degenerate fucking sluts. Is that bitching enough?
Spawn off the edge of them, it is now far less useful because unless you know your north, east, south, west, you're never going to be able to find where this map actually leads you to, and so just a tiny change like that was made far worse, and instead of listening to the players, and instead of listening to their own bug-fixing website, nothing was done about it.
They just slap themselves in the heart going,
found in the savannah. The same is true for all sorts of boat and force damage issues. Lots of things that could make Minecraft Bedrock have existed in the game in the past, but instead of keeping them because they are great features, like how many Java features are, many Bedrock features are simply considered to be, well, why does it matter? The game is perfectly playable
because they're fucking degenerates.
So much quality of life.
Stupid fucking retards at Mojang should kill themselves.
The same as Java, but at the same time, many Java features which are great for quality of life, such as building on the Nether, are not added to Bedrock.
Because they're stupid fucking faggots that should kill themselves.
The bad from Java, but not the good, is, if it is considered a bug, is what leads to Bedrock largely being considered to be a new version of Minecraft that lacks some of the soul, because all of the quirky bugs, things like the creepers, would not be added today.
Because the Mojang developers need to actually think to inhale oxygen. That's how fucking retarded they are.
And that is just a real shame, I have to say.
You guys get through your thick fucking skulls yet? Stop taking away the fucking shit that's Bedrock exclusives. Stop taking away the shit like, oh, you can turn one cobweb into 9 string, you fucking retards. Oh, I'm gonna take that away because you can't do that in Java. Hey, here's an idea, you fucking retards. Maybe allow it to happen on fucking Java. You ever think of that? No, because your brain doesn't fucking work.
Feature that could make it far better is
I'm gonna rant on these fuckers.
Important because, this version of the game.
As I said, they keep changing shit because, oh, people don't complain enough. Well, guess what? I'll fucking complain. If you want me to complain, Mojang, I'll fucking complain, you dumb bitches.
Always seems to have that justification behind it, and for another example of that, I'm sorry that this is technically a menu, let's say you want to change a setting while you're in the game. The way you get to your FOV on Java is you press pause, you go to video settings, and you hit the scroll bar. On the Bedrock version, I have to go to pause.
Hey Mojang, remove the fucking circle here, I don't want it. You stupid fucking bastards.
Super wide buttons, and we gotta...
You used to be able to shut the stupid circle off when you touch the screen, it wasn't fucking there on mobile. Now, nope, these dumbass cocksucking retarded developers made it so that circle is always there. You cannot remove it anymore. So go fuck yourselves, Mojang.
Scroll all the way down to video, then we have to scroll all the way down through here, and there is my FOV slider, which I can slide up and down.
Sorry if you guys don't like the bitching,
when you consider just how much harder it
but
is to do.
That's what
most
they want,
basic
so fuck 'em.
things that an average player might want to. Whereas, on the inverse, all sorts of spending opportunities are far easier on Bedrock. If you are playing the game and you want to change your skin, this is one of the positives of Bedrock. You can just do that. Look at that right here. We can hit this button, and I can change my skin from 5 presets in the game. I can be Grimace from McDonald's if I want to. This is a really cool feature. And I think it shows that Bedrock does have great things about it, but basically every single one of the great features that exist on Bedrock is not justified by making the playing experience better for the average Minecraft player, but instead it's justified because, well, if you can change your skin in the game, maybe you'll buy more McDonald's meals, because don't we all want to be Grimace? If you can change your skin in the game, then that actually opens up the possibilities. By the way, look at this loading time. This is... I was just in the dressing room. I don't want to hammer home point 1 again, but this is real time. I want to show you my next point, so instead you have to imagine that it means that you can now buy things directly from inside of the game. Every single good feature about Minecraft either gets removed or is justified to be kept because it is good for revenue, and I think that is just a terrible way to run a piece of art, and it is the reason why Minecraft Bedrock sure smells like fart. What? Why is it still broken?
Because they're trash developers. Lazy piece of
Video
shit.
games aren't just made up of their menus and graphical design, but instead it's sometimes the sound that prevents a game from being just fine, and ultimately many terrible games have great soundtracks that entirely can save them and make them worth playing, but Minecraft is a game that has such an iconic sound font that surely this should be one of the easiest sections of the video, because we can say, actually, Minecraft Bedrock is pretty good because it just takes everything from Java and it's all very well done there. Except, no, that's not the case, and that's why we have a chapter, to be fair, because Minecraft actually didn't used to come bundled with the music on the Bedrock version of the game. It was only a few years ago, in the 1.19.30 update, that they actually decided to add music as a bundled part of the game.
Really?
And before that, you had to download it as a separate thing. There used to be PSAs about this everywhere.
I actually did not know that. I was playing like 1.18 or 17.
In the marketplace, this is something that is crazy to look back on, but was a core part of the Minecraft Bedrock experience. But what's interesting is another core part of the Minecraft Bedrock experience is the fact that people often call it Bedrock, and so outside of the fact that once you download it, it should be fine, and now it's downloaded for everyone, so your Minecraft sound experience should be perfect, but as you all know, it rarely is, and so you get the most demented audio glitches. Here's one that appeared for PC players earlier this year.
Sounds like normal Bedrock sounds.
It just sounds so demented, but it feels unfair to rip, even when these bugs are terrible, on Bedrock for the number of bugs that it has, because of course it's on so many platforms and it's in a new coding language, so of course there are going to be bugs, and they always try to fix these, and most players don't experience most bugs most of the time anyway, and almost all players now have the music downloaded, so these aren't fair criticisms. I will entirely concede you might say that, but what is a fair criticism is the fact that Minecraft has some of the best audio out there in terms of the sound design, in terms of the music put together by C418 and Lena Rain, but it has some of the worst audio mixing of any major game I've ever played. If you want to know what I mean by this, I often beat Minecraft, the fun little challenges on this channel.
Oh, the fucking Ender Dragon.
Beating the game is to go to the end and
I fucking hate the Ender Dragon.
She looks visually quite interesting. She also sounds
She screams like a bitch.
Close, because the audio that should sound like this kind of spooky mystique sounds instead like
Yep.
Okay, let's play the actual audio now.
And this is turned down.
I don't consider Minecraft to be a linear game, but I will say that if you're in one of the 3 dimensions that exist within it, you have to fight this boss to be able to get out of the dimension, so it's something that thousands, if not millions of players do every single month, but despite that fact, it is so horribly audio mixed that you will go deaf just from listening to it. Okay, that's one complaint. A second complaint is the fact that Minecraft music is not mixed consistently within the game. An easy example of this I can find from the first time I loaded up Minecraft on my Android to get clips for another part of this video. I decided to play my Let's Play world, and it sounded like this at first. The audio balance between the music and the game was pretty fair. music, and you can hear me doing stuff like punching a sheep. Basically the same amount. I think this is really weird music.
That's why I turned the music down.
I don't know what part of the soundtrack this is. One of the
I hate the music being so loud. I have it at like 2 or 5%. Otherwise, it's like on the tablet right now, it's at 0.
When you get to a louder part of the song, why is there such a thing as a louder part of the song is an argument for a different day, but then once you get to the louder part of the song, it starts to sound like this.
Yep. That's why I have it muted, because it's fucking annoying.
This inconsistent audio mixing is something that is even notable if you just leave the menu of the game running, because while it's just going in the background, maybe you're
What's the guy's name? C128? He fucking did it right with the music. Their new people suck.
With the lullaby will start playing, and it sounds like this for a little bit. Oh, that's nice and relaxing. Thankfully, this song doesn't get crazy anywhere. Soon after... Just a reminder, this inconsistent audio mixing is something that happens in a game where there is a mob that explodes and ruins the build if you happen to let it near you, and the only indication that it's near is about 1 second before it explodes. It will give you a slight little hiss, which you have to be able to hear over that. This is ridiculous, and it just goes to show that whoever is in charge of audio at Minecraft either loves chaos, which, you know, perfectly respect that, or does not understand that different things need to have different levels.
I love chaos, so it's understandable.
Consistent when playing a game.
Yep.
Imagine, in fact, you don't need to imagine this because everyone maxes out their brightness, but imagine a game where you had to change your brightness when you went into a cave or out of a cave. Imagine a game where you had to do any of that. Well, you're still imagining Minecraft, but it's ridiculous is my point. You shouldn't have to adjust your settings just to be able to make it through a day, and I do have to say, going even deeper than this, Minecraft music is beautiful, but they're trying to take away this natural sense of you're just wandering through the woods and something wonderful happens, because now Minecraft music is becoming locational, but again, back for a different time. The main point here is that audio isn't very good, and it's always louder than you want it to be, or quieter than you want it to be, and I just don't think it's too hard to have audio that sounds a consistent level. It's like when you get into the middle of a video and the ad decides to yell at you, and for some reason they think that yelling at you is the most effective way to get things done. No,
yep.
That's terrible audio design, and I've made my YouTube video worse for deciding to do that, but as you can see, I have learned from that, and I'm not going to do that in the future, something that Mojang hasn't learned in 15 years, which is just baffling to me. Note, I'm being sarcastic here, of course. I've got 3 very big issues I'd like to point out with how Minecraft renders in, and the first one is something that will literally kill you, and has killed me so many times, and
the Nether.
so many years that we just accept this is how Minecraft
It's the Nether,
works,
I know it, because I crouch.
So here's a beautiful clip showing it up from Fail Fox.
Every single time I go to the Nether, and for the first time, I always bring a shield and I always crouch, because fuck that game.
And at first I thought, like, yeah, this is just how Bedrock hitting works, but if you're a Java player, you'd look at this and say, whoa, why are you being attacked from so far away?
Oh yeah, mobs attacking you from really far away.
Back of the crowd here, this isn't normal, and it's not how it's supposed to be, but it happens because...
Never mind, I thought it was Nether, but...
for you to see, and the way it renders at the bottom of the game for them to attack you is differently, meaning that the mob that you can see is not the same mob that will attack you, and you can be attacked from further away than you can attack back. In other words, sometimes a wither skeleton or a zombie or any other mob like an enderman can kill you before you can even have a chance to kill them. It's unfair, it's ridiculous, and on Java, of course, this does not happen. It's not an impossible problem to solve, it's just not one that's been seen as a high
And that's why people don't
priority,
crouch. That's why people don't critical hit on Bedrock, because when you do, you have a higher chance of being hit from farther away.
And being devastating to anyone who ever plays PvE. And in case you think, like, okay, well, I don't mean PvE, all I do is look at stuff and I think the world is beautiful, well, even for you, Minecraft has rendering issues, and so if you're curious as to why I did collect the amethyst and the spyglass earlier, it's specifically because I wanted to get up here and show you something that's visible on a big screen, but you might not notice if you play on a small monitor or watch via a YouTube video like this, because Minecraft has a different version of textures that it uses to, render things like leaves at a distance. They don't need to be transparent if they're that far away, but if you you look up to something with spyglass, you'll see both the far texture and the close texture render at the same time, causing that weird flickering that you just saw. Now, I'll concede at this point, while looking for more, I did accidentally get a little bit distracted by like, ooh, it looks pretty, and oh, those are some stars over there. Isn't it beautiful that you can follow the stars around? But accidentally, literally, while following stars, I noticed this rendering issue I'd never seen before, where you can see through the mountain very slightly, and also where these random vines were appearing and disappearing just as I scrolled left and right. None of this makes any sense, and none of this is decent at all. It's just a weird thing that Minecraft does to preserve performance, and one of the biggest things that I wanted to include in this part of the video is one of the weirdest things Minecraft does to preserve performance, which is that it will show you blocks that are up to 1,600 blocks away, literally over 1,000 blocks away. Minecraft will render in, but it won't render entities that are that far away, presumably for performance reasons, but again, who's to say why? And so let's say that, for example, you want to jump off a mountain, you might not realize that there are chests there blocking your view to the water until you get to the bottom. Now, what's funny is that clip you just saw, and the testing I did for this, was on Java, where apparently the same thing is present, and so I can't even fault the Bedrock team for this, but why is it that I can see, a single leaf block from 1,000 blocks away, but I can't see a chest from 100 blocks away? Why is it that I can see a mountain from 1,600 blocks away, but I can't see my friends if they go more than 5 chunks away? The answer is entirely inconsistent, and it's a little frustrating. But a little frustrating isn't the point of this video. My point is to raise my major frustrations, and the next one might perhaps be the biggest. Okay, imagine the situation. You're trying to relax after all the things you've just learned, and you decide, you know what, I'm going to build in my survival world, I'm going to put a clock down, and then next to my clock, because I think it's funny, I'm going to write ding dong. That's what happens when a clock hits the hour, but don't you dare do that in your Minecraft world. It will be replaced with a bunch of hashes, which cannot be unreplaced. That means, as far as you are concerned, you have this big missing thing. You could type ding dongy, that would be fine. You could type ding dongs. Oh no, not ding dongs. You could type ding dongs, and that would be fine. But don't you dare type in this, because there is a filter in Minecraft which has always seemed like one of the craziest things to me. Because if you're, although we can talk about innocuous uses, let's say I call this big thing, which is a giant tunnel I made my mineshaft, that only I ever go down, and I am a man. So let's say instead of an abandoned mineshaft tunnel, it's an abandoned man-shaft tunnel. No, it's not. You monster, what did you just call that? That is something that will immediately get you kicked out of this, and as you can see, this isn't just exclusive to me. It's something you'll see if you try to write the word 47 on a sign, or if you try to write coordinates in a book. Sometimes the censorship engine is just too strong, and will kick you out for all sorts of weird things that you just never expect. Do you want to type in, again, I don't even know why this is offensive, but there are so many words that you can't type. Even if you're saying, like, I am glad that Bin Laden is dead. It's like, whoa, don't you dare say that person's name. What is the... Oh, except now it's fine because it's on 2 words. So there are all sorts of holes in the censorship, and if you are playing on the Windows version, there is a way to disable it, if you happen to know it exists, but this ultimately represents a giant flaw in how a sandbox game that was made to represent freedom is being interacted with by a giant company that worries about liability. What if you're playing a multiplayer world and someone saw that you had written on a sign the word, I don't know, like, bliad? Then, oh no, that would be something so bad that we'd have to get rid of it. And so, as a result, Microsoft have put their own interest in worrying about whatever this means for online safety above the freedom of even playing a solo single-player sandbox game, because ultimately, when it really comes to it, it's... When chat controls were rolled out for the multiplayer version of Minecraft Java Edition, there was huge revolt, and for many cases, rightly so, with many people deciding they were not going to be playing that version of the game anymore. But what's funny is not just that the Bedrock version of the game has far worse censorship that's active all the time, even in single player, but it's the fact that Microsoft makes it impossible to ever get around it, because it's Microsoft's way or the highway. This is something that is so true when you think about how it is with, okay, if you want to go back to an older version of Minecraft, on
Fuck
the Java
you,
edition,
you piece of gosh damn shit. Can't believe you want to play an older version.
Oh, okay, there we can see oldest versions possible. We can even play all the way
Exactly.
back to,
The developers are lazy.
all of these versions
Fuck
are
every
instantly
piece of shit that says they're not.
It is delightful.
Fuck Minecraft
However,
developers, those
if you
lazy
want to
fucking
go ahead
bastards.
and do the same on Bedrock, there is no such toggle, and in fact they are actively preventing them from being developed. In fact, if you look into the Bedrock edition, you can actually load up certain older worlds and they will emulate the behavior from those older versions. Minecraft could let you play older versions without ever having to reinstall the software like Java does, but they choose not to let you. This is a choice, let's be perfectly clear. This is absolutely a choice, and I think that one of the weird things about this being a giant choice that Microsoft are making is the fact that it's been made even worse recently. If you don't believe that, let's look at Minecraft's 1.21.120 update. It's actually recently a disaster. You should know about just how bad it is, but this update also made it impossible for Bedrock players on PC to not download an update. If there is an update available and you are connected to the internet, you must download it before you can play Minecraft.
And that's why I'm not updating. Fuck these bastards.
When you think about how broken that update.
I know it's just for PC right now, but fuck them bitches. I know they'll implement it to phones and Switches and everything later. So go fuck yourselves, Mojang. I'm never gonna update. I'll update my one on the Realm like this one, but my main one, fuck your moms.
If there is an update available and you are connected to the internet, you must download it before you can play Minecraft. This is, of course, particularly terrible when you think about how broken that update was and how much it destroyed people's entire worlds in some cases, but you had to download it. There was no choice for downloading any of the hotfixes that came out afterwards, and so it means that if you want to play Minecraft, it's not that you get to, it's not that you bought the game and so you play it the way you want, it's that you bought the game and so there is a giant corporate entity that is going to make sure that you play it in the right way. Take, for example, their move towards, so if you don't know, Minecraft changed their name to Minecraft Play with Friends, which I think is an interesting one to say the least, but they changed their name to Minecraft Play with Friends, and they made a big push towards making sure that when you are first loading up the game, like I did for Chapter 1, you will be presented with your friend screen first, at all costs. But you know what's crazy about this? It's not, it's the fact that you have to look, you have that little micro lag so you can see your friends. Even though if your friends were online and playing the game, you'd be able to see them right here. If I wanted to join Summer Zach's world, or look at their things, I could do that right from here, but I don't want to do that, and so I'm not going to. But no, let's display it before your own worlds. Minecraft has a goal, that is to get you to play more, and they will make sure that that goal is their priority. And let's take another example of how Play with Friends has taken over everything. If you load up a brand new Minecraft world, no matter how many times you say, I don't want to play multiplayer, the default will always be multiplayer, and it's multiplayer with friends able to join.
It's fucking stupid, Mojang.
Sitting there empty and someone joins it, something crazy happens, your pause turns off, your friend can destroy your world, and there's nothing you can do about it, and that's just enabled by default. And you might say, sure, get better friends. No, get a better game, get a better video game company that will allow you to play the game you want to, and allow
fucking
you to have
degenerate bastard Nazis.
Worlds, because not everyone creates 227 of them, but surely by the time I've created my 220th, if you are choosing to have a default that is actively against what I and most other players are doing most times, then it's a good sign that maybe, just maybe, this shouldn't be turned on. So for this section of the video, I wanted to find a clock to measure the time that the things that I'm complaining about, and so I searched up Minecraft clock download, and you know what came up? This. The Minecraft clock skip pack. And yes, it is very ridiculous and proving a point, but actually, the fact that many Java players will get into Bedrock and not even play it, or just look around the menus and determine that it's the microtransactions that ruin it, really help to hide the fundamental underlying problems, and it means that many Mojang developers don't realize how bad it is, and let's talk about how the Bedrock version is the worst of both worlds to really lock that one in. If you've never played Bedrock, if you get attacked by a mob, which can be from far too great a distance, by the way, you will take some damage, and that damage will take forever to heal. Whether you're at 9 hearts of hunger or whether you're a full tank and just eaten food, it will take you this long. And yes, it seriously was that long just to catch up, because when you compare their respective fastest healing, Minecraft Bedrock healing is 8 times slower, taking a full 4 seconds for every single half heart. That means that if you get all the way down to a half heart, not an unreasonable situation, it will take you 1 minute and 16 seconds, assuming you eat fully, to get all the way back up to full health. Even if you only lose 75% of your health, which happens a lot in the never and the end because of all the damage sources, you will take a full minute of your life just sitting there doing nothing if you want to heal. This is bad game design on any level, and that's why they removed it from Java, but it sits there on Bedrock nonetheless. And a funny similar situation is the offhand, which is fully functional on Bedrock, at least that's how it looks in gameplay, and so it gets no attention from developers, but actually you can only put these items in your offhand. I have to concede I've never put arrows in there intentionally, and the Nautilus is a weird one that only exists solely because drowns need to do it, but basically Minecraft Bedrock hacked the offhand so that instead of having to actually develop it and make sure that you can use both hands, instead the most essential items can go in there, but otherwise it's a useless slot. In fact, even more useless is the fact that you can't see what's in there, besides physically by looking at it, and so the hotbar on Java looks like this, whereas on Bedrock it looks like this. It's such a horrific difference, and the only reason I can think for it is that, well, there was a combat update on Java, and it was so broadly unpopular that they didn't want to add it immediately to Bedrock, and then when they eventually accepted that this is the way it's going to be for a very long time on Java, that memo never made it to the Bedrock team. In 2019, Jeff made huge overtures at changing this combat system, and I've been a believer that, yeah, everyone at Mojang knows that 5 years is too long to be waiting, and so when we hit the 5-year deadline in 2021, I knew a combat update was coming, which is why I was so relieved when the 1.21 update came out and was fully focused on combat. I knew this was the moment to finally bring combat parity, and that's why I was relieved when, nope, actually, they just decided to ignore the issue and make a giant combat update that is hugely different based on whether you're on Java or Bedrock. But then we saw that they were working on a brand new mega boss, the Creaking, and there would be no way to have such a terrifying mob that's different. They don't care. What about the new copper tools? What about the new spear? All of these systems are coming to Minecraft without a single acknowledgement of the differences. Mojang has now come to fully accept that Bedrock is just different in the combat, it's much worse to play, it's much less useful, and they just don't mind, and that is a horrific flaw in my opinion. You can complain all you like about microtransactions, and the truth is it's very hard to reach the ear of Mojang because, you know, like, what are you going to do? You're going to bite the hand that feeds you? You're going to try and turn off the money taps? But when there is literally something that a team could dedicate,
what are you going to do? Make it so I can't play the game? You just prove my point. You're a fucking piece of shit, fucking dictatorship. It doesn't care.
But wonder, does anyone really care about this? It's something that I can't help but see as the worst of both worlds approach. Parity on Bedrock, adding features from Java to there, is seen as the most important thing in the world.
Yep.
There's a cool Bedrock
it's
feature,
fucking retarded.
like the color of the grass in the Shattered Savannah Mountains, or the fact that you can put horses in boats, or the fact that you don't take full damage while you're on those horses. These are seen as the worst bugs that need to be fixed immediately because, wow,
because they're lazy pieces of shit.
The two games are identical, but when there is a feature that affects every single survival player, every single
oh well,
time
then turn a blind eye to that.
To do anything or take damage, then the answer is, well, we'll get round to that when it's important, and when it's important, clearly, if it's been 9 years, is never. That is a tenth of a long-living human lifespan that they've just said, we'll do this later, and for something that drastic to be pushed that far, while features that promote monetization have gone from basically non-existent to all the way in that time, really shows the direction of the game, and at the very least, the people who are calling the shots
that was
are
perfect,
saying,
guys. Look at that shit.
Monetization is something we should put lots of attention to, and making the game better for players, well, they clearly don't seem to mind. There aren't any complaints, and that is a disastrous way to look at things. But it seems to be the way, because I think that ultimately, when it comes to who is the people who play, you can only say that Mojang are willing to play the Java edition, but when it comes to Bedrock, it is a... Which version of Minecraft is the default? Well, if you go by number of players, or what the game says, or even Minecraft.net, you'll probably assume
Bedrock.
It's the Bedrock version,
but
and
no.
This is true from a marketing point of view, but when it comes to which version of Minecraft people who work on the game prefer, I think it's very clear that that is Java. I don't hate anyone for this opinion, and I think it makes a lot of sense that yes, given the average age of a developer, and the time that Minecraft Java was most popular, you can see that many of them probably do play the Java version before even considering considering that it's available on PC, Mac, and Linux, as opposed to Bedrock, which is available on all of the more casual platforms. So I don't blame any Mojangster for playing the Java edition more than the Bedrock one, but what I do blame them for is sometimes covering up that fact. What do I mean by this? Well,
yep, they're fucking retards. They don't want to admit they played Java.
On Bedrock for a month because the Java team were taking a big, it was called Midsummer in Sweden, but they were taking a big break from releasing snapshots so they could have a holiday. This meant there was a time that Bedrock was receiving features that Java wasn't. This is an interesting situation to be in, but then when it came time to releasing one of these brand new snapshots, they actually did so with the 1.21.100.23 beta and attached this screenshot. Now what's funny about this screenshot is everything looks entirely fine because Bedrock and Java Minecraft are mostly the same, and that is presumably what the person who came up with it thought. However, anyone who has played both versions for long enough can tell you that this is a Java screenshot because it has the redstone torch model that is only found over there. They added different redstone torches to Java last year and haven't gotten around to adding it to Bedrock yet. That's a fun little difference, but it means that they accidentally, during
you
a
need
time
parity.
when there were no snapshots offered to play, actually decided that even when they were showing off new features that were only available on Bedrock, that they'd be best doing this from the Java edition. This is such a funny case, but it's not the only place where Minecraft talk about their game, which is on two very different platforms and architectures, but they talk about it as if it's only on one, because the staff who actually work at Minecraft, by and large, don't seem to like Bedrock very much. There is one Minecraft developer who does regular streams from the Bedrock version, but otherwise, any time you see any developer sharing their world, be it Jeb or Agnes talking about their long-term survivals, it is always on the Java version. And this is something which really draws into question, how is it that Mojang makes two versions of the same game, with one even being pushed as the one they'd like you to play, but then at the same time you see that basically everyone avoids one like it's the plague. This is a fascinating problem that results in all sorts of external media, like the Minecraft books, or indeed searching a Minecraft tutorial on YouTube, becoming impossible because it's not widely accepted that there are two versions that are equal. Instead, it's widely accepted that everyone plays the one Minecraft version, and it seems as though if you don't play it, you're missing out on something big. This almost feels like if you worked at McDonald's and you found out that none of the higher-ups would eat at the restaurant at all costs, or maybe if you found out that people working on Microsoft Windows all use MacBooks. This is something that just feels absolutely ridiculous, and yet here we are in reality with a Minecraft being made by people who don't necessarily like the game that is called Minecraft, instead preferring to play the Java edition. Is there something we can learn from this? Is there something
They're
we can take
fakes.
from the
They're
Java
pieces of
edition
shits.
and take into the Bedrock one? You know, maybe like, for example, the way the combat works, or the redstone torches? Nope. Instead what we'll do is we'll work on fixing all of the critical bugs first, and then
Why don't they increase the fucking spawn rates on, or not the spawn rates, or the loot rate on Bedrock? I mean, obviously Java and Bedrock spawn rates are different. As Java, you get higher spawns at the bottom of the world, and on Bedrock you get higher spawns at the top of the world. But other than that, when it comes to loot, Bedrock fucking sucks on loot, so why don't they want to fucking give Bedrock the same loot that Java gets? Because fuck Bedrock players, that's why. We're just going to remove all the Bedrock exclusives because you guys suck dick. That's what they think anyway.
We'll focus on the new features.
Like fucking degenerates.
And what we'll actually do is we'll load up a monetization. No, instead what we'll do is we'll work on fixing all of the critical bugs first, and then at that point we'll focus on the new features. I'm just kidding. What we'll actually do is we'll load up on monetization options while trying to ignore as many of the problems as possible, and we'll hope that that goes really well. If you don't believe me, let's look at how well the mobs work. Gaslighting is a term that's used all too often on the internet by people that are trying to gaslight the rest of us into thinking that when they are wrong about something and are told they are doing something wrong, that actually it's them who's right and the universe who is incorrect. But I do feel like sometimes Minecraft is actively trying to do it to me, and let me give you a good example. Minecraft mobs are one of my favourite parts of the game. I love almost all 70 of them, but what I have to say is that they should all probably just about work, but they all have some very similar problems, and most of that can be described as despawning. I was playing on the Switch recently, and I was, looking for some cow. I really wanted to kill one, and then I saw this guy, and he fell off this cliff, which was a disaster, but at least there was going to be a pile of leather. But notice what happens here. He despawns mid-fall. This is super strange. A mob should not despawn while you're looking at it, even if it falls off a cliff.
Oh yeah, that's fucking retarded. I've seen so many mobs despawn when I'm looking at them, it's fucking retarded.
You could even find that a mob that you care about and spent a great deal of work on could vanish from you, with the most famous example being villagers. Take a look at MCPE 94630 and its fun little cohort sibling, MCPE 21416. The idea that Minecraft mobs will randomly despawn when wearing a name tag is terrifying enough by itself, but the fact that it widely happens even when using a name tag on villagers is absolutely horrifying. This is something that has happened to me in my Minecraft world, and honestly, I remember being so disastrous about it and being sure that I had done something wrong. When I had left my village behind, I thought to myself, oh, I must have left it with a tiny little piece of darkness. That must have spawned a zombie. The zombie must have killed the villagers. And I remember thinking to myself, I was such an idiot, and I ruined so many hours of progress. And then it happened again, even after I was 1000% sure I lit up the village. And then it happened a third time before I finally realized, oh no, it wasn't me, it was Minecraft. Minecraft convinced me that I had made some disastrous mistake, and I spent a really long time fixing it because I assumed that the game worked as intended, but that was me being ridiculous. Whenever something bad happens now, I have to wonder, did I make a mistake or did Minecraft?
Well, clearly it was you, because Jeb said that every mistake made in the game is from the player and not from Minecraft.
Not very well, but one little despawning issue would actually be quite fair because it's entirely infuriating, but when I say that they don't mob well because they randomly despawn, that's a pretty good start. But then let's combine that with the secondary issue, which is that mobs will respawn and spawn for the first time in absolutely unhinged ways. So if you play on Simulation Distance 4, this is the default and the maximum for some devices if you're playing on Realms.
And the maximum, yeah, I was gonna say, and the maximum for Realms, because they fucking are retarded. You can't turn up your render distance on Realms or your simulation distance. Why? Because we are fucking lazy developers doing sincerely Mojang, fucking bastards.
Unhinged ways. So if you play on Simulation Distance 4, this is the default and the maximum for some devices if you're playing on Realms especially, but if you are playing on Simulation Distance 4, too many mobs will spawn. This is a known issue and it's existed for years now and makes many nether biomes unbearable. Have you been to the Soul Sand Valley? It's much worse.
And fun fact, get yourself 2 accounts, spawn in 200 dogs, right? Like, don't, like, breed them. You can't use commands. You can't use creative mode. It does not work. I suppose you could use creative mode to give yourself 2 dogs, then you could just breed those dogs and kill the 2 that you gave yourself in creative mode, and then give yourself 200 dogs that you bred. Either that or just put the 2 that you gave yourself in creative mode to the side and breed 200 dogs. Anyway, the mob cap in Bedrock is 200 mobs no matter what, neutral, passive, or hostile. So if you can get 200 dogs in one area, and then you have your alt account sitting right next to those 200 dogs, no matter where you go in the nether, you'll have no mobs other than, like, you know, the bastions that have mobs pre-spawned in there, so the pre-spawned mobs will still be there. And then, of course, spawners. Spawners will still spawn mobs because those don't count towards the mob cap in any way, shape, and or form. But yeah, otherwise it's basically peaceful when it comes to mobs. So then, therefore, if you guys had any spawners, you can make your bases around spawners, and you could still be getting loot that way. But, yeah, no other mobs would be able to spawn in the whole world.
When there's this many skeletons, genuinely spawn. This is a known issue and it's existed for years now and makes many nether biomes unbearable. Have you been to the Soul Sand Valley? It's much worse when there's this many skeletons. Genuinely, Bedrock is a much harder game because you don't get 20% more mobs or 30% more mobs, you get 200 to 300% more mobs, making the nether an absolute nightmare, which I don't necessarily mind on its own surface level. It makes Bedrock more challenging, which the game seems to want to do in many other ways.
Which is why I like it, more challenging than Java.
Mobs will spawn in the oddest places. So take this video of me trying to beat Minecraft using just my fist. It's a weird challenge, but you can probably accept that's what I do on this channel at this point. So I was beating Minecraft using only my fist, no tools, armor, or weapons, and I desperately needed to make sure that I didn't have any mobs attacking me, and so I run through this nether fortress from my very safe little corner that I've fully secured, and I run round a corner, then round another corner, and I find a wither skeleton, and so I turn right back, and you know what's happened? In literally the 6 seconds since I left my little hidey hole, in the 8 blocks that I've gone away from it, a skeleton had managed to spawn there, and although this wasn't a disaster, it easily could have been. Minecraft mobs spawn in a wildly inconsistent manner, where they can spawn directly in front of your face, despite the fact that they're not meant to. They can spawn directly behind your back, really despite the fact that they're not meant to, and this makes...
They're supposed to only be able to spawn 24 blocks away from you, and yet they still spawn right on top of your fucking dick.
The game unplayable for many people on certain controls, because when are you meant to play around with your inventory if you can never guarantee that you're safe? You shouldn't have to be playing it like a multiplayer game where an enemy can respawn behind you at any point in time, because you should feel safe that the game is only going to put mobs a certain distance out from you, but this is not how it works at all. And then when you think that you finally have mobs and you're desperately looking for rare ones, like you might be trying to kill a bunch of creepers because you want gunpowder, or you might be trying to kill witches because you want redstone, there is no guarantee that by the time you run to that mob, it will still be there. Look again at this cowardly screen in front of my face and realize that this is just the standard for Bedrock, and you'll realize that one of the most fundamental parts of Minecraft, literally one of the 3 or 4 categories you can divide the game up into, it just doesn't work very well, and that's a shame because it makes the game so entirely unpredictable, and it does feel like a game like this that is meant to be played on all of these devices shouldn't be this hard in this way, but maybe it shouldn't be hard in other ways. Held up on talking about it until this far in the video, because for many people, the biggest complaint about Minecoins is that they are a microtransaction, and for anyone of my age, and particularly above, this is a very valid reason to hate them. However, I do have to concede that for anyone below a certain age, microtransactions have always been there, and they're just an accepted part of gaming. Games now ask you for money all of the time, and if you want to be cool, you've got to get them.
Stupid.
This is something to be hated in its own right, but many people just therefore assume that the reason that Minecoins are bad is because they are a microtransaction. The reasons are one and the same, but actually no. There's a whole host of reasons why even if you accept microtransactions, you should hate Minecoins, and the first of these is, well, simply put, the casino aspect. Have you ever been to a casino? Like Las Vegas? I certainly have, and if you have been, you'll know what happens is when you go in there, they take some of your money, they'll take some of your real-world cash, which you can spend on real things. It's got Winston Churchill and the Queen on it. They take your real-world money, which you have an emotional connection to, and they'll replace it with something worthless, like a chip. This is what they'll give you. And so, even though you know this is worth £5, and at any point this can be changed for £5, taking it and giving you this instead removes the emotional attachment to spending it.
Yep.
Therefore, I can roll this all on red and...
Oh, I love how people are actually waking up to the fact that of gambling now in video games. Like, holy shit, I've been calling this shit out since 2016.
Not be too surprised or too shocked when I lose it, and presumably be less violent as well. This is a good tactic for a casino that's trying to rinse the most money out of you, but is it a good tactic for a game that's meant to be, and that specifically aims advertisements at children? I would make a point about that.
No. I would argue it's not made for kids, but yes, it has now been advertised for kids. Really? The game decided that that having a game created for adults should not be made for adults because, well, adults do spend money, but adults are more likely to spend money if it's, for their kids. So, well, let's advertise it towards kids now, right? Yeah, fucking retards.
For a casino that's trying to rinse the most money out of you, but is it a good tactic for a game that's meant to be and that specifically aims advertisements at children? I would make a point about that otherwise. I think that removing your real-world money and turning it into Minecoins at a non-transparent rate is pretty bad by itself. I guess that could be point number 1. But point number 2 is the fact that even when you do make this horrendous exchange from $10 to 11 Minecoins, or from £17 to 4,850 Minecoins, even when you make these horrendous exchange rates where they deliberately obscure the real prices of things, even when you decide to do this, you're never going to get the right number of Minecoins for the purchase that you're trying to make. This is kind of rough, right? Having to buy 1,000 of something when you only need 600. But what makes this even rougher is the fact that even though you could argue, like, well, this costs 600, then buy something that costs 400. Like that, it's not up to me to determine what you buy in the marketplace. But what is up to you is the fact that your Minecoin balance is visible everywhere, making sure that you want to buy these things. But your Minecoin balance also can go down by really obscure amounts. Look at mine, for example, that's shown throughout this video. It ends in a 7. What am I going to do with 7 Minecoins? The answer is nothing, and that's the third and most really horrific part of the marketplace. The entire understanding behind its existence. The reason there is no response from the community is because a large number of people, both in the creator side of things, particularly any map makers from the Java side, if they want to make this professional, they love it. Any super large YouTubers, the log.zips of the world, they are all in on the marketplace, and understandably too, right? Even Hermitcraft has their own map out there. But what's interesting is the fact that all of these people are on board of the marketplace because the idea is a substantial percentage of each sale goes to the creators. This is the agreement behind microtransactions. However, the fun thing is, have you ever heard that Starbucks? There's actually one right here. Have you ever heard that Starbucks is actually a bank? That's because when people buy their gift card balances, some percent of those will just expire. Minecoins are this to an extreme degree because it almost feels like back alley dealing. It's what a perfect location I've accidentally chosen. It feels like a back alley dealing to say, yeah, you buy 1,000 Minecoins specifically to support creators. When you spend 500 to get, like a nice map that you care about, we'll give, 200 of those or whatever to the creator, and then with the remaining 300, we obviously have to pay for the marketplace, and those 500 they didn't buy, guess what? That's us too. Woo! I think that this is absolutely crazy because it's not even like Minecraft just accidentally ended up with these tiers. Have you ever tried buying things on the marketplace without using Minecoins? It is technically possible. Because of the revolt over Minecoins, they decided to add real-world purchases, but the sneaky thing that they did was
make it more expensive.
Something that costs 310 Minecoins, you have to buy 350 and have 40 left over. If you want to buy 660 for a map, you have to buy 700 and have some left over. This is something they concede to you when you're making the purchase because even though they are legally required to have real-world purchases, or at least they deemed in many countries they were going to have problems and they didn't, they worked out that they still want to have that little creaming at the top, and that is a ridiculous thing to do. Public sources on what the percents are have gone out there, and sadly I cannot comment on these besides saying, yeah, when you have a system that is meant to be all about supporting creators, doing everything you can to explicitly not support creators and instead turn your game into a back alley casino, or if we're being honest, is a front alley casino even that much better? This isn't okay. If this is a game that you want to target towards children, you've got to be responsible with how you get money from them. But yeah, let's get back to Minecraft. It's nice in the real world. Bedrock is the real hardcore version of Minecraft,
Yep.
and although that seems hard to believe on the surface, allow me to show you why it's true. Let's take the Phantom Mob. It's widely accepted as being the game's most annoying. If you play on the Java
It's so
edition,
easy on
when
Java, it's a baby.
It will deal 2 damage on easy or normal, or if you're playing on the mighty hard difficulty, it will deal 3. If
Oh,
you're playing on
3
Bedrock,
damage.
on the lowest difficulty possible, the Phantom will be able to deal this much damage. I don't know why sometimes they attack and sometimes they go for the sky, but on the Bedrock version of the game, they'll deal 4 damage points. That's more than they will
Minimum
on hard.
on
And
easy.
if you're playing on hard difficulty, they'll deal a whopping 9 damage.
I was gonna
to
say
you,
8, but
meaning
damn.
Just 2 Phantom hits will get you down to a single heart. And remember, those hearts will heal at a much slower rate.
Yeah, so fuck you, Java bitches. They're so annoying. Fucking cunts. Try it on Bedrock.
And then the hardest challenge that most players want to do, the Wither, is substantially more true, because unlike on the Java version, where the Wither is one consistent boss fight, the Bedrock Wither is a real nightmare of one, and let me show you why that's true. I've got a Power 5 bow, and so this should be one of the easiest challenges ever. This is how many Java players take down the Wither. However, what's really fun about the Wither is it doesn't just have more health on Bedrock to make sure that you have to use more time and ammunition and more explosions in your world, it seems, but also, once you get to the halfway point on the Wither, if you decide to use a ranged weapon, like most sane people would choose to do, against a mob that has so much damage and explodability, well, here's what happens. You might not have ever seen this before, but the Wither has a second initialization phase where she becomes invincible, and then she starts charging at you. This second phase cannot be fired at, because the arrows will simply bounce off her before not hitting, and she will also do far more damage to your world. I've made a video before about how this can be abused and you can use it to your advantage, but for most players, this makes the Wither absolutely terrifying, and all of the extra damage she does to your world, well, that's permanent, but the damage she does to you can be healed much more slowly too. Seriously, I'm playing on easy difficulty where, let's be honest, most mobs aren't as much of a stretch, but still, even when I'm taking just 2 hearts of damage per hit, I still need to spend 16 seconds in between those hits to actually heal up.
Fucking
I cannot
bitch.
stress this enough. Every single part of Minecraft is harder because the Wither and Ender Dragon are harder, because if you want a beacon for your mining project... Oh, something's wrong with this one, it seems. Thank you, Wither, for fixing that. But if you want a beacon for your next mining project, that will be harder. Therefore, the mining project itself is harder. If you want to go to the end to do anything there, well, defeating the Ender Dragon first is going to be harder. Every single part of the game relies on, at some point, defeating these bosses, at least in the late game, and every single challenge that is just a smidgen harder here or there when it comes to difficulty is a drastic amount harder when you consider that even with the best food the game has to offer, I'm healing this slowly, armor becomes therefore much more important, and all sorts of other potions become more important, meaning that the entire vibe of the game does change. This is an interesting point because this is the version of the game that is made for phones. If you are playing...
Yeah, I beat the Wither on hardcore on my fucking mobile phone, so checkmate.
Free damage from your phantoms, and you get 1 phase withers with...
And I was the first in the world to do it, so everybody who says, no, this other person was the first, no, you're not getting, no, somebody else did, no, you cheated, go fuck your moms, all of you pieces of worthless fucking shit. I was the first in the world, and I'll die on that hill. In and out of the beta.
Much more important, and all sorts of other potions become more important, meaning that the entire vibe of the game does change. This is an interesting point because this is the version of the game that is made for phones. If you are playing on your Linux device and you're a super pro extreme gamer, you get free damage from your phantoms and you get 1 phase withers with this much health. And if you're playing on a phone with touchscreen controls, you get this healing, you get this level of wither, and it's just ridiculous when you really think about that. And it makes you think.
Yep, because the PC version is meant to be easier than the mobile version. Because Java developers suck at the game. That's why they all play Java. The developers suck, so they all play Java.
The Bedrock version of these fights seemingly must be correct, because otherwise they would add it to Java. Every single weird feature from Bedrock has been removed, even the one that the community loves, to make sure that it matches Java, but this one does not. And so that tells us that it's a matter of the Java getting the Bedrock Wither and the Bedrock Ender Dragon, rather than the other way around, which has the interesting knock-on effect of saying, yes, the version for phones is the harder version, but clearly seems like the correct one, not just because they are, oh man, it's tricky, not just because they haven't fixed it, spooky sky, not just because they haven't chosen to change it to match the Java version, but also because of the fact that Notch, very early onto Minecraft, said very publicly on his Tumblr blog, that was the way he did it at the time, that he believed that Minecraft difficulty should go from challenging to impossible. And so,
yes,
is the Bedrock
I
version
agree.
of Minecraft with its difficulties and its beautiful description?
I don't think it's hard enough yet.
Honestly, I don't like the description, but I like
it's too easy.
Is it that Minecraft Bedrock is actually the true impossible difficulty? Well, this video certainly shows that whether it's intentional or not, it definitely is. Speaking of definitely is, this is my good pal the Wither. He's stopped doing his little glowy thing now. Do you think that means I can hit him with a bow? No. Look at that. Does any other mob just have full ranged impunity besides the Enderman? Anyway, speaking of the Enderman,
the Breeze does now.
I've got to talk about some shifty dealings going on in Minecraft now. Not to sound like an old man, but back when I was born, the way video games came out is they released and they were done. There was no way to get an update.
Fuck, that was me too, and I'm only 26 now. Just turned 26, so 25 a little bit ago.
However, with the Xbox 360 generation, everything changed as suddenly you were able to update the software for your games. However, to make sure that these updates didn't break people's existing games, they had to go through a rigorous certification process. This originally used to cost these software creators quite a bit of money, but nowadays it's considered to be a free thing that every platform has to provide. But this certification process is one of the big nooses around the neck of the Bedrock edition. You see, the Java version is certified by Mojang, whereas the Bedrock version is certified by Nintendo, Sony, iPhones, as well as Android and the Xbox themselves corporation, while also having to go through the Windows Store and everywhere else you might expect it. Yes, that includes the Amazon Kindle Store for some reason, but interestingly, it means that Bedrock updates get 3 weeks less development time. This wouldn't be so bad if we were talking about 3 weeks over the course of 1 year, as used to happen with the major yearly updates, but now that there is a Minecraft update coming out every 3 months, in addition to the Bedrock monthly ones, it means that there is 3 weeks of development time being missed in a 3-month period, which is 25% less. Now, in theory, this would mean that there is 25% less dev time to add 25% fewer features, but thankfully that hasn't been matched by, I'm just kidding, the Java version gets all sorts of new features, meaning that parity gets far, far worse every day, and Bedrock gets far, far worse.
While they scream parody from the rooftops.
And ultimately, this
Fucking
is a chapter that I
retards.
wanted to leave nice and short, because it's a big problem, but one that I think we can actually say isn't Microsoft's fault. They could have not moved to the drop system, or they could have indeed worked around the drop system better and used the preview period to make sure that they're not releasing any game-breaking bugs. But as far as the certification itself, it's always going to exist, and so there's always going to be a 3-week lead time on Bedrock updates, which just makes it a harder game to update than Java, and that is just the conclusion for this. Speaking of conclusion, more than ever, it feels like a decent proportion of our society is led by narratives that they've heard from somewhere else. This can be reading the YouTube comments before deciding what to type yourself, or it can be what we see in the Minecraft community, where there are giant sentiments that are shared by everyone without a real nuanced belief of what it means. People wanted to cancel the mob vote because
I never did. Fuck that bullshit.
But we cancelled the mob vote and that didn't happen. People wanted an end update because it was good and it was going to be great. But what actually people want from it, entirely different things. I think most people would be happier. I'm happy with most other people's end update, and it just seemed like we were all united under this cause. And the same thing is true for Bedrock being broken. Complaining about Minecraft, Bedrock actually don't play a whole ton of it, whereas most people who do play a lot of Minecraft, Bedrock have got these issues that just sit under the surface that they don't think are the biggest of deals, because if they were, people would be mentioning them, and that's why it's so important that we break the narrative that Minecraft Bedrock is simply bad because it's buggy and sometimes kills you, or because it's got the microtransactions, because these are awful, and they are valid reasons not to like the game if you come from this OG Java position where they don't exist, but the actual fundamental things that need reforming as opposed to just scrapping, because we exist in a world where we know Minecraft Bedrock isn't just going to vanish tomorrow. If Minecraft Bedrock is going to exist, it's important that they fix the audio, that they make a user interface that first of all works and doesn't micro-lag your game every single time you load in or every single time you press a button, but also one that they actually update all at once rather than one tiny little piece every 2 months for 6 years, as we're currently seeing. It's important they make real decisions about that and parity, because they are currently taking a lot of Java features, but without really being sure about which ones. They need to work out the healing and just bring in Java combat already if they're not going to make a new system. They need to make sure that they play the game, because so many bugs are spotted if you just play the game before putting it out there. This is crucial, but it's also crucial that they understand that Minecraft Bedrock is harder, and that needs to be a clear decision, or it needs to be something they really do. But most crucially of all, rather than just complaining about bugs, you should complain about the fact that some of those bugs are disastrously game-breaking and could be fixed by playing the game on a more substantial basis. But also, rather than just complaining about, oh, they sell skin packs and texture packs, complain that they are using Minecoins in a horrifically predatory, in every single way they could make their microtransactions offensive and, not fit for the people they are marketing it to. They have done precisely that. This is a real shame if you ask me, because there is so much potential behind Bedrock. Having a cross-platform version of the game, having it be able to have such great performance metrics because it runs in a more effective language than Java, having all of these high-quality features and still managing to make what people call micro-slop is what I think is the real shame. And so rather than just hating Bedrock because it's Bedrock and Bedrock must be bad, rather than just saying Bedrock is broken because trust me, there's bugs, I saw some videos on Reddit, hopefully you can use some experience, if not of what I've said, then what you've seen today, and we can hopefully all be more effective. If that's true, hopefully we all live into a world where we see a better Bedrock, but maybe that's being too hopeful. We'll have to wait and see until 2026 to see what Minecraft's got up its sleeves for us. But for now, I hope you all enjoyed, and I guess I'll be going back to Las Vegas to gamble the proceeds of this video, huh? I'm sure I'll get lucky this time. Thank you for joining me on this hour-long odyssey, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. When people complain about Bedrock, they often talk about death bugs or microtransactions, but the truth is, wow, that is actually horrifically loud.
Good video. He went into a lot of detail on the stupid game. Damn, guys, I got something fucking like a loogie in my throat. It's annoying. Oh well. And there we go. Ship is secured. about right here. Alright, I'm gonna start digging up in a second, guys. I'll be right back. Gonna get a dab and some stuff, so yeah, be right back, guys. Hey, just a little random question, but who actually tells people to go, or who tells people they fuck their moms, Like, I'm not gonna go tell somebody, hey, I fuck your mom. No, I'm gonna be telling that person, hey, go fuck your mom. Personally, it's a worse insult than telling somebody that you fuck their mom. You tell them to go fuck their mom.
see that.
If I say one damn thing, man. One damn thing.
I like I like that kind of stuff. I wish that there were more streams that were more unhinged. Like whenever I see somebody that's like completely going off the rails.
Oh, you mean like fucking me?
I know that it's actually going to be exciting to watch because I won't know what to predict.
Exactly.
That's some old school Twitch stuff.
Yeah, just like some
Wild.
really great.
Yeah.
Or kick stuff.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, yeah. Kick is wild.
Well, just wait till ours week.
What?
I am kick.
Get this.
Okay.
So,
Happy Days played 3533, I guess. What'd the baby turtle ever do to the poor doggo? Why are you still live? Like, bro, come on. It's only been 3.5 hours-ish, give or take, you know, for this stream. Not that long. Just gotta clean up and do a little bit of work on the realm, you know. Trying to get this thing to 10k days, the usual. I also should probably plug in because I'm 3/4 of the way alive, 1/4 dead. But yeah, how you doing, good sir? I was gonna say good bro, but good sir, good bro, sir. You started streaming before I left for school? Damn, that do be. Yes. Sometimes it happens. Just got done with the test. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yes, sir. Bro, that fucking hitbox was not where his model was. Oh, a clapper. Bro, are you for real? You hit a fucking thingy pole. Can you please fork off? I'm trying to do stuff. And you're really making it annoying. I don't think they care though. How the fuck is this witch over here? Just chilling by the light. Yeah. Really? Damn it, thought I hit him. Oh well. Oh, the sun's coming up again. perfection. Now all I gotta do is wait for nighttime, and then I can check to make sure these are all placed properly and that the entire base is lit up. Hindsight, I probably should have went to sleep last night before the sun came up in the game, but fuck it. My Minecraft character is going to be like me in real life. He just forgets to sleep sometimes. Also forgets to eat. But I don't think my Minecraft character usually has a problem with that, because I have an indicator bar there. You know, if I had one in real life, it'd probably be easier to remember too, but sadly we don't got that. Also, I think the original saying back in the day, I could be wrong on this, so don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure the original saying was easy peasy Japanesey, but they ended up changing that because it was considered racist, you know, when the boom on the Japan. But yeah, 33333, yeah, we had 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. Anyway, yeah, that's just my my little bit of information that could or that may or may not be true, that I wanted to, you know, add in there just for the easy peasy, lemon squeezy stuff. But yeah, now I just gotta wait a little bit until nighttime, and as soon as nighttime hits, I should theoretically be able to double check stuff over, so I'm probably just gonna AFK here and do a few things while I'm waiting for night. Alright, guys. For this time, I'm not going to check them. Nah, fuck it. I'll try to check a little. Damn, I was gonna say I'm not gonna check it. I thought the phantoms are gonna be spawning, but I guess they're not.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, this looks pretty well lit. I should probably make sure the water's lit up. But other than that, it looks pretty decent. You're caught on the wall, buddy? Yeah, a phantom was trying to swoop down and get me, but his little AI system got two of them. They got caught on the wall, and they're like, alright, fuck this shit, and they just flew back up. My Trump wall's already taking effect. Build the wall, oh, build it tall. You know, I need to check that one video from Luke the Notable. I need to I need to record it and then upload it on YouTube to see if it is copyright claimed, because if it is, then they're going to be like, oh, that video is copyright struck, and then I'll just delete the video. But if it's not, then I can play it in my live streams and just have it blasting in the background as I build my wall, yeah, built it tall, or whatever he says.
Yup.
Or I built my wall like 100 blocks tall, some shit.
100 of them bitches.
Yeah. Alright, I might need to take a DOG OUT. And if I say those words, the DOG will start going crazy, so that's why I'm spelling it. So I'll be back in a little bit. I just gotta go do that with the DOG, yeah.
No.
breaking news from just now. EU fined X, the platform, 120 million euros under the Digital Services Act. Now, for those of you that are unaware what the Digital Services Act, it's the government wants to censor people. And unfortunately for the government, Twitter does not censor people. So, because Elon Musk bought it. So they are trying to censor people now. Welcome to reality. This is extortion. This is essentially saying if X doesn't pay us 120 million euros...
Gee, it's almost like I'm always predicting the future. It's almost like people should listen to me more often. Almost like that. I'm not saying it is that. I'm just saying it's almost like that, you know? It's almost like everything I say ends up happening in the next 5 to 10 years at maximum, 15, but usually it's 5 to 10 at max. The usually 5 to 10 at max means like it can be 15 maximum, but the quote-unquote max is usually 5 to 10. Anyway, I'm gonna need to restart the game because we're fucking bugging out. And it's annoying, so yeah, we'll be right back.
We're gonna cook you guys. This is government slop to censor people. This is extortion. This is essentially saying if X doesn't pay us 120 million euros, we're gonna cook you guys. This is government slop to censor people because they really hate the fact that people on social media are noticing that. Oh my god, is this a guy from Sudan who came off of a boat illegally and stabbed 2 people with a pair of scissors?
You know, I was just thinking of that. And what's the statistic? Like 13% makes up like 50% of the crime, and obviously people are gonna be like, "Oh, you're racist for pointing that out." Fuck off! I don't give a damn what you think. I'll fucking state facts no matter what anybody says. So fucking thinking about that, if you're being realistic, it's probably more like 7% or 7.5% at max, because you probably got half actually trying to be normal everyday citizens, and then you got the other half that are like, "Oh fuck it, I don't care, I'll do whatever." And then to top it all off, you have these fucking groups in the government, these judges and shit like that are literally trying their damnedest to let them off on every and anything they can. So if you're thinking about it, it's probably more like 75% of that, and then crimes that aren't caught or whatever. So the ones that aren't caught, I mean, obviously, like everybody else, there's going to be crimes that nobody catches or whatever. But then when you have the judges and fucking communities and groups trying to let the people off or whatever, I feel like the percentage is even higher than what they say. So you have a smaller percent of the people than 13%. It's probably more like 7.5 or 7% at max. And then you have them committing more than 50% of the crimes, theoretically, if they're trying, if some of the stuff that they get let off of doesn't, quote-unquote, count towards a crime committed, then, well, theoretically, they committed 75% of the crimes, and we got them off 25% of the time, so now it's good, or some shit like that. I don't know, but it just seems like it's probably higher than they're leading on for us to believe, in my personal opinion, but, yeah. I don't know, fuck the mainstream media, fuck the people's narratives, fuck societal norms, fuck people's labels for fucking fear tactics and shit. Fuck their false validation. Fuck everything and fuck everyone.
People on social media are noticing that. Oh my god, is this a guy from Sudan who came off of a boat illegally and stabbed 2 people with a pair of scissors? That's pretty bad, actually. He really wants to cover this stuff up. So the EU is essentially a gigantic bully over here, trying to bully Twitter into refusing to allow their citizens to actually get information.
Sounds about right.
It's an actual authoritarian regime. It really is. So Elon Musk says, how long before the EU is gone? Abolish the EU.
Yep,
the
abolish the EU, fucking bastards.
Individual countries. Dude is straight up beefing with the European Union. The European Commission imposed a $120 million fine on X for 3 violations. Misleading paid verification badges, which is a nothing burger, unlabeled ads in its repository, which is a nothing burger, and insufficient data access for researches, which is a nothing burger. The reality is, in my opinion, the reason why they're doing it is because they want to ban people, because they don't want freedom of speech. They don't want people to actually get information. Trump is pissed about this. Elon is very pissed about this. X plans to comply where feasible, but argues researcher access clashes with user privacy with an appeal option in the EU courts. Musk posts sharp criticism urging the EU's abolition to restore national sovereignty amid echoes from figures like Viktor Orban. He's the Hungary prime minister or something. But U.S. officials decrying the move as an attack on American tech. This is so based, it's crazy. Viktor Orban releases this. Basically saying that the EU is drowning in corruption. Commissioners face serious charges. Commission and Parliament are engulfed in scandal. People do not understand what we're doing, guys. Welcome to the EU's bureaucratic empire where democracy goes to die. Completely true. completely true. The Commission's attack on X says it all. When the Bruxellian overlords come, they reach for the mines. Europe needs free speech, not unelected bureaucrats deciding what we can read or say. Hats off to Elon Musk for holding the line. This is exactly what's happening. And imagine treating the claim that sovereignty should return to the individual country so government can better represent the people as evidence of being an enemy of humanity. And this is what they all say. This is literally the leftoid cuckery everywhere. Elon Musk is an enemy of Europe and humanity. Because he wants people's votes to matter? Because he wants freedom of speech to exist? Go to Mars. There's no censorship, no Nazi salutes over there. Elon Musk calls to abolish the European Union. This is a massive battle, an actual generational war that we're witnessing. Because honestly, stories like this just don't get covered properly in the actual media. And as proof, this just happened last night. This is a situation where 10 people were killed. Look at this, man. Obviously, I'm not going to show you the actual video, but this is a video of 10 dead because a car rammed into a Christmas market in France. And you want to know the craziest part?
That's not
this
funny,
wasn't
but
reported by the media.
That's funny.
A full 8 hours of this being talked about on Twitter.
It's not funny. Don't laugh.
India news sites. Indian news sites reported this. Why would they report this? Why would they report the story of the Muslim that killed 10 people ramming a car into a Christmas market? Why wouldn't they tell the story? How is this not national? How is this not in the news? How is the first news site to pick it up? India news after 8 hours of this being viral on Twitter. Well, India media picked it up. This tweet has 16 million views on Twitter, so everyone knows it. And are you really surprised? Are you really surprised? Are you really actually that shocked or surprised when they want to ban Twitter and they want to fine Twitter infinitely? Like, no shit they want to ban Twitter. No shit they want to fine Twitter because they want to control their people. Now, here's Morgan, just did a debate on his show. There's someone in jail. Someone got 10 years in prison in the United Kingdom for saying the word, because you have to understand what we're doing here. This is crazy.
Saying the word what?
We're gonna probably watch one of the most mind-numbingly cringe debates of all time. I'm waiting for the wake-up moment where people realize, oi, my friends out, we're actually living in an authoritarian regime. Let's see.
11 police officers turned up. Yeah. They basically said you had committed a hate crime by using that F word in a private.
F word?
Fuck or faggot?
It was in a text message! Bro, she used the word in a text message and they managed to get that information. First of all, that's just they're watching all the text messages. You got arrested for 10 years, bro. 10 years!
For saying faggot?
If the state can
The government's a faggot. They suck dicks in hell. And I'll literally rape every fucking one that says otherwise.
That's exactly why they're terrified of Twitter. Look at their
In
complaint.
Minecraft.
Look at their complaint. X plans to comply where feasible because they, here it is. Misleading paid verification, unlabeled ads in repository, insufficient data. Bro, it is so obvious, man. It's so obvious. They really are just trying to own their people. Like actual infinite Orwellian surveillance.
Actually, you don't have a free nation there. Kissinger was like, you know what, I am homophobic. And I said it because I'm homophobic. That's her business, right? You can say what you want.
Something can be a homophobic slur, even if a person doesn't realize that that's what they're doing.
Bro.
Fuck off,
Right,
faggots.
you have every single right to be homophobic. You just want an excuse to ban X and keep Europe in the dark, obviously. Yeah.
Andrew, would you use that word?
I use it all the time.
Are you kidding me? What even is happening?
You know, I'm gonna make a word for people that don't like faggots. And then label people that, you fucking piece of shit. I can't believe you're not inclusive and don't like people that don't like fucking retards that want in the asshole.
Like, this is the retard Olympics.
One of the best ways to describe friends. Right?
Any minute now, we are going to see the annual controversy about the Pogues' great song Fairy Tale of New York, which has the famous lyric, you scumbag, you maggot, you cheap lousy.
The Oxford English Dictionary has just named rage bait as its word of the year. They define it as content deliberately designed to elicit outrage by being frustrating, provocative, or offensive. And it was only appropriate to mention that story given the hullabaloo over my polite reticence to use the F word. And no, as you're probably well aware, it's not that F word.
Would you say the word on camera?
No.
Why?
You don't want to get arrested, do you? You're arrested. Oh my god, this is just absolute cinema. I was just talking about
faggot,
Tucker Carlson is an actual page hill.
fucking faggot, 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 faggot. I'll say it all day on camera. Exactly. Fuck shit ass bitch, cunt, pussy whip, fucking bitch made ass faggots.
So harmful to people? Is it like gay bashing? What's wrong with that?
Actually, my whole issue with the whole trans debate, for example, is...
Suck stir a shotgun, faggot.
saying derogatory stuff about trans people.
This guy is so pathetic, it's fucking crazy. Like, this dude is accepted with open arms, alright, by right-wing people just because he thinks that the woke shit went too far. This dude is a hardcore fucking leftoid cuck. It's insane. I can't stand these people.
Tucker Carlson makes sense.
You have every right to be transphobic. You have every right to be homophobic, alright? You have every right to believe in the Bible, alright? You have every right to believe in your religion. That's right, Because it says in the Bible that, you know, you shouldn't castrate yourself.
Yep, fun fact. These faggots nowadays, they're like, you can't be homophobic. Guess what? You're saying I can't do what my religion says. So therefore, you're going against my religion. The religion that America was based off of. No matter how much you want to sit there and argue and deny facts, America was founded on Christian values. So go suck, start a shotgun, and fucking rot in hell, you fucking faggots.
It's literally in the Bible. Do not castrate yourself. You will no longer be welcomed into the community of God. Alright? It literally says that. It directly said that a man should not sleep with another man as a woman. It's literally stated in the Bible. If you believe in the Bible, then that doesn't make you automatically a bad guy that needs to go to jail. Also, transphobia is not irrational. It's not irrational. I've seen the mass shooting.
To make the point that women's rights should be protected, you don't need to.
But the argument isn't like, dude, I also want women's rights to be protected. I don't want trans people in sports either because I want women's rights to be protected. But also, there's only two genders, all right? It's not hateful or hurtful to say a fact, which is there are two genders, okay? Like, what are we doing? Like, Piers Morgan thinks that everyone thinks the same way as him. Like, but you're so dishonest, it's crazy.
Well, I agree. So what?
I also want their women to be protected, obviously. Also, there's two genders, and these people need an asylum.
So I don't believe it needlessly smearing
anybody. I just think.
But why would you use that word?
Yeah, I just did.
But would you? Okay, but why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to.
Why? Because it's a word.
I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to.
Say I love gay people.
Use that word. Yeah,
I just did.
But would you? Okay, but why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to.
Why? Because it's a word.
I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to.
Say I love gay people.
I'm allowed to. I just choose not to.
He's not showing the full clip? That slimy arse? Oh, you absolute buffoon. You fake fraud. You absolute cunt. Let me check.
Yeah, you ready?
No, we're not.
Do you say gay and retard? Do you say gay and retard?
I say gay. I wouldn't use the R word. I personally wouldn't. Yeah.
I wouldn't use retard.
Get out of here, man. Oh my god. This is crazy level of cuckery.
Are you think it should be legal to abort a Down syndrome baby?
I'm exercising my free speech right not to use that word.
Totally agree. I actually don't use the N-word ever because I think it's ugly.
Pussy. You're gonna sit here and grandstand about words?
Exactly.
Absolute coward.
Fucking pussy. Everyone and anyone who says you can't use certain words, you're a fucking bitch-made ass beta male and you should fucking kill yourself.
If you're gonna sit here and you're gonna
I don't care what word it is. You can use any word. Fuck them bitches.
absolutely need to get obliterated. Yeah.
Yep.
Say it.
Hold up.
Say it, bitch. Absolute coward.
Don't say by your own.
I kind of agree. I'm not even. I'm absolute pussy bitch coward. If you're gonna sit here and you're gonna grandstand about how it's just words, then you absolutely need to get obliterated. Yeah, say it, bitch. Say it. Oh my god, what an absolute loser.
Well, we'll talk about the F word again shortly with my panel, who are standing by, but Tucker Carlson's claim that I could be arrested for saying
He plays such frauds, it's crazy. Like, everyone's such a loser.
for saying it was based on a real story he'd read in the Daily Mail. A nursing home worker had been arrested and convicted, he said, for using that word in text messages about a man she claimed had assaulted her. As I said in the interview, it sounded utterly ridiculous. Ladies in a string of examples of an assault on free speech in the UK. But I hadn't actually read the story. I said I'd look into it afterwards. That's exactly what I did, and I'm pleased to say that Elizabeth Kinney, the mother of four who was convicted over her text messages, joins me in the studio now. Elizabeth, thank you for coming in and joining
Convicted for texting the word. Oh my god.
us today for this debate. Just first of all, just to clear up exactly what happened to you, explain to me and the viewers what went down.
I was assaulted by a male acquaintance.
Physically or sexually?
Physically.
Physically.
It wasn't my ex-partner. It was a friend, like a group of friends. The female acquaintance that she was getting jealous over me because she started seeing my ex-partner. So she was trying to cause trouble for me, which ended up resulting in me getting attacked. After that, obviously, I went to the hospital.
Don't the people in the UK call cigarettes fags? Oh hey mate, I'm gonna go blow a fag out back. You wanna join me? And yet they're offended by people saying fag or faggot in a text. What a bunch of fucking faggots.
the hospital, and I sent her messages and pictures of my injuries, just to prove like what she'd caused. And obviously I was very upset at the time. I'd had like inflammation on my brain. I had a skull fracture, which made me not really feel like myself at the time. I was very upset, and I was like angry with what had happened to me, which made me like say messages that I really wouldn't have said.
So you sent her. Wait, hold on. Time.
Yeah, you wouldn't have said it.
Some guy beat the shit out of her. Then she texted that and she got arrested for 10 years. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you what the Orwellian fuck is happening? What?
There are a load of messages. Would you
have like rape gangs wandering around that they don't arrest. Alright, and this woman, after getting assaulted and her skull fractured, called someone and they arrested her. Oh my god.
Why is he censoring the word faggot or fag?
Pointing to the fact that what had happened to me, I only just sent her pictures of my injuries. And,
is he that afraid they're gonna censor fag?
Cause this much trouble for me and stuff, and make up lies, and like which now resulted in me being attacked. And
she then reported you.
Yeah.
For harassing messages.
Yeah, it was a 5-minute.
Hello officer, can you please assist me? What appears to be the trouble, sir? It's very important. I was just texted the word by an acquaintance of mine who was beaten up by her husband. Can you please arrest her immediately? Oh, she said the word, didn't she?
Minutes period of time when I just...
Actual Karen-owned society. Karens and Islam owns a UK. It's so over, bro.
You know when the police come to me?
Well, I was shocked. I didn't expect that. I mean...
Because these are private text messages.
Throughout my life, I've had messages with my friends, and we've fallen out, and we've said things that aren't very nice to each other, but you would never really expect that to go any further than that.
I've had 11 police officers turn up.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I left my front door open, I was waiting for my dad to come to the house, I was actually...
Every police officer in the UK that does that type of shit, I wish with all my heart that when they're sitting home one day, the PTSD kicks in and it's just too much and it's overwhelming, and they think of all the victims that they fucking caused to have trouble over the year and all the lives they've ruined, and they just fucking think to themselves, I can't do this any fucking more, and then blow their own fucking brains out. In Minecraft, of course. Never in real life. That's what I will hope. That's what I wish. That's what I pray for. Fuck those faggots. They're a bunch of cuck, bitch-made ass fucking whores. Like, holy shit. UK has gone to hell in a handbag.
It's actually in the bath.
She's sitting in the bath. 11 police officers came in and arrested her for texting about someone that beat the shit out of her.
They opened the door themselves.
And just came in?
Okay.
And you were in the bath?
Yeah.
And what did they say to you?
Well, I heard my name, which was one female out of the lot of them.
And 10 male officers?
Yeah. And then I heard my name, and I thought, well, it might be my sister, because it didn't sound like someone who was... Because obviously I was upstairs in the bath. And then I just come up the stairs. And
you have to pay attention to whatever's happening, man, in the UK, because we're next, alright? Unless we actually crush this mind virus, we're next. Alright, next leftist president we get is going to start instituting this shit. Like, Tim Walz is already trying to say, governor of Minnesota is already trying to say that, calling someone a retard is an incitement of violence. Like, you don't understand, man.
What
like,
a fucking retard.
Scary. Two people in Florida were arrested for
he should honestly kill himself.
Alright? Like, dude, it's getting scary, man. Like, this is serious and scary. And the EU is trying their absolute best to clamp down on this shit.
They didn't give me any privacy or anything. Like, I had to...
You were naked?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Disgusted and really upset. I was crying my eyes out.
And what did they say to you? What did they say they were there for?
Well, I was just asking them, can they just leave the female officer, and can they please go downstairs, as obviously I was upset, and I had no clothes on, and he kind of wanted to watch me get changed, and I was very upset.
She had 11 officers watching her get changed, naked, arresting her, dragging her off for saying a word from the text. Like, bro, what the fuck?
It's about that. In the end, they did send them.
That's why I hope every single one of them has the PTSD kick in, and they just fucking realize that they are the problem, and they just fucking, boom. Problem solved now, right?
Males down the stairs, and the female officer sat with me, and I was crying my eyes out. I was really upset, and then I said, well, what are you even here for? Because I was shocked. I was in utter shock. And
every single person that calls Trump fascist and a Nazi needs to immediately self-deport to the United Kingdom. This is the craziest thing ever.
He said, for malicious communications.
In Islam, women have no rights, and all of a sudden in the UK, they're arresting women naked.
Hate crime and malicious communications, and I said, what for? And she's obviously, they said we'll discuss that when we get to the basically to the police
So you
station.
go to the station, and then they outline that it's these messages you sent to this friend that you've had this argument with, all connected to the fact that you yourself, as you say, have been assaulted. I'm not going to get into that so much. Is one of the more inflammatory things about this whole story, which Tucker Carlson picked up on, was
I'm not going to let women vote overwhelmingly for laws like this. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, 100%. The feminization of the West is why the West is falling apart. And it's really obvious. It's because men refuse to be men, and women are taught to abort their children. And essentially, like, it's the radical feminization of the West that is our destruction. And realistically, I bet she voted left. Like, he's a leftist, all right? Make it clear. Piers Morgan is a liberal guy. He's a leftist, all right? And my guess is, so is she. Probably. Statistically. The majority of women are. So the reality is she probably voted for these laws. I mean, obviously, she doesn't deserve
My
to have this
brother's
happen,
girlfriend was
but
for the longest time.
Fucked up, man.
the course of these text messages, you use
The mind virus is real. That's why they want to feminize men, because they realize that the majority of women vote for their fucking Democratic Party. So if they can make men act like women and feminize men, they can get men to think like women, and they can get men to vote like women. It's all fucking mind game. It's psychological warfare. They're trying to fucking destroy humanity, all for their own self-validation and pleasure. We do not matter to them. We're nothing but numbers. And if they need to turn men into women to get them to think like fucking retards, then so be it. You guys will be turned into women, you'll cut off your dicks, and you'll fucking fight for it, and you'll enjoy it.
What to say? It's do what you like.
No! You quite literally can't do what you like, Mr. Piers Morgan Uncensored. Alright, you literally can't do what you like, or you will get arrested.
Yep.
That word, did you intend it in the messages to be a derogatory slur?
What even is this question? Literally, who cares?
Because that is the alleged crime.
Oh my God.
You were promoting hate towards gay people.
Why can't you promote hate towards gay people? I don't understand.
Gay people deserve hate.
Like, it's literally not a free country. You should be able to promote whatever the fuck you want.
Gay people should become a statistic.
Removing passages from Bibles.
Just because it pisses you off.
It's inevitable. For the record, I actually know multiple schools that they do this. They remove passages that are homophobic from Bibles. I am not even joking. And I spoke to an administrator at one of these schools. Actually, a Jewish school I know that does this. I know a Christian school that does this. And I spoke to an administrator, and I asked them, like, what are you doing? You're teaching the Bible. You're removing verses. And the answer was, we have to change the Bible to fit with the times. Like, I literally wanted to throw up in my mouth.
Yep.
Like, what are you doing?
Fucking
Are you kidding
damn
me?
bastards.
It's like, if you believe it's the word of God, then you, sir, are. And if you don't believe it's the word of God, like,
Then what
why
the fuck are you doing? Yeah, exactly.
What's going on? Get ready. It's going to happen en masse. You'll see.
Like, the only reason I follow the Bible in any way, shape, and or form is because I believe it's from God. If I didn't believe it was from God, then why the fuck would I even follow it? That would be so fucking retarded. Imagine that. Imagine knowing, like, obviously, in my mind, I know the Bible. Fuck, I didn't finish the wall. I know the Bible is factual, 100%. But imagine actually thinking the Bible is not factual, or thinking that you can change the Bible, which you think is the Word of God. That's even worse. So you have to think the Bible isn't factual. Like, imagine thinking the Bible is not factual, and then still following what the Bible says. At that point, you're just using it as a fucking money scheme. You're like, I don't believe in this shit, but I'm going to do what Hitler did and just keep promoting something I don't believe in, because as long as it works, I get money, you know? Like, scummy pieces of fucking shit. Either you're scummy for twisting the Word of God that you think is the Word of God, or you're scummy for using the Word of God as something that you don't even think is the Word of God. You're just using it as a crutch for people to get you money.
The anti-God party. Every single time. Every single time. A little bit of a tangent, but leftists are the anti-God party. They are the anti-God party. Every single time. Every single time. Every time. There's not a single leftist policy that is actually following biblical values. Not one. Pro-abortion? Like, what the fuck? Child murder, child castration, communism, all the LGBT stuff. Like, it is, every single policy is anti-God. It's actual heretic politics. Every single policy. Now, my big question is, do they know they're worshipping demons, or do they not realize they're worshipping demons?
Or do they not care?
First of all, a lot of
I don't think they care. I think they actually celebrate it and glorify it.
In any way, shape, or form.
And even if you were, You should have the right. What? What is going on?
The word in question is a word that in our town where we live, we associate that word with somebody who, well, mainly males who hit females. Like, it's never a word for a sexuality. It's always a word where we live in our context, as in, like, basically a weak person. For instance, my brother's best friend got sent off the pitch in football last week because one of the guys fell over and, you know, he called him that name. But it was just a joke. But he got sent off the pitch because, but in our context, like, it just means like
you got a heavier. I mean, in the end, you pleaded guilty. First of all, why did you plead guilty?
She pled. They made her plead guilty to hate crime for saying the text message.
My solicitor told me to, and I've never been in trouble before, and I was really concerned about it.
You had no criminal record.
No. I'm just saying personally, I would plead guilty too. Like, yep, 100% guilty. I said it. In fact, I want that on my record. You dumb piece of fucking shit. Put it on my record. Fuck you. Like, at that point, I'd take it with a badge of honor.
No.
Because the huge L take, honestly. Like, bro, I feel like you could defeat the English court super easily. If I would ever get arrested in England for saying the word, and they would bring me in front of a jury, you know what I would do? I would say, well, actually, I am a transgender gay man. And then it would be over.
See? Yes, I've said that before. That's why I can say faggot all day long, because what are you going to do? You're going to say that I'm not gay? You're going to literally sit here and tell me I'm not gay? That's so homophobic of you, you fucking piece of shit, faggot. I can say whatever I want if I'm a faggot, okay? So, yeah, you can't stop me because I'm not going to deny nor confirm if I am or am not. So, fuck yourself.
Because
what if I'm like Uncle Ruckus, you know? What if I just fucking hate other fags, but I'm a fag, huh? You ever think of that, YouTube? Fuck yourselves.
And it would be a claimed term. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to arrest a gay transgender for saying the word? Absolutely not. And
I fucking said that too.
This is the 4D chess you have to play.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's right. You bring them down to your level and you beat them with stupidity.
Malicious communication.
No, you go down to their level and then you beat them with stupidity, but yes.
Prosecutors, such as sending grossly offensive messages, can receive a hate crime sentence uplift if motivated by hostility towards a protected characteristic like race, religion, sexual orientation, or disability. So you got an uplifted sentence. They basically said you had committed a hate crime by using that F word, which, given that you had no intent to be homophobic with it, for the reasons you've outlined, this seems preposterous.
Yeah.
In a private text message.
I love how he's like, it's preposterous that they're getting you in prison as you used a term, not even hatefully. No. It's preposterous that they arrested her for using the word period, regardless of context. This is one of those things that context really doesn't matter.
Yep.
I didn't even say it to the person.
I agree with, because you are such a cuck, Pierce. You are an absolute cuck. The reason why it's preposterous isn't because she didn't say it in a hateful way. Alright? It's preposterous because she got arrested for using a word that people don't like in private.
You're assaulted.
Yes.
Basically, has anything happened about the assault?
When I was in the hospital, the police were called by the doctors and nurses, and everyone in question were arrested at that given point. Then I ended up getting arrested a week after that. And
what's happened with the...
No one ever came back to me to discuss that. No one wanted statements from me. They were just obviously more... It seemed like...
no prosecution.
They're not prosecuting the person that assaulted her, but they're prosecuting her that called her. Holy shit, man.
Why does he keep censoring faggot?
We are so good.
So the fact you're assaulted was deemed to be less serious.
Did YouTube demonetize the video the first time? Is that why he has it censored?
Private communication.
Oh, those fucking faggots. I hope they fuck themselves with a giant horse cock.
Nightmare. The UK is considered like one of our close allies. They're right next. Okay, dude, I know I'm looking at this on the context.
Fuck the UK.
Obviously, America is something I care about more than the United Kingdom.
I'm done with the UK. They're pieces of fucking shit.
Oh my god.
Communist bastards, Nazi-loving, Hitler-loving fucking faggots.
How they imported millions of Muslims into the United Kingdom who don't believe in freedom of speech, and now they have freedom of speech laws being passed. You mean to tell me that the people that murder and execute people for drawing cartoons of their profit? You mean to tell me that the people that imported those are now arresting people that use their act? Well, it's pretty weird.
Who would have thunk it?
What happened to you, man?
Who would have fucking thunk it?
Look at this.
It's destroyed my character as a person. I've been a care assistant since I was 17, and I want to be a nurse. I like helping people. I want to save people's lives. I have got a good character, as obviously I'm still working.
Well, now you're a convicted felon.
In my post now, my managers haven't let me go for the reason being they know me as a person.
They stood by you.
Everyone's got my back in this.
So what reaction have you had from the community?
Everyone's had me back, and everyone's been so supportive.
It's pretty crazy how literally everyone agrees, and still they lose the vote. Do you understand how crazy that is, man? Like, that's why it's sham politics. Despite the fact that everyone would vote against this is still the law. It is not a democracy. It is, in my opinion, a fascist government.
I mean, I've not heard one bad word said about this whole bit.
Well, that was stupid of you.
Just as disgusted as I am. How far it's gone.
I didn't even know it could be a crime to, in a private message,
Neither did I.
use language like that.
Neither did I.
Wait, you think publicly it is a crime? Wait. So, Mr. Pierce, if I were to call you it publicly, should I get arrested for that?
It says about
This is so sad, man.
Well, it's not as heavy as it is in America, but I believe that...
Heavy?
Actually, it's better in America.
Yeah.
This would never...
It's infinitely better in America. And that's how... Like, did you hear that she just said that? This is the brainwashed liberal woman hive mind in Europe.
Yep.
I'm telling you, man.
Listen to it. I heard
so much
it.
propaganda that America is worse in every way.
That's what they're told.
People in America just getting arrested for supporting Palestine, right? And they literally do that. And they shovel this propaganda down your throats. They call Trump a dictator and a fascist and Hitler. And, bro, dude, it's infinitely worse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We are living in Nazi Germany with these fucking mainstream media propaganda spreading fucks. And the fucking social media outlets these days, like fucking YouTube and Facebook and shit, are no better. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, go fuck yourselves, you pieces of shit. You just spread nothing but propaganda and we fucking hate you.
Their First Amendment protects your right to be offensive if you want to be.
Yeah.
But you're not, it's one thing if you came in and said, I said all these things and I stand by it and I wanted to be homophobic, that's one thing.
No, that's not one thing. That should not stop that. What? No.
But you clearly you were angry because of what had happened to you. You were in a hospital getting treatment for injuries sustained in what you say was an attack. And I don't know, obviously, about that side of it, but I'll take your word for it. And then you have 11 police officers charging in.
This might be the worst conversation I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm skipping the rest of the conversation. I'm getting to the debate panel. I don't care if she's homophobic or not. She was arrested for using the word privately.
Andrew Wilson, author of Bisexual.
She's like, well, I used the word and I got arrested. But you didn't even mean it offensively, did you, mate? No, I didn't even mean it offensively. They arrested you and it didn't even mean it offensively. Bro, you are missing the entire fucking topic here. She got arrested for saying the word. Who cares if she was offensive?
Sexual the Basics and host of the Bisexual Brunch podcast.
The Bisexual Brunch podcast literally killed me right now. What?
Lewis Oakley, host of A Bet News, Mark Lamont Hill, and the author and chief political writer at Spiked,
Brendan actually got the retard Avengers to discuss this one.
O'Neill. Well, welcome to all of you. Brendan Hill, let me start with you. I just did this extraordinary interview with Elizabeth Kinney, which I know you guys have all listened to. What did you make of that? I mean, I could barely believe what I was hearing.
I think it's obscene. I mean, if what Elizabeth's saying is
Obscene.
true, and I have no reason to doubt that it is, it sounds like a real double wrong has been done here. Firstly, there is the fact that someone was arrested for saying a word. That should never happen in my view, whatever word they use, even if they use it in public. But then secondly, she was arrested for using a word in a private communication. That is an outrage, completely and utterly obscene. That really does take us into...
Yeah, no,
it's awful.
I just skipped through half the video. It's worse than awful. It's worse than awful. It's Orwellian. It's fascist.
Brendan Hill, let me start with you. Believe
true, and I have no reason to doubt that it is. It sounds like a real double wrong has been done here. For using a word in a private communication. That is an outrage, completely and utterly obscene. That really does take us into the territory of thought policing. If the state can pry...
J.D. Vance was right. Months ago, he went to Europe and he was like, you guys are cucks and you don't believe in freedom of speech. And they blasted him for it. Now they're suing Elon Musk against this.
On our private conversations, drag us into the dock for things that we say to friends or frenemies or enemies, whoever it might be. That really does take us into Orwellian territory where the government...
Dude, I'm just waiting for someone to mention the guy, police be upon him.
Has the right to snoop on what we say to
The guy, police be upon him.
Lewis Oakley, I mean, to start with, as a gay man, did you get bisexual? Oh, my apologies. As a
So he's a... God damn, what are we doing?
Sexual man. Are you offended?
Bro, the radical feminization of the West is insane. And I include men that want dicks inside of them as part of the feminization of the West.
Yep.
Like it's absolute insanity, bro.
You fucking
it's
cucks.
Crazy, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy that we're doing this, bro.
By the F word.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely got connotations there that are offensive. I mean,
Call on Andrew Wilson. Please call him a bro.
Used to demean people and say that, gay people are, subhuman, disgusting, less manly. And that's what's inferred by
they're definitely less manly.
Yeah, fuck faggots.
That's just an objective fact. What are you talking about?
So when it's used as abuse for young kids,
abuse, it's a word. What do you mean abuse? It's a word.
15-year-olds that are being called this in the playground. Yeah.
Oh my god, you are such a freaking cuck, it's crazy. It's insane.
Fucking kill yourself, faggot.
Names when they were 15. Dude, when I was 15, I was diabolical, bro.
Yep.
That was a nightmare. bro, you should have heard my racist jokes when I was 15. And you know what? I was the least racist in my class.
Fuck.
This was even worse.
Yeah, so they gotta check my old YouTube shit.
Bro, we were crazy racist jokes. Obviously, we were boys. We were teenaged boys. It's normal. Kids are dumb. Get over it. Oh my lord.
Exactly. Or kill yourself, you fucking faggot.
And it was Canada, which is like cuck land also. Alright? So, you don't understand. If you're a kid and you do something dumb and your class makes fun of you for it, it actually gives you a thick skin. It really does. Alright? And nowadays that we want to treat all boys like they're girls and we're churning out retards and I'm sorry, man. I'm just gonna say the quiet part that literally every single one of you is thinking out loud. Because you're all thinking the same thing. Alright? Holy shit, that's why we end up with broccoli over here. Oh my god.
It holds meaning. It, leads to...
Yeah, words hold meaning.
Mental health issues. It leads to people feeling that there is something
But if
wrong
it's not
with them.
being used as a homophobic slur, because it's not being targeted.
Listen, whether they feel like something's wrong with them or not, for the record, everyone has the right to believe whatever they want, right? Well, I have the right to believe that there might be something wrong with these people. You don't, whatever. I might. And that's fine.
Yep, you know why? Because opinion is subjective, you fucking faggots. You can't control my opinion. Even if you just don't want me to say it out loud and you'll fucking try to throw me in jail because of it, go fuck yourselves.
I know there are parts of England where they would definitely not consider this to be a homophobic slur. They would just do it as a bit of...
Who cares if it's a homophobic slur? Dude, I'm telling you, man, I'm literally watching 50 Shades of Retard right now. Like, you don't understand how crazy it is. Like, Piers Morgan seems normal in comparison to the Avengers that's sitting next to him, okay? But even he's retarded here, too.
They would see it quite harmless banter. Now, we can argue about that, but it's different to say the N-word over here, which everyone would have a clear idea about. I don't think that...
It's the same. They're both words, and no one should get arrested for either of them.
F-word is seen in quite the same context. Hence why she used it here, but not in a way that could be remotely construed as homophobic, which then begs the question, why has she been prosecuted for a hate crime? Prompting hate at gay people.
Why is being homophobic considered so bad all of a sudden? I don't know, man. Like, why is that considered like such a terrible thing? They have the right to be homophobic. You could disagree with them, but they have every right to be homophobic. Why should it be illegal to be homophobic? Why are we even playing this game?
Can I just say, I think that it's almost worse that he was straight.
Yes, I saw the Portland story. A dude gets stabbed, and after getting stabbed, he said the N-word, and then they released the black guy that stabbed him. Because the guy responded with the N-word after getting stabbed. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I know the N-word
too.
Because
saying that right now. Fuck you.
I totally get it.
White guy trying to stab me in public, I call him the C-word.
Terrible thing to me. And by the
Fuck
way,
you.
I hope he gets convicted too. How can I demean him?
This dude is actually on Team Orwell here. This dude is really on Team arrest people for saying the word.
I know, I'll call him gay, because gay is so lower, gay is so, anti-masculine. That's the whole point. But that was the word. There's 1,000 other words she could use to describe it.
She says she's not homophobic.
Who cares? Dude, I'm telling you, man. Pierce the absolute cuck. What are we doing? Like, I can't stand this discussion. He's like, hey, she used the word faggot because she tried to be offensive, but actually it wasn't homophobic at all, because she said she's not homophobic, but actually she used to be offensive, actually. Bro, what are we doing? They're fucking words. Like, sticks and stones will break my bones, words will never hurt me. I was taught that when I was in kindergarten.
Oi, mate, that's not a saying anymore, mate. We don't believe in that now, mate. Nowadays, you can't be thinking those thoughts, mate, you stupid bloody brain. Can't believe you allow your mouth to say the things that you thought. You can only say the things that we told you to think.
Wasn't saying it as a gay slur.
Okay, but this guy's trying to tell me that actually being gay doesn't make you less manly. Anyway, I'm going to show you how I can be super fragile. I'm going to prove how unmanly I actually am. Good point.
So you wouldn't say that people that use the N-word to describe people are racist, it's just their banter between their friends?
Well, no, because I think there is a qualitative difference in severity.
Oh, this dude's ranking slurs. So Piers Morgan's like, well, actually, the F slur is only in B tier, whereas the N, that's an A tier slur. So the A tier and above, you should go to jail. But B tier and below is not really a bad problem. Dude, this is fucking abysmal.
These words. I mean,
race is more important than sexuality.
Well, first of all, yes, objectively, yeah, it's true. Because no matter what race you are, you're made in the image of God. No matter what race you are, no matter where you come from or what your ethnic background is. As opposed to sexual deviancy. Yes, correct. I'm glad you brought that up. That's one. And two, words are still words.
Interesting, arguable point. I mean, Mark, look, I would never use personally that F word. I would certainly never use the N word privately or in public. There probably is a difference between the two, I would say. Most people might think, but certainly you need...
Pathetic. What are we doing?
But I can imagine a lot of people using it in playgrounds and stuff and not intending it to be a homophobic slur, not even knowing it is. So it's not as clear cut as you might think it is.
Yes, it is. It is clear cut, Pierce. Pierce, it's clear. It is very clear cut. All right.
right? It's incredibly clear cut. You ready for me to explain? Are you ready for me to explain? It's a word, and you shouldn't go to jail for saying a word, even if it's offensive. All right? It is clear cut. But regardless, as Brent mentioned, this term was used as an offensive way. And I don't care. Oh my God. You know, regardless of whether you think it is or isn't, the idea that you communicate that word in a private conversation to someone via text message who you know.
I love how Piers Morgan just basically, he like has Andrew Wilson in his back pocket as like the base guy that'll say the things, and he just brings him on every single time he has like a retard panel.
The next thing, 11 police officers are charging into your house to arrest you. That can't be right, surely.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So you raised 2 points. The first one, where I disagreed with you, wasn't whether or not people saw it as a homophobic slur. My point is, something can be a homophobic slur or a racist slur or an anti-Semitic slur or whatever, even if a person doesn't realize that that's what they're doing. Who cares? In the United States, I've spent a lot of time in locker rooms as an athlete. I spent a lot of times in fraternity houses. I spent a lot of time just in my neighborhood. And that word was used a lot. And it was often used not against gay people, although it certainly was used against gay people. It was also used against ostensibly straight people,
Dude, these people
as my colleague just said, for the
we share our country with people like this.
purpose of demeaning, for joking. Sometimes it wasn't even an intense joke. Sometimes it wasn't outrage. It was just it was used ostensibly in a playful way. But the idea is, if the best way to mock you or to tease you or to make you seem less like a man in a society where being a man is the height of humanity is to call you gay,
You'd never be arrested. You'd never be arrested in America
crazy, man.
for using that word, because the First Amendment would protect you. So you can be offensive in that way without actually treading into criminal activity, because the First Amendment is there to protect that very thing. Actually, it protects all speech, including hate speech. Yeah, true.
So that's the second piece of it, right? I just wanted to address the idea of whether it's homophobic speech.
I think I figured it out. Why the liberals call us Nazis and shit. Because if you think about it, they're like, wow, you can't use the N-word because you're not black or whatever, you know? And it's like, oh, okay, well, why do you get to use the N-word? Oh, because you're black, so therefore now you get to use it. Okay, so when they're calling us Nazis, it's like, oh, we can't call them Nazis because we're not really Nazis, but they can call us Nazis because, you know, they are Nazis. So they get to use the word, but we can't. I finally figured it out.
It's there to protect that very thing, actually. It protects all speech, including hate speech. Yeah, true.
So that's the second piece of it, right? I just wanted to address the idea of whether it's homophobic speech or not. But even if it's hate speech, let's say it rises to the level of hate speech, regardless, I don't think that
there's no such thing as hate speech.
Yep,
it's just speech.
Surveillance state should...
Yep, there's no such thing as hate speech. It is just speech that you hate, you fucking faggots.
...be over it's homophobic speech or not. But even if it's hate speech, let's say it rises to the level of hate speech, regardless, I don't think that
there's no such thing as hate speech. It's just speech.
Surveillance state should be overseeing us to decide when and where we're making the hate speech, even though I deploy it.
So he thinks that you should get arrested for saying public.
Hate speech. And then I also think the carceral state should be criminalizing or intensifying criminal penalties for using it. So
what a dumb faggot. He should kill himself.
But I could be the worst piece of human garbage on earth for using a word or a slur. That doesn't mean that I should get arrested for it. I think there's other...
Bro, this manlet was on Piers Morgan talking about how the lady that called the Somalian kid the N-word should go to jail. This dude was literally having a mental crash out on Piers Morgan like 3 months ago when that lady said the N-word to the kid that stole her shit. Oh my god. You remember that? I remember that. I even covered that in a previous video. This dude had like he was crying on Piers Morgan that lady said the N-word. Like, what a freaking...
He should kill himself. N-word.
Yes, these are not manly men. What am I supposed to say that these are manly men? Like these people that are literally sitting here trembling and crying.
Figured it'd make him mad if I said that.
Ways to resolve that.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson. You know, it's very interesting when Tucker jumped me with this.
Actually, I don't know if he is black or not, but oh well.
I was doing Tucker's show. We had a 90-minute chat about all sorts of things. The main premise of his conversation.
I'm not seeing it in a racial way, so it doesn't matter. Fuck him. Say it, piss him off.
As I would America, by the way. Good and bad, but two great countries. However, when he went on this,
well, one great country.
It's so stupid. You can't say it on YouTube though. Or they censor and delete shit and demonetize, etc. They already demonetized, but definitely can censor, delete, fucking age restrict, etc.
I thought I might be arrested.
Imagine age restricting somebody's videos while simultaneously saying you don't understand their age and you don't know how old they are and they could be a child. So therefore, they can't watch age restricted content. Like, imagine being YouTube and doing that. Couldn't be me. I'm not that fucking autistic. YouTube is though, for sure.
Sad, dying cuckold of a country that's slowly but surely being morphed into Pakistan too.
Rant about this. It took me by surprise. I did not say this F word because I thought I might be arrested. I wasn't aware of the story. I went and did some research, and I discovered somebody had actually been arrested in my country for using that word in a text message. Having, she says, been beaten up by a guy.
Well, like the context doesn't matter, man.
In hospital and texting somebody that she believed to be partly responsible for her getting the beating, and that beating has not been properly investigated. So I don't know enough about that part of it to determine.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, we have to start calling like we need a slur for like the sheep. We need a slur for sheep.
It's
all these
sheeple.
retards that go out there and be like, well, actually, it might be offensive because you told gay people. Like, we need a slur for these guys specifically. Goy,
Sheeple.
that's a pretty good one. Goy is going to happen. We're going to bring Goy into the mainstream, absolutely. I just feel like Goy just means nations, okay? It doesn't mean anything, but like it works. That works actually. Yeah.
How clear cut that all was. But regardless,
Soy Goy.
the idea that she could use
Soy Goy, bro, that's crazy. All right, I like that. All right.
Yeah, soy goy
in a
works.
text message. And the next thing, 11
They're the
police
soy goy
banging
Karens.
on, not even banging in, they're coming in, and she's having a bath, naked. Absolutely extraordinary.
Oh my god, dude, you're gonna hit the ad now. If you'd like your penis to be longer, all you have to do is start saying once a week.
So, well, it's actually, I'm not even surprised. So, the idea here is, I guess you can get SA'd, and if you call your assailant the F slur, you go to jail. Right? Some country you got there. By the way, let's point this out, that progressives have for years, as these guys say, hey, we don't want to, put in hate speech laws and have people arrested and this and that.
Absolutely.
They've been doing the same type of stuff for years. They do deperson, debanking, deplatforming, keeping people away from their cash. If you touch on any issues that they don't like, they've been doing that for years to conservatives. So they're doing the exact same thing that the government over there is doing. They're just using private marketplace to do it. So what they do is they will go on these massive campaigns to deperson a human being from society because they have wrongthink, or they say a word that makes somebody else upsetty spaghetti, right? That's what they do. And the fact of the matter is like, who gives a shit? Who cares if this woman didn't care? Who cares if she was like, you know what, I am homophobic. And I said it because I'm homophobic.
That's right. She should have every right to be homophobic. Like, I don't understand. Dude, the reason why this is so frustrating is because this is a Christian nation, all right? It should be a Christian nation. That's what England was founded as, all right? And again, I'm sure that there's some woke Christians out there that feel like, we have to change the Bible to fit with the times because God wasn't smart enough to come up with the Bible in 2025, which is, in my opinion, heresy, all right? Not trying to get involved in how other people deal with their religious zealots, but that's crazy, all right? And the reality is, gay sex is immoral according to Christianity and Judaism and the Bible. It's immoral, okay? Now, you can have any opinion you want, but like, to arrest people for having basic biblical values is the most satanic thing I've ever seen in my life.
Her business, right? You can say what you want. You're supposed to, at least in free nations, and that's not what you have there. And that was Tucker Carlson's point. You don't have a free nation. You have
out of interest,
out
of interest, Andrew, would you use that word?
Well, sure, you use it all the time. It's one of the best ways to describe friends. Right?
Would you use it on a show like this?
It's not meant to be. Look, it's not meant to be. Can I say it?
Exactly.
Would you say it? I mean, would you normally use a word
well,
like that?
I wouldn't say it for the purposes of TOS, but I mean, if I was allowed to, sure, it's one of my...
Yep, see, that's me. Fuck them. It's like I don't say it for the purpose of the TOS, but, well, I mean... See... When YouTube did their stupid bullshit and monetization stuff, now granted, they didn't say this is why they demonetized me, so therefore I haven't really, what do you call it? I haven't really cared or to change because they claimed it's not why. But basically, when YouTube did their whole stupid monetization bullshit, where the fuck did I put my vape? But when they did their monetization bullshit with me and stuff, in their thing or whatever for videos, you could put, if you went on the YouTube Studio app and on Google, you could put some shit like like basically the video is perfectly acceptable. The video has slight swearing or has swearing in it or whatever, or the video has slurs in it like the N-word or faggot. But they would put like N dash 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 or F dash 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 or something like that. So I assume those are the words they were talking about. But when it comes to something like faggot, like I said, you can, if black people could say the N-word because they're black. So therefore, that's an understandable one. Okay, they're acceptable. They get a whatever with YouTube. So therefore, I can say faggot because YouTube can't prove if I'm gay or not. If I'm gay, why can't I say faggot? You fucking faggots, exactly. So technically, and that's only if you do go on the YouTube Studio app and then like do some weird shit afterwards to put that into your video to add more detail or some shit like that. Or if you upload your video through the YouTube Studio app on Google or some shit like that, it doesn't pop up if you're just uploading a video through YouTube itself. Or if you're going on the YouTube Studio app itself, I don't think you see it there either. But my brain's farting. I gotta think real quick. There's a reason I was mentioning that.
My favorite words just.
The reason of saying, yeah, can I say it? Yeah, the reason of saying it or whatever. So, like, on YouTube, theoretically, I can say faggot, even though they say, oh, you can't say slurs, because if I'm gay, they can't do anything about it. But when it comes to the N-word, I mean, I could say it on here, but they know I'm not black, so they might try to pull some bullshit. But what if I'm like 1% black? Huh? Fuck you then, YouTube. You can't, but I don't know about that then. So that's the only reason you can't say that but on here, because YouTube's a piece of fucking shit. And people be like, oh my gosh, you're so racist. No, words aren't racist. Actions are racist, you piece of fucking shit. Judging somebody by the color of their skin is racist. Saying words is not racist. Go fuck yourself.
Can I say it?
Would you say it? I mean, you normally use a word.
Well, I wouldn't say it for the purposes of TOS, but I mean, if I was allowed to, sure, it's one of my favorite words to say. There's nothing wrong with the word. What happens is this. This word is not even being used as a homophobic slur, and it hasn't since I was a kid, okay? That's the truth. People call each other this all the time, literally for fun, just because it's fun. You'll go, you like to a buddy of yours, what's up, F slur, right? You don't care, and you give each other.
I don't think that's true.
No one even cares. Like, even if it was a homophobic slur, who cares?
I think if you ask gay people, they will tell you it is often used in a derogatory way and offensive way intended to demean them, and it's done all the time. I don't think we can dispute that.
But you know what? Everything, you can use any word as derogatory if you want to, or you can use words and they're not derogatory. It depends on the context, and we're social creatures. I'm tired of people acting like socially everybody's retarded. We know that there's context for words, and when you say in proper context this word to buddies and people in the whatever, it's not a problem socially, and it never has been. And Mark might shake his head, but I bet you in high school he was calling half of his friends that word, and they were probably calling it to it back. Why? Because it's funny. That's why it's funny. And
so here's was I no, but
you never used any term at school about anyone as a joke.
You're asking a different question now. Okay, that's a different question. His question was that. Again, the answer to the first question is no, I didn't use the F word in high school as he alleged.
I bet he used the N word, though.
Second question is, have I ever used an offensive term? Absolutely. When I was a child, but as an adult, I like to think that I've grown beyond using the words that I used as a child.
Howard.
I agree that social context matters.
Howard,
a
lot of you.
Social context. We live in a society where gay people are still abused, where gay people are still slandered.
Where? When? I don't see it. Exactly. Gay people aren't being abused or slandered. Nope. Exactly.
It's not true. Like, oh my god, these people are so pathetic.
They all want to be victims. It's so fucking retarded.
And then they're like, no, we're just as manly as you are. And then their lower lip starts trembling as they talk about.
It's fucking pathetic, because if you literally think about it, these pieces of shit try to censor and demonetize you. They try to deplatform you. They try to not let you have a voice. They literally try to make you the victim as they scream, wham, poor me, look at me, I am the victim. It is fucking sickening.
About the 8 guys that railroaded their assholes like Al Zut did. Bro, get out of here.
Yeah, Zut.
Assaulted where gay people are marginalized. And that word is used.
It is confirmed. Nux watches Muhammad's Boom Boom Room and Apologetic Roadshow. If you guys do not watch Apologetic Roadshow, Apostate Prophet, or Muhammad's Boom Boom Room, go check them all out and subscribe to all of them. I think Muhammad's Boom Boom Room is it's not the name of the channel, but it is the second channel of Apologetic Roadshow, if I'm correct. Yeah, go check them all out. They're amazing.
Very often to do, and it's often accompanied by harm. And so if we know that, I agree, when you walk up to your friend and give him a high five and use that word, you may not be attempting to smuggle in homophobia. I don't think you are. But what I'm saying is
smuggling in homophobia, like you need to do it under the cover of darkness. Like, and you can't just say men should, ideally be married to women in an ideal world. All right, like bro, smuggling it under the darkness of night. He snuck an F slur from beyond the pale, and he uttered, and everyone turned, chilled.
Normalizing a word that still accompanies harm and still kind of normalizes what we do and how we treat as a society, LGBTQI folk. And so
I hope he becomes a statistic. I'm sick of them.
All right, the bigger issue. The problem is like because they're not as fun, and the reason is the more that you try to make.
It's because they police them. It's because they police them. It would be used everywhere, or if retard would be used everywhere openly.
I use retard everywhere openly. Nicola, sorry I've been going off on this fucking people. They piss me off when they try to censor free speech.
These pushbacks, these social pushback.
Free speech is the one thing that pisses me off when people censor. I don't know, call me crazy, but my entire channel since the beginning I've been based off of free speech. Like unless somebody's spamming shit in the chat, I do not censor anybody. Hell, even that one guy, he doesn't spam, if you will, but he comes in the chat, hey, add me as a friend every fucking time. Like, bro, if you want, you can add me. And I let him see my thing. He's like, no, you gotta add me. He's like, bro, now, if you want to play with me, you add me. But every single time he fucking comes in here, says the same shit. I mean, granted, some people might be like, oh, well, you can call that spam. But no, since he's not spamming it, he's coming in here so often and then sending it. I'll still let him talk his shit or send his message or whatever because fuck it, free speech. But like, yeah, the only thing I ever censor or ever silence is spam, and I hate when people silence free speech. I don't know. It's one of the main things that just drives me up the wall. It's my pet peeves. Everyone should be allowed to say whatever they want. So yeah, I've been kind of going crazy in this video. I'm sorry if I'm a little too wild, but yeah, that's my bad.
Bags and tell
but
people
fuck
what they
it.
can and can't say. It makes them want to say it more. And you know what?
Yep.
Like,
See, hold up.
It's because you've made them some sort of blacklist.
I had to go back 10 seconds.
These pushbacks, these social pushbacks, and tell people what they can and can't say. It makes them want to say it more. And you know what, Mark? Like that's what happens. The second you start making social pushback and say, hey, this word you've been calling your friends, and you guys have been joking around for years saying this stuff, you're now.
Exhibit A. Look at this entire fucking thing. I was perfectly fine in this video. I wasn't saying nothing. I get to this thing about fucking censoring free speech, and I am pissed, and I'm saying the most absurd shit. Why? Because when you say we can't say something, we want to say it more, you fucking faggots.
Allowed to say it anymore because now somebody's going to get too upset about it. It literally gives them incentive to say it more. That's what happens. That's how social context actually works.
That's not what I'm saying.
You know, if you guys wouldn't make a big deal out of it, if you guys wouldn't make, hang on, Mark, almost done. If you guys wouldn't make a big deal out of it, we wouldn't have a big deal, right? But you guys make the big deal out of it.
All right, let me bring in because hang on, Mark, I'll come back to you. The bigger issue, it seems to me, here with the UK is that the Times newspaper recently revealed that police officers are making 12,000 arrests a year under Section 127 of the Communications Act and Section 1 of the Malicious Communications Act.
The Malicious Communications Act, eh? EU finds X under the Digital Services Act? Interesting. So essentially, they're arresting 12,000 people a year for saying or retard on social media.
Yep.
Right? If you text your mom,
mind you, over in China, I think it's around 3,000 to 6,000 people that they're arresting a year for things that they say in text messages. In the UK, I'm pretty sure it's 3,000 people a year. In the UK, it's 12,000. It's like 4 times as many arrests in the UK as a dictator regime called China has for arrests. Like, let that sink in for a little bit.
that something suspicious, they'll just arrest you now. How is that anything other than an authoritarian regime? Like, that is straight up fascism. That is authoritarianism.
Yep.
They're like, and then they go and they slander everyone else. In other words, similar. Meanwhile, you have actual rape gangs wandering around. Actual migrant rape gangs that they do nothing about.
Instances to this. That's 30 arrests a day over offensive posts on social media and other platforms. Thousands of people being detained and questioned for sending messages that, quote, cause annoyance, inconvenience, or anxiety to others via the internet or mail.
Man up! I know they hate that term, but man up! Literally, oh my god!
A 58% increase in these arrests since before the pandemic. I mean, this is completely nuts to me. Joe Rogan said they've already arrested 12,000 people for social media posts. We got a clip of him talking about this.
I mean, they've already arrested 12,000 people.
A year, Joe.
For social media posts.
Yeah, a year.
Above and beyond every other
country.
A
year, not
above Russia. Russia was like 400.
A year, Joe. Not altogether. Not like everything. A year. Every single year. That's how many people get arrested in the UK for speaking in a text or writing something on Facebook or sending a edgy message on Snapchat. That's a year.
400 last year. The UK's 12,000. There any criticism
People in the UK still think they're in a free country and they don't realize they're in a fascist regime. They don't know yet.
of immigration, any criticism of grooming gangs and people being raped, any talk about how horrible this is, they come visit you. It's like someone's trying to destroy England.
Now, I would say, Brendan, that's probably a mischaracterization. If you actually went over the 12,000 cases, you could probably see a lot of very offensive things in there. I don't know, but I'm surmising it's not just criticizing an immigration policy that's causing the arrest, but in a country that's...
And then Piers Morgan talks about how it's actually worth all of this because now he has much better food from all the illegal immigrants that are coming into the UK. Isn't it worth it, Piers? You hear that you have better food now.
Supposed to be one of the leaders of free speech historically in the world.
Not anymore.
This is pretty terrifying, isn't it? It's this Kafka stuff.
It's awful. It's like the Stasi. You know, older listeners and viewers will remember the German Democratic Republic, and they had the Stasi that would literally listen in on private conversations, that would literally rent out the apartment above the apartment of some dodgy person and listen through the floor to make sure they weren't saying problematic things. We now have a system.
Someone in my chat just said 12,000, that's it. Boys, start setting up your VPN. They're banning VPNs in England. That's another thing that they're doing in England. They're banning all VPNs.
But a system in the UK. People are being arrested and in some cases punished for things they say. And you know, it's now December, so any minute now
I might need to set up my VPN to the UK and say the most offensive, outlandish shit on Facebook.
we're going to see the annual controversy about the Pogues' great song Fairy Tale
Till I
of
get
New York, which
Facebook
has
jailed.
the famous lyric, "You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap lousy." You know, we're not to say it apparently, but that is a great song.
Imagine being afraid of saying the word because you might go to jail for it. Like, that's crazy.
The word is often bleeped out, and this is another issue about
Bruh. Be right back, guys. We're back.
Poe's great song, Fairy Tale of New York, which has the famous lyric, "You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap, lousy, you know, we're not..."
Faggot.
But that is a great song. That's
Imagine being afraid of saying a word because you might go to jail for it. Like, that's crazy.
Word is often bleeped out, and this is another issue about these insulting words. I actually think what's most insulting to gay people, ethnic minority people, all sorts of minority groups, what's most insulting is actually censorship, because censorship infantilizes them. Censorship says to them, you are such a weak part of society that we need to institute these laws and these rules.
Maybe it's because they are a weak part of society. sorry.
To protect you from offensive words. It's actually a reversal of the great gains of the civil rights era, when we have these kinds of...
I'm not trying to be rude here, because what I'm about to say is going to come off very rude. Islam tried to conquer the United Kingdom in the past. Then they got absolutely dog-walked in the Crusades. Now they're trying again. And they're literally being let in. The doors have opened for them. All right, they're open. They open the doors. They're letting them in. And the reality of the matter is, they couldn't wage an offensive. They couldn't wage an offensive. That's because England is so pathetic. All right, that they are literally opening the floodgates. All right. I don't mean to be Islamophobic here or anything, but most Muslim nations have average averages hovering around 80. They couldn't conquer you if you weren't literally opening the gates for it to happen yourself.
Rules that say we must protect these poor little dears from ever hearing an offensive term. So I think these words are actually, the power of these words is less worrying to me than the power of censorship to infantilize minority groups and punish people who want to express themselves.
All right, Lewis, as a poor little dear, would you like to respond?
I want to start with the numbers that you just talked about, because I think there is...
Yo, two people was
good.
good.
The modern world in which we live. Yes, we all want to see more convictions for rape and murder. It's very hard to prove.
Where are you fucking kidding? They're releasing rapists. Like, proven, confirmed rapists are being released back into society in England. Okay? The guy that assaulted this woman that we're talking about that was arrested for saying the word,
Guys, I fucking ate too much food. I was on the phone with my brother and was making some food because he called me when he was at work. That's why I had to mute the chat and I went offline. I had a whole fucking chicken patty. And something else, I just can't think of what it was now. But I had something else too, and I don't eat that much food. So I feel like I ate too much. Fuck, what else did I have? Oh yeah. I had a chicken patty and I had a half bowl of cookie cereal. I should have just stuck to one or the other. Too much bullshit. Ugh, I feel fat as fuck right now.
They arrested that guy and let him out. What?
There is communication. We all communicate. 90% of it is online. But why should the reason why we're focusing more on the word is because more people say people get provably raped.
Thank you, Rock Lee. You are cooking.
The police be policing speech that doesn't actually incite specific violence, which is, to me, always the line.
So our law
you're not cross, right? If I say to people that you live at a certain address, go around there and attack them, right? That's a clear incitement to violence.
Yeah, that's not protected.
That's a criminal offence, and I should be arrested for that, and there should be no issue of that being a free speech issue. But if I just hate you, or want to say derogatory things about you, or you do to me, that shouldn't be something that prohibits, that precipitates 11 police turning up at the door.
What do you think? We have protected characteristics, right? We understand that in UK law, it was only 1967 in this country it stopped being illegal to be gay. It was only in 2003 that we got rid of things like Section 28. The law
everything went down since then. Did you notice? They legalized gay marriage and everything went downhill. I'm not saying that this correlates or anything. I'm just noticing.
I'm just saying it's slippery slope, it seems like, and we called it back then.
Not disappear in 20-something years. So it's right that the law steps in and says, you know, we've had a hand in this. We're going to step in and protect you because it takes a preventative measure, much like the NHS, where it says, you know what, rather than treat you when you're sick, let's just prevent people from getting sick where we can. And it's the same thing here. Yes, the line is.
You think they're arresting people for saying the word because you're afraid that the person that said the word might eventually go out and start murdering gay people? So like you're treating this as like prevention of terrorism? Are you actually insane?
Yes, they are. They are 1,000,000% insane.
Calling for violence.
Yes, it's mind-numbingly stupid, and you gotta think like a mind-numbingly stupid retard in order to actually think like they do. It actually hurts your brain over time, and I swear it is probably the reason most of them end up killing themselves, not because it's just too much to bear, but because they actually fucking go to the doctor after a while. They're like, "Doc, my fucking head, it always hurts. I always have a headache." And it's like, yeah, you have a tumor. You were thinking of too much mind-numbing fucking bullshit, and now you literally have a tumor, and they're like, well, I guess that's it. Pop.
Mind-numbingly stupid.
Is calling for violence. But if you can stop people hating on people for their individual
Do you
identity...
really think getting people to stop saying is going to make them start liking gay people more? Do you really think that it's like, the gay mafia told us that you're not allowed to say, or we're going to... Now they're going to be like, I can't say anymore, I started loving gay people. Do you really think that that's going to happen?
You can say you're stupid, you're an idiot, you've done this wrong, whatever, but if it's targeted, if it's because of your race,
Is it okay
your sexuality, your religion...
Why does nobody get arrested for calling Donald Trump a Nazi?
Well, no, but you know what? The Nazi thing is interesting, because I do think...
It's not just interesting, it's probably the most egregious thing you could possibly...
I agree, someone a Nazi is infinitely worse than calling someone a... It's not even close.
It's
No.
Adolf Hitler, who murdered 12 million people, who gassed 6 million Jews in concentration camps. Right? To
be fair, he killed Jews in a whole assortment of ways. Pretty sure it was only like 1 million that were killed in concentration camps through gassing. The rest were just shot and starved and murdered. And
I think there was 6 million gassed, but I could be wrong.
Just in case you're curious.
Yeah, it was probably less than that gassed. I mean, it's probably the majority, 6 million or 7 million Jews killed.
Arrested people for speech. Do you know that?
Oh, Hitler arrested people for speech? No, that couldn't have been Hitler.
Do you know that he was a socialist? I think one of the big lies is that he was a right-wing guy. He was a radical leftist. Hitler was a radical leftist, man.
To using the F word against a gay person seems to me to be completely disproportionate.
Well, you're absolutely right, but here's my thing. I think that the Nazi thing is an interesting thing, because actually this proves that it's not a left or a right-wing issue, because actually, since the assassination of Charlie Kirk and those 2 attempts on Donald Trump's life, the right has been saying, watch your rhetoric. And they understand that whilst you're calling for violence against them, speaking about them as Nazis is increasing the likeliness of someone thinking, oh my god, there's Nazis, I better go.
This guy's retarded. Dude, when the media constantly is talking about how there's a Nazi takeover of the government, what do? You have to be violent.
There's a Nazi takeover, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy, and everything he's doing is just a dictatorship. Yep, that's what the left says. They literally incite violence by dog whistling it, except their dog whistles perfectly clear to everybody.
Takeover of the government, you have to fight back. You actually need a revolution against that. So they're essentially telling you to do that. Yes,
yep.
That is not even remotely.
I was gonna say it's not even dog whistling. It might be attempted dog whistling, but it's not.
Violence, but calling them words starts that dehumanization that leads to violence.
Now suck my fucking left testicle, make the right one jealous, you fucking fag boy. Fucking fag boy.
Did that make you upset? That's sick. This is the country of John Locke. Hang on, this is the country of John Locke. This is the country that was supposed to be adopted our Constitution based on these principles of free speech. And, you sick bastards are running around actually calling for the arrest of people because they say mean words.
Yep, they're fucking pieces of shit. They should fucking kill themselves.
You can still make your point. What is it that you can't say? It's not my fault that people can't articulate themselves well. You can talk about crime statistics based on gender and sexuality and race, whatever you want.
Why should a young care worker angry because she's being assaulted and is in hospital and is firing off her angry thoughts while she said she had a head injury?
God, I fucking hate the liberal, leftard, fucking censorship, dictatorship, fucking Nazi regime that they fucking have over here. As they project it onto fucking Trump.
This debate, I'm gonna be so disappointed.
Yes, we only got her side of the story. Reading the articles, it says that there was a series of abusive and homophobic messages.
Who cares?
Which then shows the friend that she said
they weren't actually running defense for the police state.
That's
they
what
weren't aimed at somebody for their sexuality.
But so much in the street.
That's right. Believe all women doesn't matter when there's a new oppressive group that's below it. And the women, unfortunately, they rank too high on the oppressed pyramid. That's right, baby.
Well, okay, like comparison,
believe all women until they use the F slur. Now you have to fucking kill them.
Use the M word. Right? Or if I use the M word against Andrew, is that a racist slur against him?
Dude, what are we doing? This is like actual retard Olympics. They're just words. They're words, bro.
Yes, but I do like what Piers is doing right now. He's asking, he's trying to get them to elaborate on their stupidity.
If I go up in the street and start...
There has to be some intention.
No, if I start going up to someone in the street and screaming anti-Semitic things...
I think this is actually perfect. This entire panel is so perfect to explain to you that we're living in clown world. The left is an actual pile of babies and manlets. Every single person on the left. You will not convince me otherwise. How can you be a man that's a leftist? That's not just a complete and utter fucking cuck. How?
You can't.
And it turns out they're not Jewish. At least I'm going to be like, oh well. I have been called anti-Semitic shit a ton. I have never called the police. Never. Soy goy. Fucking boys, bro. What are we doing? This is crazy, bro. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
You went to attack someone based on the...
Hang on, that's my point, though. You can't be anti-Semitic against somebody who's not Jewish.
But oh my god, they're all retarded. It's crazy, bro. These people are all... Who cares? It's a word.
It's worse, because the gay slur was made to make him seem like less of a man, to sort of dehumanize
She
him in
didn't
that way.
intend it like that, and I think intent does matter. Mark, you wanted to jump in about the Nazi thing. What was your observation?
I've watched this video. They're pathetic, bro. It pisses me off. Oh, this video is pissing me off, bro.
Casually call somebody a Nazi compared
It's especially like, okay, the censorship in general. Like, I don't know if you've seen or saw the beforehand stuff that I was going on about before I got a phone call and I had to AFK for a second there. But bro, I was squealing. I'm like, holy shit! I was thinking to myself, I'm like, bro, I'm going a little too hard for YouTube. You know, their TOS might not approve of what I'm saying, but it's because of the censorship. Like, I don't know, they're when you censor somebody, it makes you want to go fucking more. You know, like they censor me, it's like, oh, well, what is that going to make me not say what I want to say? No, it's going to make me say what I want to say, and then even more outlandish shit. Like personally, and then yeah, even like on here, that's literally what they said. Like as I was thinking that or saying that or whatever, he's like, basically, yeah, by trying to censor shit, you're forcing, or you're not forcing, but you're subconsciously pushing it onto people to say more. Like, you know, you're instigating it. You're like, oh, you can't say it. It's like, you want to bet I can't say it? You know what I mean? And yeah, I don't know, like, it's like true. Like that's probably why I was going off even more now than I usually do, because like, bro, they're just bitch made ass faggots who want to say or what you can. They want to police what you can and can't say. It's like, nah. Go fuck yourselves. Go do that at your own home or whatever. Do that fucking to your parents or your kids or whatever. You know, say, do you pay the bills? And then feel like you have some form of fucking validation in your life because nobody else respects you anywhere, and that's the only place you can get respect in your life. Then go do that, but don't fucking bring it into the public eye and into the real world. Fuck yourselves. At least in my personal opinion. I just showed up, so I didn't hear it. Oh yeah, I've been squealing a little bit, good sir. Exactly. It's like they don't understand basic psychology, right? For real. It hurts my brain sometimes, bro. Like I said, I feel like, you know, a lot of these, I mean, I'm not saying left in general, but I'm starting to feel like a lot of these trans people or whatever don't really just kill themselves or whatever because of, you know, because they're sad or mad or whatever. I think what really happens is they are the majority that gets like the most amount of just mind-numbing brain rot, and then over time what happens is it just literally grows a tumor, and they go to the doctor, they get told they got a tumor, and they're like, okay, well, I guess that's it, you know, it's better to just kill myself now than let the tumor take me out. So pop, you know, I feel like that has to be the only logical explanation, because the stuff that these fuckers just spew is so mind-numbing, bro. It hurts. I'm surprised I don't have a tumor growing yet. I feel like it's actually growing. Like, I feel like I can feel it growing, so maybe it is there. Like, holy shit, some of the shit that I hear, it's like, oh, it's stupid. It actually hurts my brain.
F-word in a private text. You get arrested by
they're trying to be our parents' facts, bro, for real. YouTube even wait, hold up. YouTube wouldn't even let me say I'm autistic. That's how bad it is, right, bro? Yeah, legit. If you try to say like, hey, you're autistic, or I'm autistic, or some shit like that, I hate everything about this, right? Like, yeah, if you try to say something like that, they'll censor the comment. But if you say something like, you have extra chromosome 22s, or I have extra chromosome 22s, they'll keep that on YouTube, because their stupid algorithm, or either that or the people who set up the thing or whatever, are too stupid to figure out that autism and autism and having extra chromosome 22s are the same thing. So it works as like a workaround, but it's stupid that you have to work around it. You know, it's like people having, or let's say unalive and shit, because, oh, well, I don't want to say death or dead or kill or something like that, because, well, what if YouTube doesn't like me saying that? You know, it's like, okay, now fuck YouTube. I'll say the word. I don't care about the fucking demonetization bullshit. I mean, my whole channel is demonetized, and I'm still streaming and shit, because
fuck YouTube. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they think. I don't care what they do. They're fucking Indian scumbags. The CEO is Indian, if I'm correct, at least from what you were showing. And yeah, I kind of heard that, but I didn't put two and two together. And then the Google CEO is fucking Indian as well. And it's like, And then on top of that, those fucking fucktards pushed T-Series to the #1 spot or whatever back in the day. And in my personal opinion, I feel like it was to then push YouTube or whatever onto more of the Indian population that was using, more of like WhatsApp and Facebook and Instagram and shit like that. Because, well, do you guys really want to be using that, or do you want to be using Google and YouTube, So, yeah, they wanted to have the face of Google or YouTube to be something like, oh, look, this Indian channel with 100 million subscribers called T-Series. Wow, you guys should all come to YouTube because, look, he's the biggest platform. This is the biggest channel on the platform. And yeah, the whole fucking thing just feels like a fucking pyramid scheme or fucking something. I don't know. It just feels like a greedy scheme or a tactic to somehow fucking squeeze out every last fucking penny they can, simply because the India population has more people over there. So they basically will ruin YouTube and turn it into an Indian platform simply because more money. It hurts. I mean, maybe that's not legit. Maybe it's just something I'm noticing, a pattern that's not there, if you will. But it definitely feels like that's where it started. They're like, oh, we can push this over to India. And then after that, they're like, well, fuck it. How do we appeal to more of the people over in India? I know. Let's get our CEO on Google or in India. Let's make him an Indian. All right, well, Indian, the Indian CEO, right? And then, okay, well, now let's do that with YouTube, because if you have the face be an Indian guy too, well, then, shit, now more people from India are definitely down to download your app, right? Bro, I legit was watching Mr. Beast videos, which is the only reason why I knew what T-Series was. I put two and two together, and yeah, I made a post because there's something too coincidental in your opinion. I feel that same, especially since back in the day it was T-Series versus PewDiePie, and PewDiePie was getting 20 million fucking views or whatever on a video, 25 million views on a video or some shit like that, insane numbers. He was pushing almost 100 million subscribers. T-Series was right there with them, pushing 100 million subscribers. They were getting fucking 1 million views on their fucking channel or on their video, or fucking 500,000 views on their video, and yet they were somehow gaining more subscribers than PewDiePie was. And it's huh? Yeah, definitely subbotting and or YouTube fucking fake fucking subscribing accounts to the T-Series thing or something like that. Either that or pushing T-Series into the algorithm way more to Indian people. But if that were the case, the views would be way up there. So I feel like it was definitely subbotting. Yo, what's up, Nicola? I'm sorry I'm ranting on this topic right now. I hate how they've I feel like, bro, okay, I feel like what I do is I come to an app, I enjoy the app at first because I'm ignorant to all the bullshit going on in the background, and then as time goes on, or as time goes on I realize, or as time goes on and the app slowly changes, I then start to despise the app, whether it's a game or a social media app, because it's this is not the app that I downloaded. I downloaded this app back in the day because of this feature, and now it's totally unrecognizable compared to what it used to be back in the day. And I don't know, so I'm just then I just start hating on basically, or quote unquote hating on everything, and it's I feel like I have a legitimate reason to, with YouTube and stuff. This is not YouTube anymore. It was YouTube, and then it went to the Adpocalypse Susan Tube, and now it's whatever Indian fucking guy tube that is trying to make it now, because we want India #1 on YouTube. Keep ranting. Yes. Yep, your video, or yep, that vid. That was only the beginning. Crazy how Mr. Beast didn't know the beast he was up against, right? And that do be. I do find it kind of, I don't know, kind of stupid though. That they did that. I don't know how big T-Series is nowadays. I know Mr. Beast ended up passing T-Series. So let me try to check that out real quick. Pink dog. T-Series can eat a dick. Bro, I'm gonna drop some links into the chat.
Holy fuck me. T-Series is 308 million subscribers. Report as fucking... Hey. Report as fucking spam, misinformation, and terrorist organization. You know, yeah, that's about fitting for T-Series. Mr. B 6,000 over 3,000. Holy fuck me. Mr. Beast is sitting at 453 million subscribers. Bro, is it sad that back in the day, even before the Mr. Beast drama, quote unquote, or whatever, that I actually did not like Mr. Beast? I mean, maybe that's just a weird thing, but like, I not like I didn't like him, right? Like, I didn't mind him as a person, but like, when I watched his videos, they just felt too pretentious to me, you know, they felt fake. And he's went on the record before and said stuff like, oh yeah, we've needed to basically dumb down the videos, same guy, right? He's like, yeah, we need to dumb down the videos because we do so much shit in the videos that they just seem fake to people or whatever. Which, okay, I guess that's understandable. But then when the drama stuff comes out and it's like, no, he actually is faking it. He's just saying that basically save face. It's like, oh, okay, so now which one is it? You know what I mean? Like, was it really, oh, okay, yeah, this guy seems fake and it's because he was fake? Or is it, oh, he seems fake and it's, oh, well, he seems fake because of how big of a project or how big of a thing he does, but he's not really fake. It just seems fake because of the gigantic size of it or something like that, you know? So, like, I don't know. In my personal opinion, I'm not going to say he's a bad whatever person, but personally, I don't know. There's a weird feeling I have about him, you know? Maybe it's just a me thing. But it's like he tries to be good, you know what I mean? He wants to always be the good guy in everybody's eyes. And maybe that's a good thing, you know? I guess, you know, Jesus didn't try to always be the good guy in everybody's eyes, but, you know, people try to compare... at least from what I've heard, which I don't know if it's ironically or whatever, but I've heard people try to be like, oh yeah, look, you know, people hated Jesus because Jesus did all these cool things and all these good things, and Mr. Beast does these good things, and people hate Mr. Beast, and it's like, what? No, Mr. Beast is always trying to, like, you know, be a good person. He wants everybody to think he's, like, the best of the best or whatever it feels like. Whereas Jesus, he did stuff that was good. He just didn't care what people thought about him, you know? He's like, I'll fucking heal people on Sunday. If you're gonna fucking cry at me and say, you can't do that, it's a sin, well, then I'm gonna fucking twist it on you and be like, okay, well, is it a sin for a shepherd to go get their lamb on Sunday if it falls into a hole? Exactly, no. Is it a sin, basically? I mean, I don't know if you just said this one exactly, but is it a sin for God to heal somebody on Sunday? Clearly it's not, because Jesus did it, so, yeah. But, you know, I don't know if that makes sense, but, yeah, I've heard people try to compare it, and it's like, no, Mr. Beast tries to save face and tries to always be a good guy, it feels like, where Jesus never really always, you know, he wasn't always trying to look like a good guy or whatever, he just did shit. In fact, when he ended up healing people, he ended up telling them usually to go off or whatever and not speak of it, like, keep it hush-hush, you know, keep it under the radar. Those people were like, sure, Jesus, whatever you say. Anyway, I started ranting and spewing and snitching in town, and it's like, holy shit, bro, okay, well... He told you to keep it hush, but I guess. Where Mr. Beast goes and be like, I healed 12,000 people of their blindness, or whatever the fuck it is. He gives me Democrat politician vibes for real, bro. It was his smile. It's off-putting. Yeah, I feel like... I don't know. Because I've been told... I've been told that too sometimes. People be like, bro, you don't look like you're really happy when you smile sometimes. So, like, I don't know if I understand it 100%, but, like, I know what you're saying too. Like, I don't know, when he smiles, it looks almost like it's like, imagine if you had a robot that looked like a human and then you told it to smile and show happiness or emotional, you know, happy emotions or whatever. And then it's, you know, it smiles there, but it's like almost like a robotic smile. You know what I mean? Like almost like it doesn't feel like it's legit. You know, I could be wrong though, but I get what you're saying with that for real. No, not gonna lie, Coke. I started watching Mr. Beast before I started my channel. Yeah, for real, right? Yeah, before I started my channel, I figured he could teach me a thing or two about being a good YouTuber. I was wrong. It led me to believe something was off with him. For real. Okay, bro. That's honestly...
Okay, I didn't start watching him because of that, but I did honestly watch some stuff. Because, like, hold up, I'll try to find it real quick. Oh my gosh, Lorraine needs to shut the fuck up. I have it somewhere in here. The insane leaked Mr. Beast document, YouTube secret.
An alleged internal document from Mr. Beast.
It is almost an hour long, but basically I downloaded the audio form of it. I probably should have sped it up because ain't nobody got time to listen to an hour-long fucking video, in my opinion, you know? I mean, personally, even the hour videos that I upload, I'll be listening back to them at 2 times speed. But this whole leaked document thing or whatever is basically, if I recall correctly, it's a document thing that the employees that work at Mr. Beast need to read over, and then afterwards they need to sign or whatever. But basically it teaches them the secrets of growing on YouTube or some shit like that. So I did definitely listen to this a few times. I haven't really put it into effect or whatever, or into action, but I have listened to it. In fact, let me fucking Google I think this is a Mr. Beast tactic. I Google, wow, let me go to my notepads because I wrote it down. Retention. Best way to hold early viewer retention on YouTube. At least according to like the YouTube stuff, to my knowledge, this is more or less a extracted version of it. In the at least for the first 5 minutes of the video. So in the first 5 minutes of whatever YouTube video you are creating, you want to do this at least from what I've heard. In the first 60 seconds, explain what you're going to be doing in the video. So in today's video, we're going to be building this massive fucking wall around the island or some shit like that. You know, and we're going to be having to do it with shulkers and shulkers of blocks. It's going to be, 600,000 blocks or some shit like that. And then by the next 120 seconds, you do something big that takes a lot of time to get done really fast. That way it subconsciously invests the viewer into the video. So for instance, I would go over to the other area of, like the second island that we flattened out or whatever, and then I'd build a giant skyscraper there. Or I would actually build the castle here before I build the wall or some shit like that. So that way, in the next 2 minutes or so of the video, and then to kind of explain, hey guys, look at here, now we have the castle done or whatever, or now we have a skyscraper done. So basically, it subconsciously invests the viewer into the video by having them think, well, I've already seen this guy start doing something massive, you know what I mean? And then, so that's like 60 seconds, and then 120 seconds, later, so 3 minutes altogether. And then for the next 2 minutes, aka the first 5 minutes of the video, or by the next 120 seconds, you need to establish attachments. Wow, screen's blacking out. You need to establish attachments to either people or objects in the video. That was the viewers feel. Oh, that way. I don't know why it's that way. There we go. Fix the typo. But that way the viewer feels more connected to what's happening and less likely to click off. Let me see how long ago this. Okay, I edited it in March this year. But I'll edit it again. But yeah, so for the first 60 seconds, you explain what the video or what the main storyline or what the main thing in the video is going to be about. For the next 120 seconds, you basically do something that takes a lot of time or whatever, a massive project or something big, if you will. Probably outdated now. It's AI now. Yeah, right? Yeah, this was like a last year's thing or whatever, if I'm correct. But yeah, so for the next 120 seconds, usually what they do is, do a giant project or whatever to basically keep the person subconsciously invested. And then for the next 120 seconds, you establish attachments to either people or objects in the video. So like, this is, whatever. So some person in the challenge, they're going to be trying to get the money because at home, their kids are starving and they don't have enough food to make it to the end of the month or whatever. So they need this money or some shit like that, So now it's, oh shit, I really hope this person wins. Either that or like when it comes to Minecraft or whatever, it's like, okay, well now I got my little doggo that I found and I named him Sparky, and Sparky and I have been going on an adventure, but Sparky fell down a hole and he's at like a half heart. No, Sparky, you know, and now all of a sudden, now shit, I have an emotional attachment to what's happening in the story, and I don't want Sparky to die, you know, or some shit like that. That's the theory, anyway, of how to at least keep the retention at the beginning of the video, and if you can keep it for the first 5 minutes of the video, theoretically, you're going to be able to keep them retained for the entire video, assuming that your video is like 20 or 30 minutes long and no longer. But, oh, sorry, Hankers. I just kicked him in the snout on accident. It wasn't a hard one, but I'm sorry, buddy. He didn't care. He's like, I love it when you touch me. No homo. He's like, I love the petting. But yeah, so, I don't know. I've thought about doing that. But, it just feels so fucking pretentious, bro. Oh, wow. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, hello, it is I. Yo, what's up, cat with internet access? Hello, dog. Yo, cat. I don't know if you just heard what I was saying a little bit ago, but if you ever want to use this in your 20 to 30 minute long YouTube videos, you definitely can. It's, like I was just saying a second ago. Is I'm no dog? Oh, I am no dog, yes. He's a cat. But, like I said, I haven't been using it, or I haven't used it because, personally, it feels pretentious in my opinion. But, if it gets views, then, hey, it gets views, you know? So, if you want to use it, I don't hold that against you, you know? It's up to you 100%. But, basically, it's the best way to hold early viewer retention on YouTube videos, or on videos, YouTube videos, according to Mr. Beast, or at least according to a document thing from the Mr. Beast thing, or to my knowledge. So, don't hold me 100% to that, but basically, this is a trust me bro type thing. Anyway, in the first, I fucking got this information like over a year ago, so I cannot find the actual, I mean, I probably could, but it would take me forever to find the actual source. But basically, the extracted information from like the hour plus whatever was, in the first 60 seconds, you explain what you're going to do in the video. So obviously, you know, today we're going to be building this giant-ass wall or some shit like that. For the next 120 seconds, you do something big that takes a lot of time and to get done really fast. You know, that way it subconsciously invests the viewer into the video. So instead of building the wall, first I'm going to build this giant castle in the middle of the island or whatever. Or first I'm going to flatten the entire island before I build the wall. And then by the next 120 seconds, you establish attachments to either people or objects in your video. That way the viewer feels more connected to what's happening and less likely to click off. If it's something like Mr. Beast, you'd be like, hey, you know, like I was saying a second ago as an example, this person here for the challenge is trying to get enough money to end up paying for their rent and paying for food for their family because, you know, money's been really tight recently, and, you know, the economy and everything. So now you have an emotional attachment to that said person. Or when it comes to Minecraft, it's something like, you know, oh, my dog over here, my dog Sparky, you know, he's a good dog, and he ended up falling in a hole and almost dying. I gotta go save Sparky because there's a lot of skeletons around there or something like that. And that way it subconsciously builds an emotional attachment to the said player or object or people in the said video. And it's basically more likely, or going to help you more likely keep the retention of the said person, because after you can keep their attention for 5 minutes of the video, they're statistically more likely going to watch the entire video. Now, the best way to keep retention is to just upload it and forget. I agree with that. That's what I usually do. I fucking 100% agree. It's like, fuck it. I'm not gonna... Nostalgia, you trying to give me a fucking heart attack, homie. I saw your name tag, and I'm like, holy shit. I don't know why, but in my mind, I'm thinking Anarchy server. But, yeah, the best way to keep retention is just upload and forget. Oh, look at that face, that mustache. Ugh. And those glasses. All that bling. Oil. Yes. Just a little oil. My long... Hank, please. That's my phone. You can't lick it. My long form videos are going to be my castle, and the duration is going to progressively get longer. Fuck yeah. It sounds like manipulation to me. For real, bro. That's a Mr. Beast tactic, at least to my knowledge. So I'm going to say allegedly. That is allegedly a Mr. Beast tactic. That and, no does not mean no. And I think that was actually something Mr. Beast had in his thing. This wall still amazes me. Hell yeah, thanks, bro. You know,
I do get more dopamine from it than I thought I would. Like, usually when I build something like this, I'm like, oh boy, I'm going to be so excited when it's done. I'm going to be so happy. And then when I'm done, I'm like, yeah, it's mid. I don't feel anything from it. But for this one, oh, every time I look at it, bro, it's like, yeah, I built this motherfucker. Yeah, oh, it's so beautiful. So, like, I don't know. I still get a little bit of dopamine from it. So it's definitely worth it, in my opinion. Oh, yo, Cat, remember that person that came on your video? For real, you have no idea how I felt when I saw this a couple days ago. It's beautiful. Fuck yeah, thanks, homie. Much appreciated. But yeah, okay, right. You remember the other day when fucking homie came on the on your shorts or whatever and was talking shit about how you're wasting your life on the game or some shit like that, and then he got ratioed. Bro, I really wonder how many square feet this is. You have a creeper farm? I need rockets. Oh, I got you, bro. How many rockets you need? Yeah, it was geeking to me. Because I sadly do not have a creeper farm yet. Usually we just run around killing creepers. But let's just say I got a little bits of gunpowder for you. Oh, one stack? Oh, okay. Can you head over to me, Nostalgia, if you don't mind? Yo, Cat, remember, if you ever want to get on here, homie, we can try to do that for you. It'd be amazing to have you on here. Hey, 356, damn. 3,600, wow, 3,560. Fuck me. Damn it. We're almost there. I was thinking it was 365, but we got, is that the right thing? Sugarcane, yeah. Well, we got like, what, 90 more days, I think, till 3,650. Yeah, 90 more days. So 3,650 is in 90 days. Oh yeah, Nostalgia. Grab this right here, homie. Yeah. All right, now come over to the crafting table. Yes, sir. Come to the crafting table and turn all of that sugar cane that you have into paper if you can. Here, you probably need one more piece, so I throw one more. Grab this last piece right there. Yeah, you got it. Now, yeah, turn it all into paper, and then that should be just enough paper to turn all that gunpowder you have into fireworks. You don't need to turn it all into fireworks right now, but you can if you want. I think it'll give you 6 stacks of fireworks and a little extra. Just make sure you use one paper and one gunpowder. It's the weakest firework, but it gives you the most bang for your buck. Thanks, used all of it. Heck yeah. Yeah. I assume that was that you asked for, like, you know, getting on the realm later, maybe. Not saying yeah you're going to, but to what I was saying, you know, it'd be dope if you got on. Yeah, it would be dope, or whatever I was saying. I don't remember 100%, but yeah. Fuck, I should probably get this going again real quick. It's almost over. It's like 17 minutes, but...
Weak people, Nazis. But that's fine. The government called... For the record, in England, they're calling people like Tommy Robinson and his whole group, and the right-wing people, Nazis. But that's fine. The government calls them Nazis. No problem. A woman gets assaulted and calls her a rapist or whatever when she gets arrested.
Yeah, we're in like 7 directions here, so I'm going to just try and in like 10 seconds deal with each one. Total. First, I agree that no one should be arrested for any of the speech. Let me say that. So this is not a defense of arresting people, because that keeps being said. I'm not defending that. I do think the Nazi piece is different, but it doesn't mean that it should be responded to differently.
Hold up, guys.
Differently. For example, so this...
I got people messaging. I have to try to read messages and do the vidya and do the stream and talk in the stream all at the same time. It's quite fun. Or I guess talk as in like respond to comments usually, because I mean obviously who doesn't want to, you know, who wants to just write a comment and then have it not be read? And that's fucking bullshit. That's personally why I don't usually comment in big streams that, you know, where the person doesn't read them. It's like, well, why am I just going to comment for nobody to even notice, you know? It's like, fuck that shit. But, yo, Cat, if you do get on, you are welcome to stay at my village, whatever house you want. You can also build in it if you wanna. Yeah. I like expansion, right? Heck yeah, bro. Oh, bro, if Cat gets on here, I'll teach Cat how to dupe. Heck, honestly, Nostalgia, do you want a dupe machine? I don't know how long they're going to work for, because Minecraft is probably going to patch them soon. But if you want, I can make you a machine that lets you duplicate any item in the game. Sure, heck yeah. Alright, bet. First things first. Why the why they delete it? Oh no. Wait. You mean why would they take it out of the game? Oh, they deleted your chat? That's fucked up. Yeah, I don't know what you... Oh, wait, you mean on YouTube? Say it on Minecraft if you can. Unless it was wherever they deleted it, say it on the other one. On Minecraft? What? That's fucked up.
So this is...
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make beat bop for you real quick. Where the fuck did I put it though? Yeah, here. Alright, I'm gonna need one lever. One repeater and one comparator. Definitely droppers. 14. Hey, Nostalgia. Can you pull out an entire stack of items out of a bundle at the same time, or do you not know? I'm pretty sure you can on PC, I just don't know how. Yeah, you know how? Alright, bet. That works. You just hold down shift key and click. Nice. Alright, bet that works. Because... Where the fuck is the redstone? Yeah. Because what you gotta do is you just gotta pull stuff out of a shulker or out of a bundle really fast. And then either throw it on the ground or put it in your inventory and then do the same thing over and over and over again. I need to make... Oh, I'm so good at recipes. Haha, I'm just the best. I actually suck, but shh. Alright, thanks, yes sir. Boom. Yo, Nostalgia, would you believe me if I told you everything in this shulker box right here is what you, or all you need to duplicate items in Minecraft Bedrock? Just a lever, a lever, a repeater, a comparator, 2 droppers, and redstone dust. Yes, I would. Dang. Well, he knows that this game is broken then, shit. Cause it's bug rock, yes sir. That do be. Alright, I am coming to you. Yo, Cat, have you seen, assuming you're still here, have you seen Nostalgia's awesome ass fucking base or island, or what do you even call it, a village? Well, like, look at this. This looks like a village that Minecraft would generate. Oh, and of course he has villagers here now. Why wouldn't he already have villagers here now? Bruh, homie has it, bruh. You got it made. Wait. Oh, a village? Yeah, damn. I was gonna say, it looks like a fucking... it looks like a village that would be generated if Minecraft had cooler villages. Oh, and Nostalgia, if you need any wood, I can show you where there are different wood varieties are later on, I guess. But yeah, look at this beautiful place. In fact, I'll try to bring you a stack of every type of wood, so that way, if you want, you can duplicate them later. Also, do you have a specific house or area where you want this duper made at? Appreciate that. Hell yeah, good sir. Just right over here. Yeah. Anywhere around here. Alright, bet. That works. I love the arena. I assume that's what this is, right? It's an arena. Oh, it's a castle? I thought it was like a fighting arena, if I'm not gonna lie. Here. Boom, boom. Wait a minute. It was supposed to be a castle till I got bored. That do be. Alright, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? Fuck. $12 is right there. It's okay. Bro, it's okay. There's no one here. Doggy, yes, he hears something. Bro, it's okay. Yes, you a good guard dog. You're such a good guard dog. Good boy. Yeah, such a good boy. Yeah, you protecting the house. Such a good watchdog, yeah. Such a good protector. Oh, he's a good baby. Yes. Your dog is schizo. Right? Right? He's just going crazy right now. The way he barks too, it sounds like woo, woo, woo. It's such a weird bark. But it's funny. It's like he's a hound. Well, hound lab mix. So yeah, he definitely has that woo, woo, woo hound in him. Oh yeah, he's such a good boy. He's like, I heard someone downstairs. Damn it, I'm gonna get him. I know what I'm gonna do real quick.
Bleeped out, and this is another issue about.
Fuck you. I don't like to hear your voice. I'm looking for something. Why are you gonna do this to me? I just want to know how it looks. Okay, so it's 2 over. 2 over. You so mean to yourself. That's fair. Yes. You always got to be mean to yourself, at least in my opinion. Like, hey, you know, other people can't be mean to you. Only you can be mean to you, you know? I'm pretty sure this works, right? Flick. Okay, yep. Do I have no string? Really? Oh. I feel like there's definitely something in that bundle. It says it's empty, but I don't trust it. I feel like it's definitely not empty, so I'm not taking it out. Alright, right. All right, Nostalgia, when you have a second, good sir, could you come over to me? Yes. All right, bet. Hey, I see your little your little dot flying over here. What's up, good sir? All right, so whenever you want to duplicate something, you first gotta shut this machine off. Yeah, so like the machine has to be off at first for you to put something in. I guess it doesn't have to be, but if it's not off, most of the time it's going to delete the items instead of duplicating them. So you want to shut the machine off. So you shut it off. You shut it off, and then you put whatever item you want into the bundle that's inside the dropper. So if you open this dropper right here, you'll see that there's a bundle, and inside that bundle there's 29 sponges. I don't know where you went. Oh, there you are. So now that there's a bundle inside the dropper and there's 29 sponges inside of that bundle, we come over to the lever, we turn it on, and now you click on the bundle, or you click on the dropper, and try to take the items out of the bundle just one time really fast, and let me know if you grab them. I don't know, this other one right here. Yeah, this one. You don't know? Okay, yeah, so if you can you try to pull the items? Hold up. Yeah. Shit. So yeah, can you try to pull the items out of the bundle like really fast or no? Oh, you got him, right? You got it? Nice, nice. Try it again then. Like, basically that's all you gotta do. So, it was glitching real bad. Yeah, it does that sometimes. Like, it's because what you have to do is, when you take them out of the bundle, instead of like clicking it like you normally would, where like you push the button for, let's say, 50 milliseconds or 100 milliseconds, you gotta like click it really fast and like go like 5 millisecond touch, you know? Like a really fast click. But yeah, let me shut the machine off real quick. Now, if you pull something out, it works. It works the heck, right? Yeah. So now, now if you want, try to put the sponges. And since the machine is off, now you can put stuff inside the machine. So yeah, if you take something out of it, like right now, oh yeah. So well, if you want, here, let's just remove the sponges. What else do you want to duplicate? Do you need food? Do you need gold, or do you need golden carrots? What do you need right now? Whatever you need, we can put into the thingy and test it a little more, so that way you can get the hang of it. Hold up. All right, bet. Oh yeah, I can also get those 5 different types of wood, and I can drop them off here, so later on you can duplicate them I mean, I can also duplicate them for you. Unfortunately, it's really hard right now for me to. I can duplicate things on a touch screen. It's just extremely hard compared to controller. I don't know how PC works, but I've been told PC is easy and controller is super easy. But mobile, you have to like click on the bundle, you gotta click on the items, and you gotta click on your inventory slot all within a few seconds before the game registers the bundle being moved from the dropper. So yeah, you got. So usually it works best with like an auto clicker. So I'll put like an auto clicker set up or whatever, and I'll have it like quickly click on the bundle and then click on the items and then click on my inventory and then click then I'll click on those items and like try to throw them into a hopper or a chest or some shit. Or I'll move them from that inventory slot, so then when it does it a second time and it, you know, grabs the items and it puts it in that slot, then I can just move it again and move it again and move it again, and yeah. I have things I'm gonna duplicate. Nice, yeah. Alright, yeah, let me know when you, oh, you're coming back, nice. I was gonna say, let me know when you get a chance, because I feel like you know how this machine already works. I just don't want you to do something that you're gonna be like, what happened? All my blocks are gone, you know? Yeah, basically the one thing you don't want to do is when the machine is on like this, you do not want to try to put items inside the bundle. If you try to when the machine is on, it will steal your items. So I shut it off. Now you can put items in the bundle. So like you know how when the item or when the machine's on, you know, we can duplicate items by. All right, gotcha. Yeah. So like we can duplicate items by trying to take them out of the bundle. The same physics apply when you try to put items into the bundle. It's just instead of duplicating them, it deletes them. So it's like, fuck. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go grab some of that wood for you real quick. Things are in. Do I press the button? Yeah. Now, yeah, when your stuff is in, click the lever right here. Right here. Yeah, you gotta flip this lever. I'm sorry if my stream's a little behind. Yeah. Wait. Oh, yeah. Hold up. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, hold up 1 second, nostalgia. This repeater, it worked. Nice. There we go, yeah. Alright, now try it. I was gonna say that, because it should work the way the repeater was, but there's a chance when the repeater's one tick away that it's not gonna work as good. It honestly, it works better for phones, because, yeah, it gives you a little delay second there, so you can, like, grab the items. But for PC, at least for controller, I know it doesn't make it better, so I assume it probably doesn't make it better for PC as well, but I could be wrong. So yeah, the way it's set up right now with the repeater all the way forward, it probably is it's set best for PC, I assume. This is all speculation. I assume it is. I can't guarantee, because it's good. It's good for me or for you. Heck yeah. That do be. Thanks, heck yeah, bro. Yeah, no problem. This was helpful, yeah. And then I'm gonna get you. What types of wood do you have? Do you just have birch and oak? I'm gonna build my mansion because of this. Hell yeah, bro. Yeah. I feel like TNT was blown up here, but I know it wasn't. You only have oak, dark oak, and birch. Alright, bet. Ow, I just fell in a hole. I think it's here. me see. Alright, that's dark oak. There we go. A little bit of jangle. Well, you said you have oak and dark oak, so I'll leave that. Are you sure it's dark oak or is it spruce? You know what? I'll just bring one dark oak. All right, bet. Yep. All right, that's good. I could have swore we had bamboo too. I could have. Alright, that's oak. That's a jangle. That's a dark oak. This is the birch. And that's the spruce and acacia. You said, bro, this is so broken. I now have a chest full of logs. Hell yeah, bro. That's what's up. I'm getting you a thing too. Wrong one. You should love this when it's done. Should be in the keyword. I'm bringing you some blocks you can duplicate, so you have more building blocks. I know you probably have cobblestone, but I'll bring you a stack of it anyway. I'm gonna bring you some tuff and some soul sand. I don't know if you're ever gonna use those in builds. Where the hell did where the fuck did they go? Oh, there they are. But I figure it's better than nothing, you know. If you ever do want to use them in builds one day, it's good to have them, you know. I'd most likely use anything. Nice. All right, yeah, I'll bring you some of everything. If I don't have 64 blocks or more, I'll bring you half of whatever I have, so then you can just duplicate it and then, you know, basically get whatever you want. Okay, so I'm bringing you a piece of glowstone dust too. If you duplicate this glowstone dust 3 times, you can use 4 pieces of it to make a glowstone block, and then you can duplicate that block, and you can have like lights that way. I'll also, I will also try to bring you some fucking, what do you call them? Those prismarine lights or sea lanterns, unless you already have some of those. You have plenty of those? Hell yeah.
Ooh, okay. When I come back there, I'm gonna bring a book and quill. And if you don't mind, could you please duplicate this book and quill for me when I come back? That way, I'll leave a few of them there for you, and then I'll take like 2 or 3, and then you can like write stuff down if you want, like, you know, what you're doing in your world, or you can like write different lore for your houses and stuff like that. And then hell, if you want, I'm pretty sure there's a way you can like, you take your book that you wrote and then you put a empty book and quill, or either that or a book. Fuck, what is it? I'll have to double check it now, but I'm pretty sure you take an empty book and quill and then the book that you wrote and you put them in like a crafting table, and it will duplicate the book and make 2 of them for you or something like that. But if you don't want to do that, you know, you could always take the one book you write, put it in the machine, duplicate it, now you got 2 books. And then you can like put one in a shulker and then put one in like a chest inside of a house or whatever. So now you have 1 copy and then there's 1 copy inside the house. So like it's like the house lore or some shit like that. I don't know. That's just if you want to. Just trying to give you some ideas or some ideas. Nostalgia. Is there anything here that looks interesting to you? I mean, you want some vines you can duplicate? They're like ladders. You can put them on stuff and make it look like the forest is growing onto your houses, you know? Like the overgrowth or some shit. I could bring you some of those you could duplicate if you want. I could bring you some wool. I need to get a drink. I have mouth's too dry right now. I can bring you some wool if you want some of that. I'm going to bring you 5 raw iron blocks that if you want, you can duplicate those, and you can use them almost like pathways. They kind of look like stone blocks or whatever. You don't need to, but you can use them for whatever you want. 3564. Happy day 3564. Yeah, bro, bring all those. Heck yeah, I got you. Blop. I think that's everything. Oh, wait. Wait up, I'm gonna just duplicate my rockets. Nice. Oh, and those EXP bottles that you can throw on the ground and get EXP from, you can also duplicate those if you ever get low, or if you're ever running low. Those too, right? Bro, I feel like I have something in my throat, no homo, but fuck it. Yeah, I think that looks like a beautiful shulker. This shouldn't be allowed on Minecraft Survival, right? Oh, it's not really allowed, quote unquote. It's just a glitch that they haven't got around to patching yet, because I think, you know, they're waiting for the 2016 or 2016, the 2026 drop. So they'll probably patch it in January. So we probably have about a month till it's patched, if I'm being honest. But it's been around for about a month, so 2 months for a glitch like this is honestly a long time. So it's pretty dope. Shoot, where was your arena? Welp, I'm gonna prepare then, right? Yes, sir. I feel that. I feel like I need to do the same thing. Stock up on all this for real, bro. Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah, I need to probably do that too. I'm just trying to find where your. There it is. Yeah, your arena or your castle. Oh yeah, you're right here. Throw that down. Yeah. Yeah, your XP bottles. Yeah, bro, I can duplicate them too. I just duplicated 4 stacks. Damn it. It's a little harder. Oh, I took it out. Sorry, here, I'll put it back in. I was gonna say, it's a little harder, but I can do it. Oh yeah, here. Bro, do you mind duplicating this for me? Shit, never mind. I threw the bundle on the ground. That's my bad. Hold up. I put the bundle in the dropper. Oh, wait, I don't think it's in the... It's... Yeah. Damn. Alright, there has to be a way. Why does this work sometimes? And then not other times? There has to be a reason. Alright, you know what? That's better for mobile. Really? Bruh. Shit.
Hold up, nostalgia. I have to put this back. There we go. Oops, wait. Yeah, put a book in it. Yeah, I got it. 4 books. I guess I can still dupe stuff. Yeah, nostalgia. Let me know what you think of these 2 shulkers over here. They're for you. Some of these items you're going to need to duplicate because I only have like a 1 or so, like the Heart of the Sea or the Glowstone Dust. But you got items. I really like this. Heck yeah. I was hoping like the coal ore might give you a little more detail in like your builds if you're trying to make a stone something and you want some dark stone or something like that, and you don't want to use like, you know, deep slate. You want to use something that's stone with a little bit of, you know, black in it or something. You got coal. Or the coal ore. Really needed the quartz? Hell yeah. Yeah, you can duplicate the quartz and the iron blocks in there too if you want. Either or you could use to build with. They're pretty similar in color. Diorite looks terrible. Oh yeah, bro. Here, hold up. After you duplicate some items, like, make sure you... Yeah, I agree with the diorite thing. But, duplicate a stack of like, any item or you want. Like, let's say the cobblestone... the cobblestone deep slate, right? Like this one right here. If you duplicate a stack of that... like, here, really quick, try to duplicate it if you don't mind. Because you take a stack of that... I don't think wood works, so sadly you can't have it. Wood works. So I don't think you can do it with the wood. But you can do it with, like, almost every other block. I mean, you can still duplicate the wood, in case that's what, you know, yeah, that's not what I meant. You did it with wood, though? Yeah. I noticed how I worded that. It sounded like I was meaning you can't duplicate wood, but that's not what I was meaning. So when you duplicate the item, come over here, or, the cobblestone, right? The deep slate cobblestone or whatever, or the deep slate stone. After you duplicate the deep slate stone, bring 1 stack over to the stone cutter, and put it in the, you know, you put it in the thing and it will show you like a whole option of like different blocks you can make with it. So theoretically that one, you know, that one, oh yeah, so like that one type of deep slate that you have or whatever can make like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you know, whatever different types of blocks. So theoretically you can use, you know, it has like different, you know, different textures and shit basically is what I'm saying. So, like, if you're like, oh, I want different, you know, I want some bricks and some normal and some, you know, some polished or whatever, you can basically do that. I don't know, I figured it might help you add some detail to your stuff. If that's what you're going for. This is useful, heck yeah. That's what's up. Bro, I'm getting too old. I stand up and I feel like an old man. I just crack and hurt, and I'm running out of air. You appreciate it? Hell yeah, bro. Glad I could help. We don't want to have an unstoppable force like nostalgia be stopped by a lack of resources. So now, hopefully, the lack of resource is never going to happen again, or never going to be thereof again. I'm sorry, when he said I'm running out of air, that made me laugh. Yes, that do be. Alright, I'll be back in 1 second, good sir. I'm gonna go take a dab real quick. And yeah, be right back. We're back. Back again.
But in total. First, I agree that no one should be arrested for any of this speech. Let me say that. So this is not in defense of arresting people, because that keeps being said. I'm not defending that. I do think the Nazi piece is different, but it doesn't mean that it should be responded to differently. For example, you may say to me, Piers, because you're policing my speech around not using the F word or the N word or whatever, that you're a fascist. That would be a reasonable criticism. I think you'd be wrong, but I think that'd be a reasonable criticism. But
Oh, yo, nostalgia. So you don't need to do this every time. I sometimes forget to myself, but I'm just gonna let you know, if you shut off the machine, it will most likely make it a little less laggy for you. You don't need to shut it off. All it's gonna do is it might make it a little more laggy, and honestly, it might not even do that. But just something that might help you out if you're like, dang, why is the game being a little buggy? And it's like, oh shit, it might be because of the thing being on or something. Just so you know. Good to know you, sir. Damn.
Behavior is actually similar to that of a particular thing. When people are looking at Donald Trump's behavior, it's not casual at all. They're saying the extraordinary and maybe historically unprecedented way that he is undermining American democracy is reminiscent of the Nazi regime.
He's not undermining American democracy. He was elected by the majority of the people. He's doing exactly what he was elected for. Okay? He's not undermining democracy in literally any way whatsoever. All right? Also,
I'm getting greedy, man. I'm gonna build a storage unit for this.
Polar opposites, man.
Fuck yeah. Bro, hold up. Give me a second, and I will show you how to. I'll send a link to a video. It's super easy, bro. It's how to build an automatic storage system. It looks really hard, but it's super easy. I sent it in the stream chat. Somebody be spouting in the line chat. Bruh, I don't know why, but I don't know. I feel like I might be getting sick. I don't know 100%. It's weird because I don't usually get sick, but because I was feeling a little fucky last night, and then today I've been feeling fine. Now today, or this afternoon, I'm starting to feel a little fucky again, but not that bad. So fuck it. Hopefully nothing happens and I'm good. But oh well. Sucks to suck if I do. Yeah.
Man. Also, Donald Trump, he's not undermining democracy in literally any way whatsoever.
Yeah, dude, yeah, all good.
Also,
I should be fine.
The Nazis were socialists. Like, they're polar opposites, man. Also, Donald Trump isn't fucking rounding up Jews and murdering them, okay? Like,
he's not?
What are we talking about, man?
I could have swore the magic box told me he was. No.
My grandfather's a Holocaust survivor, and he reads the New York Times every single day. He's 100 years old.
Well, I've been sick basically all year. Damn, that's no good, homie.
And every single time he sees something in the New York Times calling Trump a Nazi or like comparing him to Hitler, he gets visibly angry. And he's like, dude, what are we talking about? He's actually visibly mad. So my grandfather voted for Trump. He was 99, I think, when he voted for Trump. And he called his son, my uncle, and he said, drive me, I am voting for this man. And he did. He voted for him.
Shoot, I went the wrong way.
Oh
well.
You honestly think Donald Trump is a Nazi?
Piers, if you allow me to finish, you'd understand that I'm not saying that. Just allow me to finish the sentence. My next sentence will...
No, he didn't say dude. I was paraphrasing. But he was, like, actually annoyed. Like, he was actually upset when he read that. Like, he saw them compare... Every time he's compared to a Nazi, like, he gets actually upset. Like, remember, like, my grandfather, his entire family was killed by Nazis. His entire family. He was the only survivor in his entire family. The war started. He had parents and, like, 5 siblings, and they were all killed in by actual Nazis. And here he is in America, you know, the greatest country ever, and Donald Trump gets elected by the majority of the people. He's not throwing Jews into gas chambers, or any people into gas chambers, for the record. And then the media calls him a Nazi. And, you know, he sees that, and he's like, this is crazy. This is absolute insanity. Like, I can tell you stories that my grandfather told me, and they're bone-chilling. Bone-chilling. Like, I'll tell you one story. I think I've said this before. I don't even remember if I said this before. He was taken on a death march, right? So, basically, a Nazi group took him out, took this entire group of several thousand people from a concentration camp, brought them out into the wilderness, and then shot them all. Because they basically, it's just like, why feed all these mouths? And shot everyone in the group and killed all of them. And then they got their dogs, German Shepherds, to sniff around the corpses to make sure that everyone was dead. And every time there was someone that was alive, they would shoot that guy to make sure that he stayed dead, right? These were, and anyway, and the dog went and sniffed my grandfather, who was alive, thank God, and the dog didn't bark. And they left him there, and he stayed there among the bodies for hours until he was sure that all the Nazis were gone, and then he ran away. So that guy will open the newspaper and see the media call Trump a Nazi. And that is insane. And it actually gets him mad for like the most obvious reason of all time. God had plans for him. That's how he survived.
That dog was an angel guaranteed for real, G. That do be.
That's just one story of 5 years of stories. To make it clear, all right? That is one story of 5 years of stories that are just as horrible.
With the claim. The point is, I'm allowed to have a political ideology.
Ow.
I wouldn't make that claim, by the way. I wouldn't call Donald Trump a Nazi. But my point is
it a slur?
I believe that, and I'm
is it a slur against Donald Trump?
No.
Wow.
That's my. Here's, I'm the one saying no.
This guy's
It's not a slur to call somebody. It's not a slur to call somebody a Nazi, but it is a slur to use the F word about somebody who's not even gay. Can you explain that?
No. I can't explain what you just said because that's not the point I'm making. You recharacterize what I said.
You ate your emeralds? No, my bad. All good. Your emeralds? You mean like your... Hold up, I got you. Do you need some emeralds? Like so you can duplicate some more? If you do, I can get some for you. Oh, you have plenty? Nice, nice. Hell yeah. But is that what you mean by you ate them? You accidentally put them in the machine like when it was on, or no? Or you mean like you spent them all? You have 14, I'm gonna duplicate them, just never make that mistake again. Okay, yeah, it is definitely the machine. Yeah, the thing ate them, right? Yeah, it does do that sometimes. It's the machine giveth and the machine taketh away. God knows I'm joking, but yeah, that machine sucks sometimes. It'd be like, damn, it gives you good loot, but let me tell you what, it also takes away when you don't forget, or when you forget to shut it off.
Say that, and I wouldn't call that a slur. If my behavior is reminiscent of that, similar to the Nazi or any other argument.
What if your behavior is reminiscent of the N-word?
God has a sense of humor, right? Yeah, that's what I always assume. That's why I say shit like that. People be like, bro, oh my gosh, I can't believe you say something like that. It's like, bro, nah. God literally, God has a sense of humor. If he didn't, well, then why would he create us like this? And if he also didn't have a sense of humor, why would he like go in situations like, that he did, where like, for instance, with Jesus healing people on the Sabbath and shit, just to fucking get people pissed off and shit, to then like, like Uno reverse them, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, but what about this? What about that? Or like when he says that he's God and stuff, and they're like, we are going to stone you for saying that you're God or whatever, right? And he's like, doesn't even the the Bible or the Scripture call you guys gods? So why are you going to stone me for saying what the Scripture says? Are you saying the Scripture's wrong? Like he Uno reverses them, and I don't know. My personal opinion, that's a funny sense of humor thing. It's wait. Oh, you aren't blaspheming. It's playful humor. He knows that. Yes, it'd be. Yeah, I don't know. That's the way I see it personally, and I'm glad you see it the same way. He's slow to anger. LOL. Yes, sir. That do be. Bro, honestly, like I was thinking about that the other day. I can't find my vape. Sad, but I was literally thinking about that the other day, and I'm like, bro, like, no joke. I mean, there might be some fucking something somewhere, but none that I'm aware of. But like, let me know if you ever find one. But in my personal opinion, right, if you're thinking of God, hey, I found my vape. But if you're thinking of gods in general, right, you show me any other god that happy day 3, 5, or 3, 5, 6, 7. But yeah, you show me any other god, like any false god, any god whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like, show me any god that literally treats their creation and or treats people the same way that, our God or the real God treats, us or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you could be the most fucking heinous, evil fucking motherfucker out there. You know what I mean? And if you're like, I should probably not do this, or I should probably, find God or whatever. He's like, okay, I got you, bro. But like, any other god would be like, fuck you, you're worthless. You fucking did all this shit for so long, I don't want you anymore. You know what I mean? But like even Islam or whatever, Christians, according to Islam, are unforgivable by Allah because Christians say that Jesus is Lord, and by saying that Jesus is Lord, you commit shirk, which is the unforgivable sin. So therefore, all Christians, according to Islam, are unforgivable. But our God, we have the quote-unquote unforgivable sin, if you will, but it seems that, at least to my knowledge, that the unforgivable sin seems to be where you have Jesus, or you see Jesus, Jesus is there calling you, the Holy Spirit is literally, tugging at you, and you're like, nah, fuck this shit, I just don't care anymore, or I just don't care about that. And it's not just even a one-time thing. I feel like it's, you do it over and over and over and over and over and over, to the point where God's basically like, well, I'm calling you and you're just rejecting me, and obviously that's what we do, and I don't even think that it's ever going to stop, if you will. I think the unforgivable sin is when you keep doing that till death, if that makes sense. Not that, because like, if you think about it, the Pharisees, they literally had Jesus in front of them, and in John, they said that they know that he is from God or whatever because of the miracles that he performs. They're like, they know no human can do that if they're not from God. So the Pharisees know Jesus is from God, and yet they deliberately say, no, he's from the devil, he's from Satan or Beelzebub or whatever. So in their minds or whatever, like they want praise and worship from people so bad that they're willing to say, nah, God right there, God in flesh form is not God. He's actually the devil. And it's like, bro, and they know he's not. They know he's God. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, okay, that's low. I don't know. It's like, if you know it's God, and you literally want praise on earth more than you want praise from God, I don't know if you know what I mean. Like, at that point, it's like, holy shit. Like, yeah, I understand. You don't want to be saved, basically. Like, that's the unforgivable sin, if you will. It's like where you do not care. You're like, fuck this shit. I don't even want God anymore. It's like when you literally have God standing in front of you, and you're like, nope, he's a devil. It's like, okay, and that's blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what the unforgivable sin is, according to Jesus, is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. But people, go into things of, well, what is, what technically is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit? Like, is it, is it saying that specific thing, or is it knowing that, like, if you think of the context, the Pharisees, they knew about, the scripture. They were, like, extremely well knowledgeable in the Bible. And they literally knew, according to my knowledge anyway, they knew that Jesus, well, this one's factual, they knew Jesus was somebody from God. And to my knowledge, they also knew that he was the Messiah, or, the one who was chosen, the Son of Man, the one who was riding on the clouds, a.k.a. God Almighty, coming to save them. And they knew it. But yet they were like, nope, we want praise from humans more. So we are going to literally say he is the devil. It's like, what? Like, bro, how delusional do you have to fucking be? Like, at that point, bro, be like, okay, maybe I can go with Jesus and then also get followers that way, like you don't need to be the number one whatever. If you still want to be a fucking somebody who's, I don't know, I don't think it would work because Jesus is God, but like, if you still wanted to be somebody who's like, I'm in it for the money only, you know what I mean? You don't need to be number one. You could be like, hey, I'm gonna go follow Jesus and help Jesus spread his stuff and get money that way. Granted, you'd probably be thinned out soon, but because Jesus was executed or on the cross and shit, and then afterwards his disciples were killed too. So if you were a fake like that, you probably would have switched sides real fast. But what I'm saying is, like, at that point, you know what I mean? Like you could at the very least have tried to be on God's good side, but no, they were like, fuck it. I just don't care. I'm gonna go my way. Fuck it. And, I want to get the fame and the fortune and everything, and I have to be number one, and everybody has to love and praise me. It's like, what? Or the opposite. A god that just lets you do what you want, which is people, or they are their own god. Yeah, that too, right? Like, our God forgives everything, but I mean, basically, I don't want to say forgive. Like he, with the context of what I gave before, he forgives everything other than blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. But he also doesn't let you do whatever you want, where other gods will too, and it's like, okay. But the unforgivable sin is literally not believing in him. Yeah, right, exactly. That's blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. Facts, bro. And what I call delulu, like delusion or delusional, delulu. Bro, didn't the person with like the highest IQ in the world come out and say something like that Jesus Christ did live and was crucified and rose again on the third day, and that he is God? They propagandize the people too. It's on their hands. Yes, sir. Are you saying yes to that IQ comment or something else? Because that was a pretty quick yes. Yeah, Q1. Dang. Yeah, that was pretty fast. But yeah, so like, if he's saying it, bro, you gotta think it's at least semi-legit, I mean, that, and we have over 25,000 pieces of ancient literature that can be reused to put the entire New Testament together many times over again with like a 98+% translation accuracy. I'm pretty sure it's like 99, but 99+% translation accuracy. But I'm sure that's just a coincidink. Dang, I do like the days played 3, 5, 6, 7 though, but yeah. Day 3, 5, 6, 7 be talking about God. I'm sure people back in Jesus' era decided that it was best just to write about these stories because they were fun folklore to tell their kids at night, and I'm sure that they did not believe in any of it. And I'm sure that that's the reason that they ended up writing it so accurately, is because it was just nothing but fables to them and stories that they fell asleep to, I'm sure that's the case. Nothing like it's actually legitimate, and that Jesus was actually a real person, and that he's the Son of God, and that he's literally the only way, the truth, and the life, and that no man come to the Father except through him. I'm sure not that. All satire, of course. What the fuck? Oh, wait. Yeah, we're talking the Minecraft thing. Damn throat. They're blind, you can't... Dang it, my phone just blacked out. I could have swore I just moved the screen, but... they're blind, you can't explain it to them. That's why Jesus started speaking in parables, because he no longer cared about them, because they didn't care about him or his word. That's legit. Well, that, and didn't he need to also speak in parables and riddles, if you will, to basically fulfill the scripture, if I'm correct? But yeah, I feel that. And then he told the disciples why. Hey, yes, that too. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, this video is almost over, but if you want, when this video is over, I can turn on some of that well, I guess not gospel. I mean, I could do that too, but I could turn on some of that New Testament. I'm still needing to get through 2nd and 3rd John and Jude and then Revelations, but I'll probably start on 1st John, maybe even 2nd Peter, because if I'm being honest, I don't really think I heard much of 2nd Peter or 1st John. I was kind of just zoning off doing the wall.
So yeah, if I do 2 Peter, 1 John, and 2 John, 3 John, Jude, and Revelations, I can go through the entire Bible. Honestly, I think I did go through them once, but I could do it again, you know. It's always good to listen to the Bible, in my opinion. The scripture also said he be hated, which should be quite obvious. Right? Yeah. That is legit, too. I mean, I do feel like Jesus was quite hated. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's just a feeling I got. Yeah, go through the whole thing. Whatever you want to put on, heck yeah. Alright, I'll continue this one still. It has about 9 minutes left, but...
Where their identity
of the N-word in that case. Alright? Like, this is crazy, bro.
I'm not call it a slur just because I disagree with it. Where it becomes different is if I'm attacking somebody for their identity. Where I'm insulting somebody for their identity, that becomes a slur.
And in the slur when we use it the way we want, but when we use words that'll basically get people to kill you, that's fine, because that's not technically a slur.
That's the example you gave, Piers, where somebody calls somebody the F word, or somebody high fives their friend, as my other colleague said, and gives them a high five, and they're not even gay and they don't mean it that way. It may not be a slur, but you're still trafficking in homophobia. You're still racism.
You're trafficking in homophobia.
Hang on. This isn't illogical. This is actually illogical. Listen, I'll tell you why. The reason that this is illogical is...
And then allow me to respond, because every time you respond, you tell me I don't get to respond.
Hang on, I understand, but the foundation of your argument is these words cause harm based on social stigma, and the social stigma is caused because you're using a harmful word. Calling people Nazis and fascists would create this exact same stigma that you're saying these other protected classes deserve. Your argument is a contradiction. It's key and not key at the same time. It's contradictory. So either it's one or the other, Mark. Either the social stigma needs to be against. Hang on. And in the UK, people are getting arrested for calling Donald Trump a Nazi as much as they get arrested for calling somebody the F slur, because the social stigma is the thing that you're after. So you have to pick one, dude. Pick a lane.
All right, now allow me to respond. Again, you have mischaracterized my argument. My point is not that social stigma is the predicate for deciding whether or not someone can say something or not. If it were, then you would be right. All words can have social stigma. I could call you a conservative,
what is this?
And you can have a social stigma. You could call...
Then what determines
I'm going to finish now. Please allow me to finish. I'm
just waiting. This guy's pathetic.
I just want the answer, though. What can it be?
If you let me talk or if you don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is, again...
Bruh. Yeah, go through the whole thing, whatever you want to put on. Okay, yeah, wait, never mind, that was the other comment. Even if it was insulting for their identity, who cares? You know why? Because what if they're... What? Bro, I have filter profanities turned off, so I should be able to see this. So unless you gasterised it or hashtagged it, I don't know why it's still filtered, so fuck Minecraft. Even if it was insulting for their identity, who cares? You know why? Because what if their something was being a criminal? What if their identity was being a criminal? Maybe we should bully them, right? Yeah, that's fucked up that they censored it like that. I even went and checked in my filter profanity thing, and it's turned off.
If just all words can potentially have stigma. If you call
I don't know why they censored that, right? They're fucking censorship Nazis.
Should be arrested for any of it because it's so great and slippery. I'm saying don't arrest anybody for any of the slang or any of the slurs, any of the language, any of the words that have been used against people. I'm saying don't arrest anybody for any of it. But the distinction I'm making here is not one of slur versus or stigma versus non-stigma. What I'm saying is that as a community, we can certainly agree that assessing someone's behavior, even if it causes stigma, is okay. You not liking it isn't enough for me to stop saying it. What I'm saying is if we as a community decide that, hey, this particular word...
What about this? I, as a person, decide that you, as a community, don't fucking matter to my opinion. What about that? Your community does not matter to me. What you could say that we killed our firstborn and sacrificed them to fucking Cthulhu because that's our societal norms now, and I still wouldn't fucking do it. We, as a community, is so cringe, right? I agree. It's just like, yes, a group of people that are nothing but a herd mentality, sheeple type mindset folk, we think that we want this to happen, so we're going to talk about it like it's something that needs to be normalized because we as a community decided that we like it. It's like, no, fuck you as your community. I'll do what I want, even if your community doesn't like what I do now because you want to normalize something that's not normal. I feel like that makes perfect sense.
Word, this particular framework has historically caused harm to people, not based on what they believe, not based on anything they've done, but based on a particular identity category. I'm saying we can make different decisions.
Literally, he's actually contradicting himself, like in one sentence. In one sentence, he contradicts himself every single time.
He may not agree with what the decision is,
Mark,
but
that's stigma.
You are making a foundation.
Let me jump in. I want to hang on.
I'm telling you, man, this dude's 70 IQ ass does not understand, does not understand the actual hypocrisy. He's like, a stigma's okay. If
The 70 IQ ass. That's funny, because having a IQ 70 or below makes you retarded, if I am correct.
My IQ is 71. Yeah, I'm not retarded.
Yep. I just look at YouTube telling me what I can and can't say, right? Yeah, bro, it's so fucking gay. I don't remember. Shit. Yeah, I don't remember if we were either talking about this or if you were around when this happened or what, but when for the election thing, right? I was live streaming the entire election this year because I'm like, last year I was just watching it on Omelette and I was streaming it a little bit, but the live stream was not saved anywhere, and they ended up doing some fucking bullshit. Yeah, so this year I streamed it on YouTube, and I'm like, I'm gonna save it forever. So if they try to do some bullshit, I can actually have the proof of them doing it. But yeah, anyway, after I did that live stream, and after Trump won, for some reason YouTube did a strike thing on my channel. They called it a warning because it was the first strike I ever got. But if it's your first strike, it's a warning, and then that permanently stays on your channel forever. If you get another strike, it's a strike, but then that strike can go away after 3 months or something like that, or 6 months. But yeah, basically they quote-unquote put a warning on my channel, aka they strike me for the first time for sexual content. And I was like, what the fuck? And yeah, so like they tried, I don't know, I feel like they tried to take something that was completely not, whatever. They basically tried to create a red herring or fallacy on my account so they could strike it, I feel like. But I don't know why it just randomly popped in my head, but yeah. It was bullshit, and then they striked me again this year. It's like, like a year later. I mean, I guess it was a few weeks or less than a year, but still, it was like almost a year later. It's like, damn. Losers, absolute Karens, right? I wasn't there then, but yeah, you don't. I wasn't there then, but you don't believe me. I see you saying, you don't think I'm lying, but yeah.
It's a stigma for behavior, but a stigma is not okay. It's a stigma
I
for
see what
identity.
you're saying.
That's what he's saying, and there's zero logic behind it. The foundation,
They just don't realize all words can produce. It's not.
Let me ask Andrew a question.
You don't realize it.
Let me ask Andrew.
It's just repeatedly shouting it is doesn't change the fact that it's
I just think this guy's honestly too dumb. I'm not gonna lie. I think this dude is too dumb to realize he's contradicting himself. I'm not trying to be rude here or anything. I just think you bro's got the Somalia IQ. This is crazy.
I'm stipulating.
Let me ask a question.
I'm stipulating that we all have stigma.
Bro's been yapping for like 20 minutes, repeating himself forever.
Let me ask you a question of Andrew, which is about free speech, but it's a different twist on it. Because it's all been very anti the UK, this debate, as indeed the debates raised in America about our free speech issues, which are legitimate. I agree.
No, they're not.
But a Reuters report recently said that more than 600 Americans were fired, suspended, placed under investigation, or disciplined by employers for comments about Charlie's
Good, absolutely. They should be fired. This is not the same. They're not getting arrested by the government for it. They're getting fired by employers that have the freedom of speech as well. But the employers have every right to fire one of their employees. Absolutely. They do. No doubt. And you want to know something? That's based as fuck. They're employers, not the government. This is not the same. It's unreal. It's unreal. You've got people that get fired for being pro-Israel or anti-Israel or whatever other stance throughout all of history. And you know what? That's perfectly legal. It is legal. This is like a libtard curveball. This is the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my life.
Nation, That was after a review of court records, public statements, local media reports, and interviews. Some were dismissed.
And for the record, one of the biggest errors through all of American history was the fact that people shit on a baker, a Christian baker, that didn't want to bake a wedding cake for a...
I'm a fucking prophet. Bro, I've been saying this for years. Listen to the words of Nux. He is repeating what I've been saying for years, and people call me homophobic for it. Fuck them.
For a record, one of the biggest errors through all of American history.
Hold up, 10 more.
That was after a review of court records, public statements, local media reports, and interviews. Some were dismissed.
And for the record, one of the biggest errors through all of American history was the fact that people shit on a baker, a Christian baker, that didn't want to bake a wedding cake for a gay wedding. They shit on that man, and that was the beginning of the end. For real, for real. That dude had every right to refuse to bake a wedding cake for what he viewed as a sin.
I was saying that back in fucking... when it first happened, bro. I'm like, this is so fucking bullshit. And then in 2016, I'm like, this is what fucking started the whole slippery slope. Now 2026, that is what fucking started everything. Wait, why is it that whenever they strike something political, or they pin you with something as gross as possible? I'm noticing the pattern again. I think my 27 IQ is working, lol, right? Hey, you can't notice patterns, bro. Noticing patterns is racist, according to them, too. You know, everything is racist, homophobic, or something bad. Shit, where did my quarter ninths go? Oh, there they are. 141 to 139. No, it can't be. Okay, it can be. Come on. 141, 139. But it's impossible for me to be racist as a black oppressed autistic guy, right? Poor me. I mean, according to their logic, yes, it is impossible for you to be racist in any way, shape, and or form. So, yeah, like, I think you have the get out of jail free card, right? I'm pretty sure. According to them. But, so if they censor you, is that racist to you? Yes. 1146. Okay, yeah, so here. Shit. That makes them racist and oppressive to me. Facts. That do be how it works according to their logic. Block of iron.
He had every possible right. Every right. And honestly, and I'm not trying to be rude here, because I have a lot of respect for Christians in general. Christians did not have that man's back enough. They did not have his back enough.
Hold up.
They should have... And honestly, that dude had every right to refuse to bake a wedding cake for what he viewed as a sin. He had...
I agree 1,020%.
And honestly, and I'm not trying to be rude
1,020,020%. Quintillion and 20%.
Christians did not have that man's back enough. They did not have his back enough. They should have fucking stood on business, and a lot did, but not enough did. Too many people, in my opinion, were on the...
How old was I when that fucking shit happened? I remember that like it was fucking yesterday, bro. Holy shit. Let me Google when that happened. Oh my gosh. I know it was years ago, but... when did the baker get sued for not wanting to make a faggot's wedding cake? It was 2012. Oh, what the fuck? Well, fuck you, or fuck Google, you fucking alphabet-loving fucks. Because in their information they give, they say on July 2012 is when it happened. The phrase you mentioned, faggot's wedding cake, does not appear in the court records. Well, it's a faggot. If you don't like it, sucks to suck. For not wanting to make a gay couple's wedding cake, I guess, for this fucking search real quick. Okay, it was 2012. Apparently. I thought it was like 2006. The fact you Googled the word. Yes. I don't care. I don't like Google. I'm gonna fucking bully them until they fucking realize it's fucking bullshit. They need to fuck off and not care about what speech that people use. Bro, you should hear my brothers. Like, they work at a, not at Amazon itself, but they work at a delivery company that's partnered with Amazon or some shit like that. And they be talking so much fucking shit in the truck, and it's hilarious, because they're like, you know, these people be listening to us, fuck these gay retards, just dumb faggots and shit, and it's just hilarious, bro. Because, like, they're shit talking the people listening or whatever, and yeah, because they're supposed to, I don't know why they listen into you or whatever, but I would do the same thing. It's like, fuck you, you shouldn't be listening into me. That sounds creepy and shit. I'm over here fucking, I mean, I don't think they tell you they're listening in and shit, but they're apparently, they've deducted that the people are indeed listening on them, so yeah, they just start saying the most crazy, absurd shit right now, and when they're working at their jobs and shit, and yeah, I don't know, I find it funny because, like I said, if they are listening and they're just hearing the most absurd shit, it's like, bro, calm down. But they're not doing nothing about it, so clearly they're doing something right if the company doesn't care, or if, at the very least, if they care, they're not doing anything. But Google be not giving me info when I want it, so I ask them really nice, and then they give me what I want. Yeah, it's facts. I try to, yeah, I usually ask, I don't know. I try to ask it the way I feel like would be the best searched or whatever, or like give me the best keywords and shit. But then there's some times where they're, you know, like, yeah, like shit like that, like the wedding cake thing. It's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna Google what I'm thinking. You know, that faggot's cake thing. You know, they know I'm a jerk though. Facts though. But I'll be bullying their AI and then their fucking report stuff to like report a problem, or like you know, if like back when I couldn't comment and shit, they'd be like, you know, send a screenshot and, you know, send a message to us telling us why you have a problem with this or whatever. It's like, because you're a bunch of faggots and you need to fucking kill yourself or some shit like that. I'd be like, Google, don't lie to me. Yes. Bro, Google do be lying, though. I feel like they're propaganda sometimes. You gotta use DuckDuckGo. But then again, I've been seeing ads for DuckDuckGo on YouTube, which makes me kind of concerned, because it's like, well, if YouTube is giving me ads for DuckDuckGo, saying that they aren't going to be watching my stuff, it almost makes me feel like either A, Google's already watched my stuff and knows that I'm talking about them listening and watching and I don't like it, or B, they're trying to promote DuckDuckGo because they really do listen in there and they just want to pretend they don't, so that way you use that and feel you have a, you know, false validation of, or a false sense of, comfort, if you will, or false sense of, I don't know, not being listened in on, which I think is comfort, but yeah. And then in reality, you are being listened in on or some shit like that, which would suck, but I don't know, maybe I'm just too paranoid. One of the three. But yeah, 2012 is when it all started going downhill. I was 12 years old. I'm pretty sure it was July or June or some shit like that.
Turn the other cheek, phase. And turning the other cheek is honestly, it's a great...
Or maybe that was the court case was in 2012 and it happened before. Like I said, I could have swore it was like 2006 or some shit like that. So maybe it was 2006 and the court case shit was settled in 2012. I don't know these details. I just know it was sometime around there. It says 2012, so we're going to roll with that at the moment. Reasonable paranoia, right? That do be. Or they're also using DuckDuckGo, right? Yeah, that's what I've been thinking too, bro. It's like, yeah, are they also using that? You never know with them.
A great attribute. When someone's personally insulting you. in my opinion, we're on the turn the other cheek, phase. And turning the other cheek is honestly, it's a great attribute. When someone's personally insulting you, right? But this is honestly, it's a fight against God. And I wish more people would have stood up. And honestly, I wish the Jewish community would have stood up for that guy as well. And they also didn't say anything about that because they were like, well, it's not really our business. But they should have. Absolutely. I mean that. That situation was, in my opinion, like actually the beginning of the end.
To celebrate or mocking Kirk's death. 15 were punished for allegedly invoking karma or divine justice. 9 others were disciplined for variance on good riddance. Other offending posts appear to exalt in the killing or express hope. Other Republican figures will be next. And we just have the president-elect of the Oxford Youth.
Good. That's right. Hell yeah. And you know what? If a Jewish company wants to fire someone that says free Palestine, kill the Jews, that's base too. You know why? Because it's their job and they can do it. They can do it if they want. Absolutely. True. Like, this is such a cringe take, man. It's such an unbelievably cringe take. It's a business that's owned by a guy who has freedom himself, and he has the right to hire or fire whoever he wants. He doesn't want to hire employees that celebrate the murder of random conservatives.
Years in the UK who was sort of removed from his presidency, which was about to take over, because he had reacted in a sort of celebratory way when he heard the news of Charlie Kirk being shot. Now, in its way, is that not the very kind of censorship that you're talking about, or do you think there's a line between accountability to your employers and to police criminal activity?
And personally, call me crazy, but in my personal opinion, and I was saying this even back when it first happened, if somebody's making a joke about something or whatever, like if you're making like you're saying, that thing was Charlie Kirk or whatever, making a joke about it, that's one thing. If you're like actually happy and glorifying that he was murdered, that's something else in my opinion. I don't know, maybe it's just a me thing, but I've always had a sense of humor, or a dark sense of humor, if you will. And a lot of people be like, oh, how can you make a joke about that, or how do you do that? It's like, yeah, joking about it's fine. It's where you actually think, yeah, it's a good thing that it happened, or good riddance or whatever. That's the fucking not good thing, not the that's where it's too far. Jokes are one thing, but actually, wanting somebody dead is another thing.
No, the left has been depersonating and canceling people for my whole lifetime, and it has whipped up into a fervor since Trump's election, but even pre-election. They don't just deperson you, they debank you, they deplatform you, you're not allowed to say anything.
That's facts too. The left are literally, they try to defame you, deplatform you, they try to literally take away your freedom of speech if you say something that disagrees with what they're pushing. And yet, Charlie Kirk gets shot, and they're all like, yeah, glorify violence and glorify crime. Like, yeah, there's a difference between making a joke about somebody getting shot and then glorifying a crime that was committed, It's like, yes, I'm going to glorify a murder. No. Okay, I'm going to make a joke about a murder because it's bringing awareness and enlightenment to the fact that it happened. Okay, that's something totally different, If I added more bundles to the machine, would it duplicate more items at the same time? I don't think so, and the only reason it wouldn't is because the item, basically, it starts going down the list. So if you look in the dropper, there's like the 9 inventory slots, but what it does is it takes the bundle and it moves it to the other dropper, then moves it back. But it starts searching for items in the first inventory slot. If there's nothing in there, it goes to the second one. If there's nothing in there, it goes to the third one. And it just keeps going down the line until, it checks all 9 of them and sees that there's nothing in it, or if there's something in it. So basically, if you put 2 bundles in there, So if you put 2 bundles in there, but checking the very first slot and not the second slot where the second bundle would be at. That's the only reason it wouldn't work. But if you put if you dig 2 blocks down, put a large chest, and then put 2 hoppers or even 1 hopper in front of the chest, you can open the dropper, take the items out, throw them on the ground, take the items out, throw them on the ground, take the items out, throw them on the ground, take the items out, throw them on the ground, and have them be picked up by the hopper and then put into the chest right there. Oh, wait. Humor is a way of coping, right? Yeah. Suppose I add hoppers so I can duplicate automatically. Bro, I was just saying that, right? Bro, we literally think alike sometimes, I swear. But yeah, that would definitely work. And then, yeah, it helps you duplicate faster. I did not even see that comment. That's geeking.
They run massive harassment campaigns. The first time I've ever seen...
Real.
Very obvious. I'm disappointed that he's not making the actual argument here that employers firing someone for their opinions is not the same as the government arresting them for their opinions. All right, this is a massive difference.
Poke the bear. They finally did something, and all that happened was some people lost their jobs. They weren't...
Bro, to talk about your coping or, humor being a coping thing, it is actually legit, too. Like, after the... we legit share brains from 1,000 miles away sometimes. Yes, that's facts. But with the humor and coping thing, like literally, my brothers were talking about the Charlie Kirk thing when it first happened and stuff, and I was like, so is it too early to be making jokes about it right now? Well, will people be taking that the wrong way? And they were like, yeah, probably. You don't want to be saying shit right now. And it's like, I get it, because some people, it's a sensitive topic for them. It's like, yeah, if you're glorifying it, that's one thing, like I said already. But if you're making jokes about it as a coping thing, or as I don't know, like I said before, I personally use I use dark humor as a coping mechanism sometimes or whatever. Like my dad's cousin back in the day allegedly hung himself or killed himself basically. So I've been talking about suicide jokes or whatever. People are like, bro, don't be doing that. What about the people that are affected by that? Or for instance, like my dad, it's fucked up though, because my dad's the opposite. Since his cousin killed himself, he doesn't like any type of suicide jokes, especially jokes about hanging yourself. For me, I'm kind of the opposite. Since I, whatever with it, I was like, I like to talk about suicide jokes, especially ones with hanging yourself. So, I don't know. I feel like everybody uses it differently, if you know what I mean. But, but by trying to censor people because of something you don't like, it's kind of gay. But at the same time, I understand some people, if you would make a joke about something like that just happened, they'd be thinking that you're on the side of, that's glorifying his death, if that makes sense, even if you're not. Which is why I was like, yeah, I understand about not saying it at the beginning. To be honest, I had just gotten off a cat stream when Liberal Hive Mind was streaming it. Wait, you just gotten off a cat stream when Liberal Hive Mind was streaming it? What was he streaming? He was crying, everyone in chat was crying, not to be a jerk, but I felt nothing for the first hour. Oh yeah, I feel that. You mean, okay, you just got off cat stream, yeah, when it happened, that makes sense. Yeah. When Liberal Hive Mind was streaming it. Yeah. Oh, yes. I mean, yeah, I was definitely, I don't know. I felt anger about it, but, I don't know. I don't think I feel, sadness usually. Not to say that's a good thing, but, I was definitely pissed about it. I'm like, these motherfuckers actually shot Charlie Kirk now for free speech. Holy fucking shit. I fucking thought they were going to do it one day. It was thought in the back of my mind, but they actually fucking did it. They couldn't debate him, so they actually fucking shot him. Those stupid fucking liberals. And then, lo and behold, it turns out that's legitimately what actually happened. And it's like, damn. I mean, it's not funny, but it's like, damn. Fucking liberals actually did it because they couldn't debate him. So there is a time, bro, that I recall one time in my life, I don't know if I mentioned this before on stream or not, but there was a time that, I should say not, or more than once, there was twice, but, hold up. That night, me and Mill were talking about it. I was just telling everyone he's with Jesus, but when I saw the footage, I can't even remember what I felt. It just kept playing in my head. Yeah, I do feel that. Yeah, I definitely. I did. You saw the footage too? I forgot if you told me that when you first. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah, when it first happened. I think Mill was the one who did not see it, right? Or did he see it too? Because I could have swore somebody did not see it, and we were like, don't go looking for it, because, yeah, it's not good to be seeing that type of stuff. Mill saw it? Damn. Okay, maybe it was Cheese who didn't see it? I don't know. Somebody didn't see it. Either that or I'm tweaking. That was me. Y'all told me not to see it. Oh, you didn't see it? We told you not to see it, and you still did? You were like, well, maybe. Either that or it was probably just, in the feed or some shit. Yeah, I not to be a whatever, not to sound like a psychopath, if you will, but I actually have the video saved for the sole fact that I knew they would delete it off of all social media, like everywhere. And, I don't know why, but I felt like I needed to see it. Yeah, I feel that. That do be. Yeah, I knew they were going to delete it off of all social media shit. And, I don't know, it just feels wrong, you know what I mean, to have them, Coke, bro. I don't know, it feels wrong to have them delete that shit off the internet. And then, like, I don't know, I feel like they can do something in the future. They could be like, no, it wasn't as bad as you think, or no, we would do that, really. Or basically try to change history because the video doesn't exist. There's no proof, it never happened. And it's like, really? Well, here's the fucking proof, motherfuckers. I don't know, I just, that thing is forever, dude. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I do feel you. It is forever, if you will. But if you look for it, it's really hard to find. You know what I mean? That was like 911 or 9/11 for Gen Z. Yeah, it do be. That's going nowhere. Well, I don't think you can find it really anymore online, though. I mean, you might be able to find it on Blue Sky if you look in some like really shady parts or some shit like that. But I can't find it on Google or anything or YouTube or anything like that. However you saving it is based, always be prepared, right? Yeah, that's I don't know. That's what I was thinking, bro. I'm like, I don't know. Because there's been videos I haven't done that before with or whatever, and then they just get deleted off. Like fucking a Ronnie McNutt video or whatever. Like, sure, I honestly, I don't know. If maybe it's because, like, his family doesn't want it on there or whatever, which is kind of understandable. But, like, this person was a veteran, if I am correct, or whatever, like, fought in the wars or whatever for America, had PTSD, and ends up blowing his brains out or killing himself on stream. And what do they do with it? They just basically wipe him off of the face of the internet. Like, well, he never existed, so he doesn't even suck. He doesn't even suck because he's not even here. He doesn't even exist. And it's like, bro, what? Like, I don't know. I just feel like that's more degrading for somebody than to actually, I don't know. Maybe I'm a fucking psychopath, bro, but if I ever fucking get executed on stream or fucking, some shit like that ever happens, I not only want that to be public or whatever, but I want it to be, like, out there. I don't want it to be scrubbed off the internet. I want it to actually be there as a way of remembering me, Like, think of how many more people are going to know of you because of that type of footage. I don't know, maybe I'm insane, but I think that would be more noticeable personally. As a testimony, exactly. 100% like that. That, and then, like I said before, also them, I mean, like, for somebody like him, like Ronnie McNutt, I don't know 100% about, if there was anything he was doing that was whatever, that, like for instance, for Charlie Kirk or whatever, if they scrub that off or whatever, in 20, 30 years from now, let's say, they're like, oh, no, that didn't happen. It was a Republican who did it, and even though it was a Republican, it wasn't. It was a Democrat. But even though it was a Republican, it's not as bad as you guys are making it out to be. Like, he was just shot or whatever. Like, there wasn't even that bad. Or how do we even know he was shot? Like, there's no video proof of it or whatever. And it's like, really? Well, it's right here. I don't know. Knowing these retards, they'll try to gaslight people and doing that. And be like, he wasn't even shot. Like, he just had a heart attack. You guys are trying to blow it out of proportion and say he was killed. Or some bullshit, I don't know. I do not trust him. Wait, you should look into the Camria. Camria? Am I retarded? Probably am. When it happens and say, remember me for this. Wait, you should look into the camera when it happens and say, remember me for this. Wait. Oh, yes. It'd be. I mean, if I know it's gonna happen, I definitely would.
They weren't depersoned. They weren't completely ostracized from all of the regular society because they said a no-no word.
I'd probably be like, remember me for this. Don't delete it off of the internet. GG, well played. Enjoy, guys. Bloop. You know.
These were people who were celebrating in the streets horrific murder, which they likely contributed to through their own rhetoric, right? That's what...
Personally, that'd be a badass way to go, in my opinion. Like, low-key, I know back in Jesus' era, being executed, or crucified, I guess, not executed, crucified was like the one of the lowest ways to go, if you will. I think that the Roman soldiers weren't even supposed to have the word crucifixion on their lips. It was that dirty. But yet, in my opinion, being crucified is kind of badass if you think about it. Like, legitly, though. And not only that, but like, I mean, obviously, you know, Jesus saved everybody from all the sins, of the entire earth, or in the entire earth, or whatever. But on top of that, bro was fucking carrying like 100+ pound cross or whatever, and was like crucified. Like, Jesus is like the most badass motherfucker out there, in my opinion. I mean, you know, minus the motherfucker part, but yeah. You know, Cook, now that I think about it, I was eating gluten when it happened, so maybe there was a reason I didn't feel much, which probably would make me look worse. If the gluten's fucking with you, that would make sense. Well, why wouldn't it be honored? That's how Jesus went out, right? That do be. Yeah, like I said, you know, back in the Roman era, if you will, it was considered like one of the worst ways to go, which, if I'm correct, is why they decided to do that with Jesus or whatever. But in my opinion, they just made him, you know, or made it more badass. You know, it's like, bro, it's like the, I don't know, it's like the quote unquote, not the worst way you can go, but like almost the most fucking iconic, I don't know, the most evil, if you will, ways that you can go on TV, or at least that's portrayed on TV sometimes. You know, it's like if somebody's crucified, it's like, damn, that's bad, you know. So like, yeah, Jesus had the most badass death too. Like, bro was like I don't know, he was like the GG, you know, the double G. When you glaze in Jesus, no homo. But I'll get back on the video. Bro, there was 9 minutes left. There's 3 minutes left now. I've only gotten 6 minutes in because I keep pausing the shit.
They said, no, finally did something. And all that happened was some people lost their jobs. They weren't depersoned. They weren't completely ostracized from all of the regular society because they said a no-no word. These were people who were celebrating in the streets horrific murder, which they likely contributed to through their own rhetoric, right? That's what actually happened there.
And they were fired by employers.
Oh, wait, language that happened, hang on. All that happened here, right, was for once the right actually pushed back after you poked us enough time. So, like, look, am I saying that people should...
I don't know. I don't even think this is remotely similar. I don't think this is, like, even in the same league. Like, this is even... We're not even talking about the same... like, this is a whole different...
Shit, yeah, nostalgia. If you can, go into the live stream and check on the link that I sent, and that will show you how to create... crap. That'll show you how to create auto sorters. So you can create auto sorters in your giant ass castle or whatever you're making, and then all you gotta do is put all your blocks into one chest. They'll go through a hopper, and then they'll automatically be sorted for you. And that's assuming you want to do that. I mean, you don't need to, but if you want. Sure, I'm gonna check that later. That would be real helpful. Heck yeah.
Whole different conversation. Like, this is social canceling or whatever. It's not the same as the government arresting you. Like, if the government would arrest everyone that said good riddance when Charlie Kirk was killed, I would think that was maybe an overreach as well. I think the people that celebrated it and incited, that's another story. But the people that just say good riddance, I would think that it's government overreach to arrest these people. But I would absolutely want every single one of them to get fired. Every single one of them. Absolutely, I would celebrate every single person. Every single person that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death and lost their job, they deserved it. And in fact, I hope they never get another job anywhere, ever. I hope they actually get poor because they can't get a job because of this. That would be great.
I hope they actually get poor.
And perfectly legal.
Should get fired from their jobs? No, of course not. But what I am saying is this, is that there's a clear difference between depersoning and debanking people and ostracizing them from society completely, and an employer saying you don't represent my company very well, so you're fired.
Okay.
And that's the distinction.
Honestly, base nuts, right?
I'm going to leave it there, Mark. I'm sorry. We're running out of time. A fascinating debate. Thank you all very much.
Legit though, bro.
Anyway, yeah, it wasn't a fascinating debate. These people are all retarded. It's crazy. Andrew Wilson and this guy were the only people that actually even made remote sense. Even Piers Morgan was completely retarded on this topic. There's no reason why you can't be homophobic. This is retarded, man. You can have every opinion you want. You have the right to your opinion. Like, dude, they don't even believe in free will anymore in these countries. Like, you're not even allowed to have an opinion. Absolute disgusting shit. And honestly, these guys are all... Like, this is a panel, and I'm disappointed that he didn't call anyone. But anyway, he wants to be invited back to Piers Morgan, and I don't blame him for that. But the reality is, get the fuck out. What about celebrating George Floyd's death? First of all, I don't know a single person that celebrated George Floyd's death. Not one. Not one. People say that George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose, which is true, but no one celebrated his death. And the people that did, it's not a very nice thing to do. But they also shouldn't get arrested. Get out of here, man. Like, you will never find an equivalent here, because there's only one political ideology right now between the right and the left. There's only one that actually celebrates death, and that's the left. The left is a death cult. They're a death cult. They're importing death cults. They're celebrating and supporting death cults, and they push the murder of 1 million babies a year in America alone through abortion. The left is a death cult, and honestly, I don't care. I don't care what you have to say, to be honest. It's a death cult of soy boys.
Like, subscribe, and this video is streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there.
Stay weird, man.
No, did I really have all this armor here the entire time? My dumbass didn't realize it. Do da da do da da do do do. The dog is snoring. Yeah, I need to drop. Alright, I gotta get some stuff on. Hey, IBX Toy Cat is live right now.
Peter's first letter, 1 Peter 1.
We'll go to 1 Peter.
From Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ, to God's people who are scattered like foreigners in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia. God the Father decided to choose you as his people, and his Spirit has made you holy. You have obeyed Jesus Christ and are sprinkled with his blood. I pray that God will be kind to you and will keep on giving you peace. Praise God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. God is so good, and by raising Jesus from death, he has given us new life and a hope that lives on. God has something stored up for you in heaven, where it will never decay or be ruined or disappear. You have faith in God, whose power will protect you until the last day. Then he will save you, just as he's always planned to do. On that day you will be glad, even if you have to go through many hard trials for a while. Your faith will be like gold that's been tested in a fire. And these trials will prove that your faith is worth much more than gold that can be destroyed. They will show that you will be given praise and honor and glory when Jesus Christ returns. You have never seen Jesus, and you don't see him now, but still you love him and have faith in him, and no words can tell how glad and happy you are to be saved. That's why you have faith. Some prophets told how kind God would be to you, and they searched hard to find out more about the way you would be saved. The Spirit of Christ was in them, and was telling them how Christ would suffer, and would then be given great honor. So they searched to find out exactly who Christ would be, and when this would happen. But they were told that they were serving you and not themselves. They preached to you by the power of the Holy Spirit, who was sent from heaven. And their message was only for you, even though angels would like to know more about it. Be alert and think straight. Put all your hope in how kind God will be to you when Jesus Christ appears. Behave like obedient children. Don't let your lives be controlled by your desires as they used to be. Always live as God's holy people should, because God is the one who chose you, and he is holy. That's why the scriptures say, I am the holy God, and you must be holy too. You say that God is your Father, but God does not have favorites. He judges all people by what they do. So you must honor God while you live as strangers here on earth. You were rescued from the useless way of life that you learned from your ancestors. But you know that you were not rescued by such things as silver or gold that don't last forever. You were rescued by the precious blood of Christ, that spotless and innocent lamb. Christ was chosen even before the world was created, but because of you, he did not come until these last days. And when he did come, it was to lead you to have faith in God, who raised him from death and honored him in a glorious way. That's why you have put your faith and hope in God. You obeyed the truth, and your souls were made pure. Now you sincerely love each other, but you must keep on loving with all your heart. Do this because God has given you new birth by his message that lives on forever. The scriptures say, humans wither like grass, and their glory fades like wild flowers. Grass dries up, and flowers fall to the ground. But what the Lord has said will stand forever. Our good news to you is what the Lord has said. 1 Peter 2. Stop being hateful. Quit trying to fool people and start being sincere. Don't be jealous or say cruel things about others. Be like newborn babies who are thirsty for the pure spiritual milk that will help you grow and be saved. You've already found out how good the Lord really is. Come to Jesus Christ. He is the living stone that people have rejected, but which God has chosen and highly honored. And now you are living stones that are being used to build a spiritual house. You are also a group of holy priests, and with the help of Jesus Christ, you will offer sacrifices that please God. It is just as God says in the scriptures, Look, I am placing in Zion a choice and precious cornerstone. No one who has faith in that one will be disappointed. You are followers of the Lord, and that stone is precious to you, but it isn't precious to those who refuse to follow him. They are the builders who tossed aside the stone that turned out to be the most important one of all. They disobeyed the message and stumbled and fell over that stone because they were doomed. But you are God's chosen and special people. You are a group of royal priests and a holy nation. God has brought you out of darkness into his marvelous light. Now you must tell all the wonderful things that he has done. The scriptures say, Once you were nobody. Now you are God's people. At one time no one had pity on you. Now God has treated you with kindness. Dear friends, you are foreigners and strangers on this earth. So I beg you not to surrender to those desires that fight against you. Always let others see you behaving properly, even though they may still accuse you of doing wrong. Then on the day of judgment, they will honor God by telling the good things they saw you do. The Lord wants you to obey all human authorities, especially the emperor who rules over everyone. You must also obey governors, because they are sent by the emperor to punish criminals and to praise good citizens. God wants you to silence stupid and ignorant people by doing right. You are free, but still you are God's servants, and you must not use your freedom as an excuse for doing wrong. Respect everyone and show special love for God's people. Honor God and respect the emperor. Servants, you must obey your masters and always show respect to them. Do this not only to those who are kind and
yes, Coke, even the Indian CEOs. Yes.
Treat you unfairly for being loyal to him. You don't gain anything by being punished for some wrong.
See, that do be. I've thought about this one too, bro. It's like, when it comes to the police system and shit that we have, I mean, obviously, you know, that's not the CEO and stuff of YouTube, but like, if you're talking about the police system and stuff, it's like, obviously we should try to respect them and stuff. But there is some rules that are just so, like, so stupid. Like, for instance, the marijuana one, right? God gave humans dominion or whatever, or God gave humans all herb and seed-bearing plants. And yet now we have other humans that tell other humans what they can and can't do because, well, I'm in charge. And it's like, what? So, like, now we have to have loopholes to have legal hemp that we can smoke because the people said that we can't smoke weed, if that makes sense. So we're doing it legally still, but we're doing it with loopholes because they wanted to be petty and they wanted to illegalize something that was an herb that God put on this earth. You see what I mean? Like, it's like, So, like, when it comes to smoking the illegal stuff, it's like, well, obviously, I don't know if that's good or not to do because God says we should listen to those said authorities, so that's why I try not to. But then when I think about it, it's like, but then again, it's an herb that God gave us permission to have, you know, so like, why shouldn't we be able to smoke it? But yeah, so I try not to because of that specific reason, though, only. But it do be, and yes, the CEOs too. But they use it as a money scam, bro. It's all money for them. They don't care about us. We're numbers.
Wrong you have done. You are cruel. God will bless you even if others treat you unfairly for being loyal to him. You don't gain anything by being punished for some wrong you have done. But God will bless you if you have to suffer for doing something good. After all, God chose you to suffer as you follow in the footsteps of Christ, who set an example by suffering for you. Christ did not sin or ever tell a lie. Although he was abused, he never tried to get even. And when he suffered, he made no threats. Instead, he had faith in God, who judges fairly. Christ carried the burden of our sins. He was nailed to the cross, so that we would stop sinning and start living right. By his cuts and bruises, you are healed. You had wandered away like sheep. Now you have returned to the one who is your shepherd and protector. 1 Peter 3. If you are a wife, you must put your husband first. Even if he opposes our message, you will win him over by what you do. No one else will have to say anything to him, because he will see how you honor God and live a pure life. Don't depend on things like fancy hairdos or gold jewelry or expensive clothes to make you look beautiful. Be beautiful in your heart by being gentle and quiet. This kind of beauty will last, and God considers it very special. Long ago, those women who worshipped God and put their hope in him made themselves beautiful by putting their husbands first. For example, Sarah obeyed Abraham and called him her master. You are her true children if you do right and don't let anything frighten you. If you are a husband, you should be thoughtful of your wife. Treat her with honor, because she is not as strong as you are, and she shares with you in the gift of life. Then nothing will stand in the way of your prayers. Finally, all of you should agree and have concern and love for each other. You should also be kind and humble. Don't be hateful and insult people just because they are hateful and insult you. Instead, treat everyone with kindness. You are God's chosen ones, and He will bless you. The scriptures say, do you really love life? Do you want to be happy? Then stop saying cruel things and quit telling lies. Give up your evil ways and do right, as you find and follow the road that leads to peace. The Lord watches over everyone who obeys Him, and He listens to their prayers, but He opposes everyone who does evil. Can anyone really harm you for being eager to do good deeds? Even if you have to suffer for doing good things, God will bless you. So stop being afraid and don't worry about what people might do. Honor Christ and let Him be the Lord of your life. Always be ready to give an answer when someone asks you about your hope. Give a kind and respectful answer and keep your conscience clear. This way, you will make people ashamed for saying bad things about your good conduct as a follower of Christ. You are better off to obey God and to suffer for doing right than to suffer for doing wrong. Christ died once for our sins. An innocent person died for those who are guilty.
Bro, I'm not fucking putting it in there.
To God, when His body was put to death and His spirit was made alive. Christ then preached to the spirits that were being kept in prison. They had disobeyed God while Noah was building the boat, but God had been patient with them. 8 people went into that boat and were brought safely through the flood. Those floodwaters were like baptism that now saves you. But baptism is more than just washing your body. It means turning to God with a clear conscience because Jesus Christ was raised from death. Christ is now in heaven where He sits at the right side of God. All angels, authorities, and powers are under His control. 1 Peter 4. Christ suffered here on earth. Now you must be ready to suffer as He did, because suffering shows that you have stopped sinning. It means you have turned from your own desires and want to obey God for the rest of your life. You have already lived long enough like people who don't know God. You were immoral and followed your evil desires. You went around drinking and partying and carrying on. In fact, you even worshiped disgusting idols. Now your former friends wonder why you have stopped running around with them, and they curse you for it. But they will have to answer to God, who judges the living and the dead.
You fucking cunt.
The good news has even been preached to the dead, so that after they've been judged for what they have done in this life, their spirits will live with God. Everything will soon come to an end. So be serious and be sensible enough to pray. Most important of all, you must sincerely love each other, because love wipes away many sins. Welcome people into your home and don't grumble about it. Each of you has been blessed with one of God's many wonderful gifts to be used in the service of others. So use your gift well. If you have the gift of speaking, preach God's message. If you have the gift of helping others, do it with the strength that God supplies. Everything should be done in a way that will bring honor to God because of Jesus Christ, who is glorious and powerful forever. Amen. Dear friends, don't be surprised or shocked that you are going through testing that is like walking through fire. Be glad for the chance to suffer as Christ suffered. It will prepare you for even greater happiness when He makes His glorious return. Count it a blessing when you suffer for being a Christian. This shows that God's glorious Spirit is with you. But you deserve to suffer if you are a murderer, a thief, a crook, or a busybody. Don't be ashamed to suffer for being a Christian. Praise God that you belong to Him. God has already begun judging His own people, and if His judgment begins with us, imagine how terrible it will be for those who refuse to obey His message. The scriptures say, if good people barely escape, what will happen to sinners and to others who don't respect God? If you suffer for obeying God, you must have complete faith in your faithful Creator and keep on doing right. 1 Peter 5. Church leaders, I am writing to encourage you. I too am a leader, as well as a witness to Christ's suffering, and I will share in His glory when it is shown to us. Just as shepherds watch over their sheep, you must watch over everyone God has placed in your care. Do it willingly in order to please God.
What just fucking got sucked up? Hold up, something got fucking sucked. set.
Just as shepherds watch over their sheep, you must watch over everyone.
I don't know, maybe it didn't. I don't fucking know.
God, and not simply because you think you must. Let it be something you want to do, instead of something you do merely to make money. Don't be bossy to those people who are in your care, but set an example for them. Then when Christ the chief shepherd returns, you will be given a crown that will never lose its glory. All of you young people should obey your elders. In fact, everyone should be humble toward everyone else. The scriptures say, God opposes proud people, but he helps everyone who is humble. Be humble in the presence of God's mighty power, and he will honor you when the time comes. God cares for you, so turn all your worries over to him. Be on your guard and stay awake. Your enemy, the devil, is like a roaring lion, sneaking around to find someone to attack. But you must resist the devil and stay strong in your faith. You know that all over the world the Lord's followers are suffering just as you are. But God shows kindness to everyone. That's why he had Christ Jesus choose you to share in his eternal glory. You will suffer for a while, but God will make you complete, steady, strong, and firm. God will be in control forever. Amen. Sylvanus helped me write this short letter, and I consider him a faithful follower of the Lord. I wanted to encourage you and tell you how kind God really is, so that you will keep on having faith in him. Greetings from the Lord's followers in Babylon. They are God's chosen ones. Mark, who is like a son to me, sends his greetings too. Give each other a warm greeting. I pray that God will give peace to everyone who belongs to Christ.
Yo, what up, nostalgia? Fucking fucker. I cannot get this to duplicate. I hate being on mobile without a controller.
Peter's second letter, 2 Peter 1. From Simon Peter, a servant and an apostle of Jesus Christ.
I'm throwing ender pearls in. Nice.
Shares with us in the privilege of believing that our God and Savior Jesus Christ will do what is just and fair. I pray that God will be kind to you and will let you live in perfect peace. May you keep learning more and more about God and our Lord Jesus. We have everything we need to live a life that pleases God. It was all given to us by God's own power when we learned that he had invited us to share in his wonderful goodness. God made great and marvelous promises so that his nature would become part of us. Then we can escape our evil desires and the corrupt influences of this world. Do your best to improve your faith. You can do this by adding goodness, understanding, self-control, patience, devotion to God, concern for others, and love. If you keep growing in this way, it will show that what you know about our Lord Jesus Christ has made your lives useful and meaningful. But if you don't grow, you are like someone who is nearsighted or blind, and you've forgotten that your past sins are forgiven. My friends, you must do all you can to show that God has really chosen and selected you. If you keep on doing this, you won't stumble and fall. Then our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ will give you a glorious welcome into his kingdom that will last forever.
Oh, nostalgia. I don't know if you can see my stream right now, but if you can do this with the machine when it comes to like multiple bundles. Let's say that you have like, you know, well, fuck. All right, let me empty this out real quick. Or let's say you have 16 comparators, you have 9 repeaters, you have like a bucket, you have 2 crafting tables, and you have 4 anvils, and why not? Let's just say you got 3 sponges, right? If you have a second bundle, you can put the first bundle into the second one as long as the bundle has less or 60 or less items. If it has 61 items, it will not fit inside the bundle, but you have to make sure that you put it this way. Like when you click on the bundle, you just see one bundle inside the other one. If you have it this way, like where there's a bundle inside of a bundle with a whole bunch of items, that's the wrong way. You want to have the bundle like this, and you want to have the other bundle in with all the items inside the second bundle, if that makes sense. But so it looks like this. But then when you turn the switch on, I don't know if I'm going to get this to work on the first try, but I'll attempt. Yeah. So now I have a bundle right there that has 9 repeaters, 16 comparators, 4 anvils, 3 sponges, a bucket, and 2 crafting tables. If I take this bundle out and I look at them, there's one bundle, there's a second bundle. They have the exact same items in them. Alright, yes sir. So yeah, basically you can duplicate like 5 or 6 items at one time, as long as it's not a stack or whatever.
And our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ will give you a glorious welcome into his kingdom that will last forever. You are holding firmly to the truth that you were given, but I'm still going to remind you of these things. In fact, I think I should keep on reminding you until I leave this body. And our Lord Jesus Christ has already told me that I will soon leave it behind. That is why I'm doing my best to make sure that each of you remembers all of this after I am gone. When we told you about the power and the return of our Lord Jesus Christ, we were not telling clever stories that someone had made up, but with our own eyes, we saw his true greatness. God, our great and wonderful Father, truly honored him by saying,
Bro, what the fuck?
This is my own dear
I hate this without...
I am pleased with him.
I hate this when I don't have a controller.
And heard this voice speak from heaven. All of this makes us even more certain that what the prophet said is true. So you should pay close attention to their message, as you would to a lamp shining in some dark place. You must keep on paying attention until daylight comes and the morning star rises in your hearts. But you need to realize that no one alone can understand any of the prophecies in the scriptures. The prophets did not think these things up on their own, but they were guided by the Spirit of God. 2 Peter 2. Sometimes false prophets spoke to the people of Israel. False teachers will also sneak in and speak harmful lies to you. But these teachers don't really belong to the Master, who paid a great price for them, and they will quickly destroy themselves. Many people will follow their evil ways and cause others to tell lies about the true way. They will be greedy and cheat you with smooth talk. But long ago, God decided to punish them. God does not sleep. God did not have pity on the angels that sinned. He had them tied up and thrown into the dark pits of hell until the time of judgment. And during Noah's time, God did not have pity on the ungodly people of the world. He destroyed them with a flood, though he did save 8 people, including Noah, who preached the truth. God punished the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah by burning them to ashes, and this is a warning to anyone else who wants to sin. Lot lived right and was greatly troubled by the terrible way those wicked people were living. He was a good man, and day after day he suffered because of the evil things he saw and heard. So the Lord rescued him. This shows that the Lord knows how to rescue godly people from their sufferings and to punish evil people while they wait for the day of judgment. The Lord is especially hard on people who disobey him and don't think of anything except their own filthy desires. They are reckless and proud, and are not afraid of cursing the glorious beings in heaven. Although angels are more powerful than these evil beings, even the angels don't dare to accuse them to the Lord. These people are no better than senseless animals that live by their feelings and are born to be caught and killed. They speak evil of things they don't know anything about, but their own corrupt deeds will destroy them. They have done evil, and they will be rewarded with evil. They think it is fun to have wild parties during the day. They are immoral, and the meals they eat with you are spoiled by the shameful and selfish way they carry on. All they think about is having sex with someone else's husband or wife. There's no end to their wicked deeds. They trick people who are easily fooled, and their minds are filled with greedy thoughts, but they are headed for trouble. They have left the true road and have gone down the wrong path by following the example of the prophet Balaam. He was the son of Beor and loved what he got from being a crook. But a donkey corrected him for this evil deed. It spoke to him with a human voice and made him stop his foolishness. These people are like dried up water holes and clouds blown by a windstorm. The darkest part of hell is waiting for them. They brag out loud about their stupid nonsense, and by being vulgar and crude, they trap people who have barely escaped from living the wrong kind of life. They promise freedom to everyone, but they are merely slaves of filthy living, because people are slaves of whatever controls them. When they learned about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, they escaped from the filthy things of this world. But they are again caught up and controlled by these filthy things, and now they are in worse shape than they were at first. They would have been better off if they had never known about the right way. Even after they knew what was right, they turned their backs on the holy commandments that they were given. What happened to them is just like the true saying, a dog will come back to lick up its own vomit. A pig that has been washed will roll in the mud. 2 Peter 3. My dear friends, this is the second letter I've written to encourage you to do some honest thinking. I don't want you to forget what God's prophets said would happen. You must never forget what the holy prophets taught in the past, and you must remember what the apostles told you our Lord and Savior has commanded us to do. But first, you must realize that in the last days, some people won't think about anything except their own selfish desires. They will make fun of you and say, didn't your Lord promise to come back? Yet the first leaders have already died, and the world hasn't changed a bit. They will say this because they want to forget that long ago the heavens and the earth were made by God's command. The earth came out of water and was made from water. Later it was destroyed by the waters of a mighty flood. But God has commanded the present heavens and earth to remain until the day of judgment. Then they will be set on fire, and ungodly people will be destroyed. Dear friends, don't forget that for the Lord, one day is the same as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is the same as one day. The Lord isn't slow about keeping his promises, as some people think he is. In fact, God is patient, because he wants everyone to turn from sin, and no one to be lost. The day of the Lord's return will surprise us like a thief. The heavens will disappear with a loud noise, and the heat will melt the whole universe. Then the earth and everything on it will be seen for what they are. Everything will be destroyed. So you should serve and honor God by the way you live. You should look forward to the day when God judges everyone, and you should try to make it come soon. On that day, the heavens will be destroyed by fire, and everything else will melt in the heat. But God has promised us a new heaven and a new earth where justice will rule. We are really looking forward to that. My friends, while you are waiting, you should make certain that the Lord finds you pure, spotless, and living at peace. Don't forget that the Lord is patient because he wants people to be saved. This is also what our dear friend Paul said when he wrote you with the wisdom that God had given him. Paul talks about these same things in all his letters, but part of what he says is hard to understand. Some ignorant and unsteady people even destroy themselves by twisting what he said. They do the same thing with other scriptures too. My dear friends, you have been warned ahead of time, so don't let the errors of evil people lead you down the wrong path and make you lose your balance. Let the kindness and the understanding that come from our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ help you to keep on growing. Praise Praise Jesus now and forever. Amen.
John's first letter, John 1. The word that gives life was from the beginning, and this is the one our message is about. Our ears have heard, our own eyes have seen, and our hands touched this word. The one who gives life appeared. We saw it happen, and we are witnesses to what we have seen. Now we are telling you about this eternal life that was with the Father and appeared to us. We are telling you what we have seen and heard, so that you may share in this life with us. And we share in it with the Father and with His Son, Jesus Christ. We are writing to tell you these things because this makes us truly happy. Jesus told us that God is light and doesn't have any darkness in Him. Now we are telling you. If we say that we share in life with God and keep on living in the dark, we are lying.
You're gonna make some ramen, be right back? Heck yeah, bro.
But if we live in the light, as God does, we share in life with each other. And the blood of His Son, Jesus, washes all our sins away. If we say that we have not sinned, we are fooling ourselves, and the truth is not in our hearts. But if we confess our sins to God, He can always be trusted to forgive us and take our sins away. If we say that we have not sinned, we make God a liar, and His message is not in our hearts. John 2. My children, I am writing this so that you will not sin. But if you do sin, Jesus Christ always does the right thing, and He will speak to the Father for us. Christ is the sacrifice that takes away our sins and the sins of all the world's people. When we obey God, we are sure that we know Him. But if we claim to know Him and don't obey Him, we are lying, and the truth is not in our hearts. We truly love God only when we obey Him as we should, and then we know that we belong to Him. If we say we are His, we must follow the example of Christ. My dear friends, I am not writing to give you a new commandment. It is the same one you were first given, and it is the message you heard. But it really is a new commandment, and you know its true meaning just as Christ does. You can see the darkness fading away and the true light already shining. If we claim to be in the light and hate someone, we are still in the dark. But if we love others, we are in the light, and we don't cause problems for them. If we hate others, we are living and walking in the dark. We don't know where we are going because we can't see in the dark. Children, I am writing you because your sins have been forgiven in the name of Christ. Parents, I am writing you because you have known the one who was there from the beginning. Young people, I am writing you because you have defeated the evil one. Children, I am writing you because you have known the Father. Parents, I am writing you because you have known the one who was there from the beginning. Young people, I am writing you because you are strong. God's message is firm in your hearts, and you have defeated the evil one. Don't love the world or anything that belongs to the world. If you love the world, you cannot love the Father. Our foolish pride comes from this world, and so do our selfish desires and our desire to have everything we see. None of this comes from the Father. The world and the desires it causes are disappearing. But if we obey God, we will live forever. Children, this is the last hour. You heard that the enemy of Christ would appear at this time, and many of Christ's enemies have already appeared. So we know that the last hour is here. These people came from our own group, yet they were not part of us. If they had been part of us, they would have stayed with us. but they left, which proves that they did not belong to our group. Christ, the Holy One, has blessed you, and now all of you understand. I did not need to write you about the truth, since you already know it. You also know that liars do not belong to the truth. And a liar is anyone who says that Jesus isn't truly Christ. Anyone who says this is an enemy of Christ and rejects both the Father and the Son. If we reject the Son, we reject the Father. But if we say that we accept the Son, we have the Father. Keep thinking about the message you first heard, and you will always be one in your heart with the Son and with the Father. The Son has promised us eternal life. I'm writing to warn you about those people who are misleading you. But Christ has blessed you with the Holy Spirit. Now the Spirit stays in you, and you don't need any teachers. The Spirit is truthful and teaches you everything. So stay one in your heart with Christ, just as the Spirit has taught you to do. Children, stay one in your hearts with Christ. Then when he returns, we will have confidence and won't have to hide in shame. You'll know that Christ always does right, and that everyone who does right is a child of God. John 3. Think how much the Father loves us. He loves us so much that he lets us be called his children, as we truly are. But since the people of this world did not know who Christ is, they don't know who we are. My dear friends, we are already God's children, though what we will be has not yet been seen. But we do know that when Christ returns, we will be like him, because we will see him as he truly is. This hope makes us keep ourselves holy, just as Christ is holy. Everyone who sins breaks God's law, because sin is the same as breaking God's law. You know that Christ came to take away sins. He isn't sinful, and people who stay one in their hearts with him won't keep on sinning. If they do keep on sinning, they don't know Christ, and they have never seen him. Children, don't be fooled. Anyone who does right is good, just like Christ himself. Anyone who keeps on sinning belongs to the devil. He has sinned from the beginning. But the Son of God came to destroy all that he has done. God's children cannot keep on being sinful. His life-giving power lives in them and makes them his children, so that they cannot keep on sinning. You can tell God's children from the devil's children, because those who belong to the devil refuse to do right or to love each other. From the beginning, you were told that we must love each other. Don't be like Cain, who belonged to the devil and murdered his own brother. Why did he murder him? He did it because his brother was good, and he was evil. My friends, don't be surprised if the people of this world hate you. Our love for each other proves that we have gone from death to life. But if you don't love each other, you are still under the power of death. If you hate each other, you are murderers. And we know that murderers do not have eternal life. We know what love is because Jesus gave his life for us. That's why we must give our lives for each other. If we have all we need and see one of our own people in need, we must have pity on that person, or else we cannot say we love God. Children, you show love for others by truly helping them, and not merely by talking about it. When we love others, we know that we belong to the truth, and we feel at ease in the presence of God. But even if we don't feel at ease, God is greater than our feelings, and he knows everything. Dear friends, if we feel at ease in the presence of God, we will have the courage to come near to him. He will give us whatever we ask, because we obey him and do what pleases him. God wants us to have faith in his Son, Jesus Christ, and to love each other. This is also what Jesus taught us to do. If we obey God's commandments, we will stay one in our hearts with him, and he will stay one with us. The Spirit that he has given us is proof that we are one with him. John 4. Dear friends, don't Don't believe everyone who claims to have the Spirit of God. Test them all to find out if they really do come from God. Many false prophets have already gone out into the world, and you can know which ones come from God. His Spirit says that Jesus Christ had a truly human body. But when someone does not say this about Jesus, you know that person has a spirit that does not come from God and is the enemy of Christ. You knew that this enemy was coming into the world and now is already here. Children, you belong to God, and you have defeated his enemies. God's Spirit is in you and is more powerful than the one that is in the world. These enemies belong to this world, and the world listens to them because they speak its language. We belong to God, and everyone who knows God will listen to us. But the people who don't know God won't listen to us. That is how we can tell the Spirit that speaks the truth from the one that tells lies.
Alright, I gotta check something real quick.
My dear friends, we must...
Fuck, I gotta sign into Revenge of Sultans and stuff really quick, guys. I'll be back shortly. I'm sorry, Nostalgia, if you're still here. Just give me a few minutes to sign into this other game and I'll be right back. Yeah, random off-topic thing, but did anybody notice that, a lot of serial killers end up coming from Wisconsin? It's something I noticed before, but it's something I just, saw again. I'm like, oh yeah, that is a factual thing. I wonder why. It's all this fucking weather. It turns you into something you're not. I'm telling you, it changes a man.